Nardo, 1xBet and Victorinox.
It's the final day of this epic tour of Portugal. What a 2.5 weeks we've had so far, starting with the Challenger Division, where the Lisbon Supergiants lifted the trophy, then into the Premier Division, where Marlow emerged as champions, and now we're into the international stage, and both series on the final day are delicately poised. Who's going to take home the spoils? You'll find out here as the action starts right now.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino, que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
So on the final day of the tour between Portugal and Norway, both the men's and women's teams go into their final games with everything still on the line. Yesterday, both sides who won on the first day suffered defeat. So for the women, it was Portugal who suffered their first ever international defeat at the hands of Norway. And for Norway, it was just a case of getting a win on the board. They thoroughly deserved it after their performances through the weekend. But it remains to be seen who will take home the spoils today. As for the men, we'll see those later in the day. And there, again, it's on a knife edge as Portugal came away with the win in the afternoon yesterday to tie the series at 1-1. But first we'll start with the women and let's go out into the middle to see what happened at the coin toss.
Ready to call?
Heads.
Tails it is. Portugal.
We're going to bowl.
Thank you. Thank you. Best of luck. Portugal, bowling first.
Good morning and a very warm welcome for the final time to the sunny Santarém cricket ground, and what a few weeks it's been. Feels like months we've been here, and that's just because of how much cricket we've been able to pack in since we started way back with the Challenger Division, where the weather was slightly less sunny than it is now, but I can confirm that the Portugal sun has come to greet us, and we're looking forward to the final two T20s of this tour, and well, everything is still up for grabs. First we'll see the women play, and this afternoon the men will strut their stuff. But let's first take a look back at what happened in the second T20I, and the reason why this series is still alive is because Norway managed to claim victory by 5 wickets. But there was milestones at the top for Portugal. They batted first, and Gabby Sakira and Sarah Fu-Ryland managed to secure the first and second ever T20I half centuries for Portugal, 52 not out apiece for them. But unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough, as Norway were able to chase down the total, actually in the end fairly comfortably with a few balls to spare. But both games so far have been real thrillers, and if they're anything like that again today, we're in for an absolute treat. There's one change to the Norway side as Nayab Razwan comes back in. She played the first T20I, rested the second, and back in for the third and final game. As for Portugal, they remain unchanged. They've got Sarah Fu-Ryland, the keeper, with the captain's armband as well. And look how delicately poised it is. 57% to Portugal, 43% to Norway. I'd say pretty much it's 50-50. this game could go either way, and it's great to see again women's cricket in Europe on the big stage being showcased for the whole world to see, and I'm sure both of these sides will want to finish with a bang, as this, well, for them it's been a short tour, but the tour for the whole European Cricket Network has been a lengthy one here in Portugal. But we've absolutely loved every moment, and we're going to enjoy the final moments here of the women's tournament. As well, you saw in the toss that Portugal, they won the toss for the third time running actually, and this time they decided to have a bowl first. So it's the golden arm of Jade de Figueiredo with ball in hand. As for Norway, it's the customary opening pairing of Anushka Gorad and Aisha Hassan as we take into the first ball. And that's a shake of the head early from umpire Naeem, as that was, I think, going down leg side, despite Jade thinking that was certainly close. And I think it was close, probably straightening, but there you could see off stump and middle stump. So fair enough call, but a vibrant early appeal there from Jade. And you can see Portugal are very much up for this contest. On the money again. Oh, and how close was that? As that hit Gorad on the pad and just rolled agonisingly past the stump. You could, well, can't quite see it there because Afshin Ahmed is a better door than she is a window, but I just rolled past the off peg. It's Jade here right on the money again. Third time, Gorad absolutely living dangerously here. And there's a dive on from Joanna Child. The ball is stopped just short of the boundary there. Let's take a look here. Jo Child puts the dive in. Epic chance for her. And then here just, yeah, she does step over the rope. No, it has been given a 4. She did just step over the rope, so a good call there from the umpires, as she did the fielding well, but didn't quite manage to keep both feet on the right side of the rope. But Jade de Figueiredo right on the money here from the offset, which is what we've been used to seeing from her all week long. Gorad just living slightly dangerously, going back to Jade here. I think the better tactic would be to come forward. I can see the temptation just to give herself a bit of room. That one on that occasion just sneaked down the leg side. She's getting into dangerous LBW territory because, well, left arm around, you really want to hit the batter right in front of the stumps. This time she throws outside off stump. Good delivery there from Jade. Another reminder then what happened yesterday. You saw the scorecard flash up before the game as Jade comes in for her final ball of the first over. Nicely pushed away into the gap by Gorad. They'll run through for 1. So at the start, at the end of the first over, the start of the Norway batting innings, they get to 6 runs. So yesterday, Portugal women, they won the toss again, and they decided to bat first. 136 runs they put on the board for the loss of just the 1 wicket. And that was Sanne Leuke was the 1 wicket to fall. She contributed 15, which was a good effort from her, given the previous day she managed only a second ball duck. And in her 15 runs, she scored 2 boundaries, so her first 2 boundaries in international cricket. But when she fell, that brought Gabby Sakira, the 16-year-old, to the crease. And between her and Sarah Fu Ryland, well, it was more or less a race to see who could get to the half century first. They were both on 48, then they were both on 49. It was Gabby who got over the line first to claim that milestone that will never be taken away from her as the first ever Portuguese female to score a half century. And then just a few balls later, the captain returned the favour as we go into the second over. And it's Ishrit Chima, the 15-year-old, who will bowl it. That's an excellent start from her, well bowled. So it was a partnership yesterday worth 112 and 252s. And I thought at the halfway stage, 136 would be quite a tough ask for Norway. But the question was also about how Portugal's inexperienced bowlers could cope. And Norway, they played a patient run chase. Chima is going, probably pitching outside leg stump. It's always going to be difficult with that right arm round action to get the LBW decision in your favour. It was probably hitting the stumps, but of course as soon as it pitches outside leg stump, then it will never go in your favour. Umpire Andy there with a comfortable early decision to make. Oh, bold Ishri. So at the halfway stage yesterday, Portugal 136 on the board, and Norway, well, they just kept on plugging away, and importantly, they just didn't lose their wickets as they had done in that first T20I. Anushka Gorad out there at the moment. She top scored with 38. And she was there for more than half the innings. She faced 61 balls, so just over half the balls. And that was her highest ever score. One of the highest ever scores for Norway in their short T20I history, the second in fact. And Aisha Hassan out there as well. She scored 28, so it was a brilliant opening partnership worth 72, which they'll be looking to repeat here. That's a high-ish ball, but it won't be called a no ball. Ishri Chima here, final ball of her over. Bit of miscommunication here, and throw straight onto the helmet there of Gorad as she tries to get back in. I think she's alright. She'll just have a little check from the umpire, but it was no intent there at all. As we get to the end of the second over, Norway 6 runs on the board, but it's been a tight start from both of the opening bowlers. Ishri Chima especially, as a reminder, just 15 years old, has only played cricket for a couple of years. And, well, she impressed especially in that first T20, picking up 3 wickets for 32 runs. As we take a look at the standings and just how neck and neck it is, of course, net run rate doesn't really feature given it's a 3-game series. So one of these sides will pick up their second win of the tournament and take the crown. And, well, the chances of there being a no result, I would say, are slim to non-existent. As you can see, the shadows cast by the early morning sun here in Santarem. So we're in for another treat of back-to-back T20Is here to finish off this Portugal tour. Looks like Jade de Figueiredo will continue, and well, she actually only ended up bowling 3 overs yesterday as Norway claimed the victory in the 19th. There was always a question of when to bowl her. She is clearly one of the frontline bowlers, as that one almost sneaks under the bat. And well, Norway played a good game yesterday in that they just waited for the more inexperienced bowlers of Portugal to have to bowl. And that's when they were able to cash in on the extras. There was over 50 in the end, and that's really what allowed Norway to chase down that big total of 137 with 8 balls to spare. But that's exactly what they did, and I was pleased for them as well that they did pick up their first win after going winless through the ECIs and then losing that first T20I. Of course, the first ECI decided on a golden ball, so that one's chipped up in the air. It will just evade the diving Gabby Sakira. The chase is on here as Afshin Ahmed does the fielding. So for Portugal, really the challenge is on here to try and bowl tight lines and try to force the Norway batters into making a mistake, but also not giving them a single freebie, making them score the runs off the bat. Because, well, here we go, there's a chance for a run out, but in fact, Mariam Wasim just throws it back into Jade. I think it is safe to say that Norway have been the stronger bowling unit, which is why, for example, the runs for Portugal had to come off the bat. There was 2 half-centuries yesterday. which was impressive batting from the Portuguese side. But certainly they were challenged to get every run off the bat. They had to work for it, and for Portugal here it's a case of making Norway work for every single run as well and not giving them anything for free. But they've started off well here. And just the one wide bowled so far now, actually, from Jade de Figueiredo, who's usually otherwise so tight, and well, she's come back well in this second over of hers, the third over of the game. Again, well bowled, but also well kept out by Aisha Hassan, as that takes us to the end of the third over. Norway 10 for no loss. Of course, we're in the 2020 format, which means often we're used to calling the end of the power play after 3 overs when it's a T10, but in this longer format, it's 6 overs of power play, during which time only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. And then from over 6 to 20 in the women's game, you're allowed 4 fielders outside, and in the men's 5, as Ishrit Chima comes back in for her second over, and right on the money straight away. She struggled a bit with her lines yesterday, did Ishrit, and ended up only bowling the 1 over. But she really impressed in that first game, her first ever T20I, just 15 years old. Came straight in and picked up 3 wickets. Should be looking to replicate that, as again right on the money. And you can see every single ball is being celebrated here by the Portugal side. That one just a bit wider, but perfectly within those wide regulations. Speaking of which, again, in ECN you might be used to seeing that white wide line as being absolutely fixed. We on the European Cricket Network try to simplify it as much as possible for the umpires, for the viewers, for the commentators, that white line never moves. But it's different in these ICC games. So we're here in the ICC T20I regulations, and in those regulations, the wides are a bit more at the umpire's discretion, so that white line is used as a guideline, especially if the batter doesn't tend to move. But if the batter moves, for example, takes a big step across offside, then the wide line would move with them. That one, though, will drift down leg side, and generally anything down the leg side, if it's missing the batter's body, as long as they don't move away from the ball, will be called a wide. The part where it does change a bit, which we don't tend to see as much in the women's game, but we'll probably see later with the men's game, as if there's any changes of stance, any switch hits, anything like that, then the wide line changes accordingly. As of now, Portugal not really threatening that wide line. They've been right on the money, forcing Norway to score the runs off the bat, and you can see 8 of the 11 runs have been from the bats of Gorad or Hassan. That one, though, again, just drifting down the leg side. It's a similar story for the no balls as well, in terms of whether that's called dangerous bowling. So you generally have a first and final warning if it's a dangerous high full toss, as we come to the end of the 4th. Another great over from Chima, just the 1 run coming off it. So Norway, 2 runs coming off it. Norway moving to 12 for no loss. In fact, I didn't give Chima enough credit for that first over she bowled, because that one was a maiden. So it's been a great start from Portugal. Just again, let's not forget that they're a very inexperienced side. Some of these players are playing their first ever games going back to Saturday, and then, well, every single Portuguese player were playing their first ever T20I just 2 days ago. And you can already see how much improvement has been made in the field and with the bowling, as Gabi Sakira, the 16-year-old, comes on to bowl. So in terms of the no balls, a warning is issued if it's a high full toss, but if it's deemed dangerous, And the umpires can use their discretion on that, based on the speed, the height, and the risk to the batter. That one just goes through for a single. So sometimes it's obviously the case that a ball might be a no ball, it might fly straight through the keeper, but if it's, for example, 2 meters over the head of the bowler, or so wide that it, over the head of the batter, or if it's so wide, brilliant delivery there from Gabby. If it's so wide that it doesn't threaten the batter, then it's up to the umpire to decide whether that's worthy of a warning or, in fact, a second penalty, which would then cause the bowler to be taken off for the rest of the game. And of course, we don't want to see that happen in these games where a lot of these bowlers still learning their craft. There's absolutely no intent to ever bowl a no ball. I mean, why would you want to bowl a no ball and give a free hit to the batting side? But Gabby Sakira at the moment is just going right on the money. That one, I think, just bounced over the side, over the top of the stumps. Yeah, there we go, just bounced right over the top. Again, right on the money. This one's chipped up, but it's going to be safe. The chase is on here. Bianca Maximo giving chase, putting out the big right boot and doing the fielding, helped there by Mariam Wasim. So Norway just ticking along with singles here. That one just drifting down leg side. Gabby joined me in the commentary box yesterday, and it was great to hear her story. Just 16 years old and already so confident and eloquent. And of course, she lives down in South Africa, where she's played cricket for a good few years, but you can see her commitment to the game as that one's gone high up in the air, but it's going to land safe. And just how much fun she's had coming to Portugal for the first time ever. And just learning from players like Sarah Ryland, like Griselda Brits, both of whom have international experience. And, well, we're going to have a few more international experiences as well before the month is out. This is just what's coming up for the next, well, about 20 days. As we're here in Portugal, sadly, for the final day of this epic tour. But at the same time, we're also over the border in Madrid, Spain. First time, actually, we've been in Madrid. And you might have seen some of the action this morning. It will continue throughout the day with Vinny and Rico taking you through some entertaining ECS games there. And then we move next week to Bologna in Italy, where again, ECS and ECSW. I'm excited to see the women in action over there. And then we move over to France and again to Malta for the second time in this year, before sneaking over to Belgium as well, where we have a night series, which will be led by the man himself, Phil G, on the mic. So a lot to look forward to just in the next few weeks. And of course, the whole year will be full of cricket for your viewing pleasure on the European Cricket Network as we go into the 6th over, and Kiona Sakira will join Gabby Sakira bowling at the other end. The chase is on here. 3 fielders go after it, and it's Gabby who does the fielding. Threat of overthrows there, but well, you can see how committed Portugal are in the field, can't you, with every ball being chased by 3 or 4 fielders hunting in packs are the girls out there. And just while a few adjustments are being made in the field, I've got time to say a very good morning to everyone joining in the chat. I see Sim, Paul, Monica. It's great to have you with us on this Wednesday morning. That one's pulled away by Hassan. There's a fielder out there, and Sana throws the ball back in. I hope wherever you are in the world, you're enjoying this exhibition of women's cricket and enjoying your days, hopefully with a bit of sun, as the fully fledged cricket season is just about getting underway. Of course, the IPL on, the county championship is in full swing as well, and April is always the month where it really gets going, isn't it? Can't wait to to see what this summer holds and also to see what the future holds for these two sides out there in the middle at the moment, both Norway and Portugal. Still at the very beginnings of their playing careers as both individuals and as international sides. Norway yesterday with that win picked up their 7th ever T20I win. And currently ranked 63 in the world, but I'm sure they have ambitions to climb up those rankings. Meanwhile, for Portugal, for them it'll just be about getting onto the ladder. I believe it's 8 games required in order to establish yourself and get ranking points. So they'll of course have played 3 at the end of this tour. But I know, speaking to some of the management, to the captain and Griselda Brits as well, who's sort of standing in as a coach as she's not quite eligible yet, but she will hopefully be soon to play in T20I events. Then great pickup there by Jade. Never want to run on her arm. I know they want to keep playing T20Is, keep growing as a team, and I think they've stolen everyone's hearts already in just the few days that they've been on the international stage. As we get to the end of the 6th, Norway 20 for no loss. So that is the end of the power play, which means that Portugal can now push 4 fielders outside of the ring. Remember, later in the day when the men play, it will be 5 allowed outside. Take a look at the skyscrapers, and, well, round of applause for Ishmeet Chima as she picks up her maiden in T20I cricket. Great start to her spell this morning. Ishmeet has bowled 2 so far, and looks like she'll come on for her next here, and they ran through for 1 to start off the 7th over. Monica saying she's a bit late because she was watching Ireland women play against Pakistan and Scotland playing against the West Indies. It is the Women's World Cup qualifiers, that's a tongue twister, happening at the moment, as that one cuts in away nicely from Ishmeet Chima, but played away equally nicely by Gorad. Monica says she needs more screens. Well, that's the way. You also need 2 screens to have both the T20Is on here and across on the other half of the European Cricket Network. We have the ECS live from Madrid, so at least 2 screens required for the European Cricket Network, as that one just came out wrong from Ishmeet Chima, so she will have to re-bowl that one. Just needs to put that one at the back of her mind, because until now she's been bowling excellently. Yep, there's Women's World Cup qualifiers happening, and well, next week on the European Cricket Network we'll also have a European Cricket Series Women's coming to you from Bologna. And of course, the growth of women's cricket in Europe has been astounding in the last few years, and it has been helped by the European Cricket Network as well, allowing, for example, these T10 series to happen, as that one's been hit firmly down the ground. It should just be the one, though, as Bianca Maximo does the fielding, because the qualifications to play in a European Cricket Network T10 are slightly more relaxed than ICC, so it allows pathway players who might not yet be fully qualified for the ICC to still play for their country, as we saw with Griselda Brits. That one again just slightly over-pitched from Chima, but Gorad cashes in there, as that's going to go all the way to the boundary for the first 4 of the innings. So Chima will have to bowl a free hit here. And that's a great comeback, actually. Perfect delivery. But it just eludes the grasp of captain Sarah Fu Ryland with the gloves. Go through for a bye. So there's 1 ball left of the 7th and 1 ball left of Ishmeet Chima's 3rd over. Again, it's well delivered. Just knocked around the corner by Ayesha Hassan. The fielding out there done by Ishmeet Kaur. So that is the end of the 7th over. Norway 31 for no loss. So it's been a nice little start for Norway. Again, these two out in the middle, putting together a solid partnership, as in fact they did yesterday. Their first wicket partnership yesterday worth 72. And they've already put 31 on the board here. Both of these batters showing why actually they're near the top of the all-time run scorers list for Norway. In fact, Ayesha Hassan right at the very top with 217. Her high score 33 not out, and she threatened that yesterday when she scored that 28, batting at that number 2 spot. And Anushka Gorad, she's right behind her on 165 runs for her country, and yesterday's score of 38 was in fact her high score. So congratulations to her for notching up that little milestone. I'm sure both of them will be eyeing up that 200 run mark. In fact, Ayesha Hassan has already got the 200 runs. I was reading the wrong line. She's got 217 runs for her country. So she's the first ever player after her runs yesterday to move past 200 runs. And it's Ramya Imadi currently sitting in second place with 189 and Gorad in third with 165. In fact, those three are the three to go past 100 runs for Norway as we go into the 8th over here, and Kiona Sakira comes back into the attack. Norway looking for 2 runs there, but they just settle for the 1. And the Portuguese bowlers have done incredibly well here. A vast improvement on yesterday, where just the extras let them down a little, but they've been on the money more often than not here today, just like that one there. This time though, it's played nicely away by Gorad. They will run through for 1. Gorad back on strike here. And that one's full and straight, and it was threatening the stumps, but she does well to sweep that away and then to dive under the ball. As the ball comes thrown in here by Ishmeet Kaur, and a bit of a limbo done here. Back forward, take cover. In the end does well to duck it. As gets through for a single. The one thing I'll say for Gorad is she accumulates runs well. I think she just wants to take a look at that strike rate. Yesterday, she scored 38, but it did take 61 balls to get there, so over half of the balls in the innings. And here, she started off solidly enough, but 12 from 32. Especially when you've still got wickets to play with. Of course, we're still only in the 8th over, but I think even at the halfway stage, going up to maybe 12 overs, she'd want to look to accelerate that strike rate, because you do have players like Ramya Imadi, like Alina Aslam, who can come in and hit the ball hard from the off. That one just drifts slightly down past the wide line on the offside. For Portugal here, it's just about making that breakthrough. The breakthrough yesterday came a little too late with this opening partnership worth over 70, and a few wickets did fall then, but it was more or less the damage was done from Norway. They were able to get themselves over the line. So Portugal just need to keep probing away at that stump-to-stump line, which they're doing well so far, but been equally well kept out by the Norwegian pair as we get to the end of the 8th over. 35 runs on the board. And that's exactly what Portugal did so well in that first game, the first T20I on Monday morning, where they put on 109 runs on the board, did Portugal, thanks to Kiona Sakira. She top scored with 37 off 39, and I know all her friends at North Runkton Cricket Club in Norfolk will be tuning in and cheering on their girl, so good morning to you over in Norfolk. And Sarah Fu-Ryland in that first game also chipped in with 24 off 36. As Ishrit Chima comes back into the attack. That one's worked away nicely though. The chase is on here and the ball will win as Hassan gets 4 runs on the board. And that was a lovely stroke. Just used the pace of the ball of Ishrit Chima, one of the quicker bowlers for Portugal, and just feathered it away to fine leg. 4 runs to start the 9th over. And in that first game then, 109 on the board for Portugal. And Norway women, again, they were inching ever closer, and it was just a case of if they could play out the 20, they probably would win. But Portugal kept on picking up wickets at important moments and ended up bowling Norway out for 93 in the middle of the 17th over. And well, there was 2 brilliant run-outs in that game by Jade de Figueiredo. 2 direct hits, which certainly make the highlight reel for the series. Great delivery there by Ishrit Chima. That one strikes Hassan in the midriff. And Chima on that occasion also picked up 3 wickets. 2 were clean bowled. And then 1 was caught well in the covers by Ishmit Kaur. So if Portugal can pick up 1 wicket, you'd imagine 2 or 3 will follow. That's a great hit by Hassan. Again, another boundary for her in the over, and it was a good effort by Sana Loika, but in her exuberance to try and get to the ball, she overran it and just slipped past it. And how many times have we seen that, especially on this pitch, where it can be a bit unforgiving, the outfield. It's all downhill, basically, from the strip out there in the middle, which means the ball does come flying at you quicker than you would expect. And then especially in this early morning sunshine, there's a bit of dew about, and on that occasion, Sana just overran it and cartoon character style couldn't wheel her legs round quickly enough and could just watch the ball fly past her for 4. But it was a lovely shot there from Hassan, and her second 4 in 3 deliveries. She goes to the same area again. This one though should be cut off as Sana Loika this time keeps her footing, is able to throw it in. But productive over so far from Norway. 9 runs coming off it, still 2 to come. That's a lovely delivery there by Chima. Gaurad though equal to it. There's 1 ball left of the spell for Chima. I think she's been unlucky not to pick up a wicket. She's been bowling probing lines. Can she pick up a wicket on her final delivery here? Oh, it's a low full toss, and it's been played away nicely by Gaurad. Good stop there by Bianca Maximo, who decides to do some early morning press-ups at the same time. And that is the end of the 9th. A good over for Norway. 10 runs coming off it, and they move to 45 for no loss. So these 2 out there, Anushka and Aisha, pointing together. I thought it was the end of the over. Yeah. Umpire clothesline there from Naeem. So I think that is the end of the over. Maybe he's just getting a call. That was 6 balls in it. And they're just getting the confirmation, but I did think that one knocked down the ground was the final ball. There was 2 falls in there, 2 dots, and I believe 2 singles, but yeah, do get the signal that that is the end of the over. So Ishri Chima didn't get the benefit of a bonus ball, well, nor did the batter either, as we do make it to the end of the 9th. Norway 45 for no loss. And again, a warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat, especially those celebrating the women's cricket on display there. I see Paul and Christopher, Monica, nice to see you being champions of women's cricket. As you know, I am 100% as well. As we take a look at the batting scorecard for Norway, and it's been a lovely start for them. 45 on the board for the loss of no wicket, but the positive aspect for Portugal is they haven't been bowling too many extras. That was unfortunately their downfall yesterday, but so far they've been bowling stump to stump, just the 6 wides. And given that Ishrit Chima has already bowled out, the 15-year-old, she's one of the more inexperienced bowlers in this Portugal lineup, but she's finished a brilliant spell, went for 22 runs, but also picked up a maiden, which is excellent going, especially in T20Is. So they've still got bowlers up their sleeves to Portugal. As Kiona Sakira comes back on for her third, well bowled. So Gabby Sakira, she's only bowled the 1 over. Jade, she's got 2 overs left. So there's 5 overs right there between the two of them. So Kiona Sakira with ball in hand at the moment. I'm just bowling lines. Well, the Norway batter wants the wide. But I don't think she's going to give it. I get it, because I think it was a good decision there by umpire Andy, as, yeah, well, you can see straight away a bit of umpiring done there by Gaurad, but the right decision was made there. And, well, this time it's drifted down leg side, and it's going to roll all the way for 4 runs. So Gaurad, maybe she's happy in the end that it wasn't called a wide, because the next one she could just hit to the rope. Always an advocate for using your bat rather than raising your arms trying to get the call in your favour, and that time excellent shot by Gaurad, who moves on to 17 and shuffles up that strike rate as well. 17 off 38. 2 balls left in the 10th. Bowled by Kiona Sakira, good comeback ball. The 50 partnership is up for Norway with that 50 runs on the board for their side. So a good start for them with that expected score up at 114. Final ball of the 10th. That one's played away nicely. There is a fielder out there. Sanna Loika should do the gathering. Just about juggles it, but gets it in. So just the 1 run taken off that final ball of the 10th. So at the halfway stage, Norway 51 for no loss. As they take a drink, and gives you an opportunity to join me here in the commentary box, and a warm welcome for, well, one of the final times into the commentary igloo, as, well, we're coming to the end of our tour of Portugal. What a tour it's been, starting way back a few weeks ago in the Challenger Series, where Phil G, well, he lost his laptop to the storm, but it's a long and distant memory now as the sun is beating down. And of course the Lisbon Supergiants took home the title in that Challenger Series. The first time ever, actually, we've split the Portugal Series into Challenger and Premier. And what a move that was. We had so many tight games. We had a golden ball, and Lisbon Supergiants in the end took home the win. Then we went over into the Premier Division. And, well, the weather gods weren't exactly on our side for the finals day there. So Marlow, they were able to take the trophy home without bowling a single ball on finals day. But I think that was pretty much deserved, given that they topped the table by a pretty large margin. Of course, we would have liked to have had that finals day out there in the middle, but the weather had other options. And, well, then going into the internationals, the ECIs, we started off with the T10s, and Portugal, the women, they showed us exactly what they were all about, coming straight in, for some of them for the first game ever, and taking home the trophy actually without losing a game. There was that one abandonment because of the weather, but otherwise Portugal, again, with a golden ball, first ever game they played. Norway as well, the first ever T10 they played, it ended in a golden ball. I've been a bit lucky here with the amount of golden balls I've had. And then in the men's side as well, Norway, they were the ones that were dominant through those T10s until, of course, that final game where I think maybe in a bit of anger, Portugal came out firing, especially Conrad Greenshields, and, well, didn't he impress yesterday as well? Winning that T20I for his side, making sure that today will actually be again, everything is on the line, both in the women's game out there in the middle at the moment and in the men's game. The series are level at 1-1, and it's all still to play for. And I just want to put a bit of a reminder out there as well that the women out there, they're still so early in their cricket careers, especially for Portugal. Some of them are playing their first ever games of cricket. And to do it out there on the big stage, in front of the cameras, in front of you guys, I think that takes a lot of guts, and I think it's worth celebrating. And I'm certainly celebrating it here in the commentary box. I hope you're celebrating it back at home. And thank you for those in the chat who are putting in positive messages. And I know the girls read the messages as well, and it's always nice to have a bit of positive reinforcement, to appreciate the girls for what they're doing out there. Some of them 15 years old, some of them, you know, older than 15 years old, but still within, you know, in the cricket years, they're still so young. And to have them out there showing us what they can do, being brave, you know, it's not easy being out there in front of the cameras and representing your country in something that maybe you only picked up a few months ago, a few years ago. Even if you're a seasoned professional, it's not easy. And hats off to all the girls and guys who will be out there later, because it's a pressure situation, and they are dealing with the pressure well and just keep plugging away as Bianca Maximo comes in for her first over of this game. That one just comes out wrong from Bianca, but we saw that when she gets her lines right, she is a real handful, as we saw in fact yesterday, as she picked up her first ever T20I wicket. And well, it's worth watching it back just for the celebration alone, as she absolutely roared in delight. The Maximo celebration, I'm sure Vinny would have loved that one as well, as that's a much better delivery there by Bianca on the free hit. And oh, the throw flashed in there from Jade. As that throw comes in. And let's take a look at this. She would have been gone. Oh, actually, yeah, she would have been gone, as she was more or less home, but just didn't get her bat down. And well, when Jade de Figueiredo has ball in hand, more often than not, you expect to see the stumps flying. This time though, just flash past. That one through the legs of Garad, but I think it touched her leg on the way down. So that will go down as leg buys. Another one on the score for Norway. They move to 55 for no loss. You can see Bianca actually gets quite a lot of natural in-dip. That one actually started... That one started more or less on middle stump. Take a look at this. And just by the time it drifted, it went down leg side. So it was a bit unlucky there from Bianca. If she can get that one starting outside off stump, that's that real danger ball that she picked up a wicket with yesterday. There we go. That was a better delivery, but an even better shot, as that's been pulled away by Aisha Hassan all the way to the boundary. 4 runs, and this is some really positive batting from Norway. Lovely shot. As that one gets stroked away, and Sanne Loike is out there. She can't do anything about that. 4 runs to Norway. And Hassan moves to 27 off just 24 deliveries. So an excellent innings from her so far. Her high score for her country, 33 not out. She moves clear at the top of the rankings in terms of run scorers for Norway. So that one's a no ball based on the double bounce, and it's going to go actually for overthrows. It's going to go all the way to the rope. And a bit of a miscommunication there, as well, it was a no ball because it bounced twice first and foremost. It was hit away into the covers. It was straight into the hands of Gabi Sekira. She took a shot at the stumps, which you can understand why, because Norway, the 2 batters were umming and ahhing about whether to go for a run, but in the end, she doesn't hit the stumps, flashes past and goes all the way for 4 overthrows the other side. Again, a bit of a lack of experience there, but you can completely understand why she went for the run out. Maybe next time just hold the ball, take the dot ball. I suppose it was a no ball, but at least make sure you don't give away extra runs. And great comeback ball again. Gabby Sakira this time throws it in. And again, they just need to be careful on the overthrows as Sarah Fu-Island can't pick up that throw comfortably. And again, another 1 to the score. So Norway, this is a productive few balls. It was a 4 and then 5 no balls after the overthrows, and then again another free run there. It's just about maybe game awareness there from Gabby. The exuberance of youth, of course, she wants to pick up the wicket every time. So if you see there's absolutely no one backing up the throw, well, you've got to make sure the throw comes in perfectly or don't throw it at all. So a few more runs on the board for Norway. That one will be a wide ball. I'm just checking if it's a no ball, but I think the first bounce was certainly on the pitch. It was wide then, called by umpire Naeem. And Bianca Maximo, she's not related to Mr. Maximo, although I know Vinny feels like they're adopted brother and sister. He was delighted to call, in fact, the first ever wicket for Portugal in ECIs went to Bianca Maximo. Vinny was able to, I think probably for the first time ever, as that one escapes through. And again, it's going to run for 4. It's the 3rd boundary of this over for Norway. And Isha Hassan moves on to 37 in fact, with that 4. So this is now officially her highest ever score in T20I. So congratulations to Aisha. I'm sure she'll want to add to it. Maybe even have that half century in sight. She goes to that same area again. There is a fielder out there. This time does a better job of stopping it. Throws it in nicely. So no relation between Mr. Maximo and Bianca Maximo. But for the first time ever, I think Vinny was able to call a Maximo on a bowled, obviously usually reserved for a big 6. But when Bianca Maximo picked up that first ever wicket for Portugal in T10s, he of course gave it the big Maximo, as had to be the case. But no relation between the two. But I know Vinny wishes her well, as we all do for all of these players. And you can see Bianca, that was a costly over. In fact, it went magical in the end, 20 runs coming off it. Wasn't helped by a few overthrows, and well, also great batting from Aisha Hassan in particular, who moves to 38 off 28. It's good batting from her, and good batting from both of these batters out there as they move the partnership and the score to 73. So they've done one better than their partnership yesterday of 72, as Gabby Sakira comes back in to the attack. I think that must have come off a bit of bat, otherwise probably would have heard a big appeal. In fact, yeah, runs called. So Aisha Hassan here on 38. The highest score ever for Norway in T20Is was 41 not out, as that was scored by Mateba Anza against Austria, but that was way back in 2019. In a game that Norway women won by 16 runs, so Austria were chasing 120 in that game and managed to just get 104 and were bowled out in the last. And on that occasion, Mateba Ansa, she actually came in at 5. Managed to score 41 not out after 57 deliveries, scoring 2 4s along the way. So Hassan here is on 39, which is one more than Gorad achieved yesterday against Portugal. That moves her to 40. So she's 1 away from levelling with the highest ever score, 2 from actually breaking the total, and well, there's a good chance there. That might have left her a few runs short, but Jade de Figueiredo, a difficult chance, puts it down. Hassan moves to 40. Gorad back on strike as that one chips up in the air. It's a chance. And Sarah Furuyland just doesn't quite get to that. Throws everything at it and puts her body on the line. I hope she's okay here. As we take a look at this on replay, I think she might have just winded herself as she goes, oh, yeah. Her knee hits the floor, and that means there's nothing to stop her torso. And she's an absolute fighter. You can see her coming back onto the screen there. Just a deep breath. There you go. Get some air back in those lungs. I think all of the air was absolutely exhausted out of those lungs on that effort. Sarah, you know, she's absolutely putting everything out there for her side, and it was great to have her in the igloo the other day just talking about her passion for this team. Let's not forget, this team was only formed a few weeks ago, and from Sarah just joking around with some friends at a cricket match in England to suddenly being the heart and soul of this Portugal side after one of her friends just wrote a message to Portugal Cricket alerting them to Sarah's presence, and then here she is absolutely throwing herself around for her country and for her side. And this, you can see what an absolute competitor she is. So pleased for her yesterday scoring that half century. I know it meant a lot to her, and it's just so many stories out there from both sides, and that's the beauty of women's cricket as well. Just every individual has their own story to tell, whether it's Ishrit Chima, just 15 years old, playing for the very first time in a game like this, to Sarah Furuyland, who's got international experience. She's played tests for England, and now she's embarking on a second international career, one that she certainly didn't expect, and leading her country to victory in the first ever T20I, and talking them through the defeat yesterday, and now battling it out again as Norway moved to 77 for no loss after 12. I agree with Little Alan in the chat. We should definitely have Bianca Maximo and Mr. Maximo commentating in the cube together in future. I think we have to make that happen. But I'm sure Bianca would be more than happy to just stay out there in the middle as she comes in for her second over. And that's on the money straight away. There's a chance, and it's taken. Bianca Maximo picks up a wicket as Gabby Sikira with the safe hands in the cover. And it's Anushka Gorad who has to depart for 20. It's a great partnership between Gorad and Hassan. It's worth 77, but Portugal do pick up their first wicket, and it's that woman there, Bianca Maximo, who picks it up. Just missed time there from Gorad, knocks it into the covers, and a catch comfortably taken by a 16-year-old superstar, Gabby Sikira. Gorad absolutely fuming with herself, but I think when she looks back on reflection, she will be happy with her contribution. She saw that ball and just didn't manage to get on top of it. Was trying to cut it away, managed to just cut it upwards. So the breakthrough for Portugal. As Gorad, she gets a round of applause rightfully from her teammates. And Bianca Maximo, again, the star of the show, as she picks up a wicket again to go with her wicket that she got in that first T20I. Also picked one up yesterday, so that's her third international wicket. She clean bowled Ayesha Hassan in that game yesterday. Something I'm sure she'll be trying to do here as well, as Hassan is currently at the non-strikers end with 40 off 31. Just 2 away from the all-time high score for Norway. She's joined in the middle by Ramya Imadi. Again, one of the stars of the Norway side. She's the second highest wicket taker and also the second highest run scorer behind Hassan at the other end. So these two, the 2 highest run scorers for Norway, out in the middle, looking to build a second wicket partnership here. That one just drifts down the leg side from Maximo. Oh, I just love her competitive spirit. She just absolutely loves being part of this Portugal side. And maybe didn't quite get her lines right yesterday. Ultimately, it was the extras that did it for Portugal in those latter overs, but she started well here. The thing that was really kind of the domino effect for Portugal was that once they bowled one or two extras, the extras just then kept on coming. And it's difficult to get yourself out of that rut, but today it's been so better. It's been so much improved that, yes, there's been a few wides and no balls, but it's been isolated balls rather than an escalation and a series of them. And same here with Bianca. There's a wide in there, but then the next one, or the next two, including this one, right on the spot that time. Bianca, she can appeal for that one. She's not going to get given it by umpire Naeem. So Mardi yet to get off the mark here. There's a yes called, and now it's a chance for a run out. It's fumbled there by Sarah Fru-Ryland. She throws up the hand in apology. She would have been well out there, Imadi. She set off for a run, but Hassan was not interested in the slightest. The throw came in from Gabby Sakiri. It was a decent enough throw, but I think Sarah just was so eager to try and break those stumps that she forgot about getting the ball in hand. And that's a big, big let-off for Imadi. Now Portugal would have dearly loved to get her without having added to the score, but she's still there. Can she make the most of this opportunity now? Well bowled by Bianca. It's just knocked in, and the direct hit in trouble. And close again. And there's going to be overthrows as it races away to the other side. I think it's again going to go all the way to the boundary. Well, it looks like actually it's been stopped by Afshin Ahmed. Again, it was Jade de Figueiredo who threw in the ball. It was so close, it would have been out. So it's the second opportunity there to pick up a wicket. As it was, though, raced to the other side. And after all that, they did just run the one, so they didn't run on the overthrows. So an escape there for both Norway and for Portugal. As Hassan now on strike. She's got the all-time record in her sights. That one will have to be re-bowled. Can Maximo get herself out of this 13th over? Good delivery. A good hit there by Ayesha Hassan. It's going to run away to the rope. So that moves her to 44. And that is a bit of history there for Norway women, as Ayesha Hassan claims the all-time high score with that boundary. So she moves to 44 of 32 deliveries. Previous high score was 41 not out. Well, Ayesha Hassan, she's actually featuring heavily in that list. She previously got scores of 33 not out and 33. This time, though, she goes 11 better. 44 not out for her. Congratulations to Ayesha, but she'll certainly have that half century in her sights now. What a moment that would be for her and for the Norwegian side. As we get to the end of the 13th over, 84 for 1. And well, it was an eventful over as well, wasn't it? It started with that wicket. Anushka Gorad fell for 20 after a straightforward catch for Gabby Sakira in the covers. And then there was two chances actually to get the run out. One was more straightforward than the other. Sarah Fru-Ryland just didn't manage to take the ball cleanly. And then Jade de Figueiredo flashed one across, and again, expect her to maybe hit the stumps on that occasion. But then finishing off the over with a 4 to take Ayesha Hassan to that record-breaking 44 not out. Most importantly, though, she's still not out. She's still there, but she's at the non-strikers end at the moment, as Ramya Mardi, who had a life in that over, faces up to Jade de Figueiredo. Knocked away into the gap and chance of run out here. As the throw comes in here, they set off on a run, but in fact it went straight to the hands. I think it was Gabby Zakira out there. Throw comes in, it's a good throw, but yeah, safely home. Good call from umpire Naeem. Good bat slide as well from Aisha Hassan, the woman with 44 runs to her name. Oh, and that's unlucky as there's a bit of bat on that, but just manages to avoid hitting it into our own stumps and avoids nicking one behind to the captain. Well bowled by Jade de Figueiredo. She's still got an over left after this, so after this there'll be 6 overs left. I'm sure Jade will bowl one of them. Gabby will probably bowl 2. And Kiona's got 1 left and Bianca's got 2 left. That one's knocked away to backward square. Chase is on here. It's well fielded there, so just the 1. So Portugal have just used the 5 bowlers so far, and I think they will probably just stick with the 5. Ishrit Chima, she's already bowled out. A nice spell from her. 22 runs she gave away, but also picked up a maiden. Jade comes back in to try and break that partnership. That one's just edged away into the offside, and again they'll just come through for the 1. I think I'd just quite like to see a fielder closer in the covers, because the ball does tend to pop up. Jade gets a bit of turn and bounce. And there are fielders in the covers, but they're quite deep there, Afshin Ahmed and Gabby Zakira. But we do get to the end of the 14th. It was well played by Norway to just see out one of the overs of Jade de Figueiredo. This is the tactic that worked well from yesterday. Just make sure the best bowlers don't get you out and try to cash in on some of the less experienced bowlers. And you can see actually it's been a few productive overs for Norway in terms of the run rate. That 10th over going for 10 runs, and that was that double boundary over. And they've managed to score 5 boundaries in the last 5 overs, which, well, before the 8th over they only managed the 1 boundary, and that was back in the 1st over. So they've accelerated nicely here, have Norway. They've still got wickets in hand, just the 1 wicket down with 6 overs to go. It looks like Bianca Maximo will come back for her 3rd over. That's right on the money from the start. Well bowled, Bianca. Again, that's a chance and it's dropped. Afshin Ahmed, the ball came at her quickly. It was flashed away off the bat of Imadi. It was a great delivery from Bianca. But just didn't quite get her hands in the right position quickly enough, did Afshin, and that's a chance that goes down. And Ramya Imadi is living dangerously here. Brilliant bowling by Bianca. 3 balls right on the money straight away. Chase is on here for Gabby. Just the 1 run. I think for Portugal, maybe pack that cover point region a bit more, because Bianca's bowling a nice line here outside off, but really the only place that the Norway batters can hit it is square of the wicket. They've got two fielders there, but they're probably about 15 metres apart. Just squeeze those two together, make sure there's no single in that area. If Bianca will keep bowling there. That time though, just gets it slightly wrong. Just doesn't come out of the hand right. That one will have to be re-bowled. Comeback ball here from Bianca. And again, just misses her line. That one will be called a no ball as it lands off the pitch. I think it might have actually been full enough to maybe be a wide pitch beyond the crease. But it will be called a no ball, so the next one will be a free hit, which Ramya Amadi, while she is one of the Norwegian players with the most power in her hands, and you can see she's standing right outside the crease, so she's waiting for this, see if she can hit this one to the rope. Great delivery from Bianca. It's picked up by Jade de Figueiredo, not picked up cleanly enough though, otherwise there might have been a chance of a direct hit. In the end though, good ball by Bianca, and the free hit just goes for one. Two balls left of Bianca's third over. One just chases Hassan, who's on 46. She'll be looking to get to her half century, her maiden half century, and as I said, the first ever half century for Norway, after of course both Sarah Furr-Ryland and Gabby Sakira achieved that milestone yesterday. Final ball of the 15th, well bowled by Bianca. And a good run called as, well, the fielder's there on the offside, probably a bit too deep, and Hassan just knocks it in front of her, manages to run through and also manages to keep the strike. So she moves to 47. Norway moved to 93 for one after 15. As we take a look, well, it's no longer taking a look forward as at what's to come, but just looking back and reflecting on what an epic few weeks it's been. Started way back last month with the Challenger division and Lisbon Super Giants picking up the trophy there. And the Premier Division, where Marlow, they once more reign supreme over Portugal, picking up another ECS trophy to add to their collection. And then we moved into the internationals between Portugal and Norway, both the men's and women's. Of course, we'll see the men's later this afternoon. But in those T10s, it was Portugal who emerged victorious on the women's side, Norway who took the spoils on the men's side. And well, both series going into the T20Is still on a knife's edge. It's exactly what you want. Everything still to play for on the final day, as that one eludes the fielder, and it will be a half century for Ayesha Hassan, her first ever half century in T20 international cricket. You can see how much that means to her, and congratulations to the 29-year-old as she makes a bit of history here for Norway. The first ever half century for her country, and she gets it with a 4 in style. That one just misfielded by Ishmeet Kaur. Hassan won't mind one jot. 50 up, and well done to Ayesha. Look at that, playing all around the field as well, 360 player. And I'm sure that one will be one that she'll want to repeat on loop, as she makes a little bit of history, puts her name in Norwegian cricket folklore. But she's not done yet. Just under 5 overs to go. She's still out there, 51 not out. Well bowled by Gabby. Norway eyeing up that 100 mark as well, currently 98 for one. Imadi just playing a bit of a anchor role here. That's all she needs to do when Hassan is going so well at the other end. That's well bowled by the 16-year-old. So now Aisha Hassan can claim 3 of the 5 top scores for Norway in their history, which of course is a short history, but it does date back to 2009 when they played their first ever women's T20I matches in the France Women's T20I Quadrangular Series. That was during July and August 2019 in Nantes. That one goes up in the air, but that won't be a chance of a catch. Does well though to stop it going to the boundary. And the fielding there done by Kiona, but they do run through for 2. There's the power that we know Imadi possesses. And that's why she's one of the top run scorers for the Norway side. In fact, she's eyeing up that 200 mark for her country. The 7 runs she has on the board at the moment have taken her to 196. So 4 more needed for her. Make that 3 to get to the 200 mark. That is also the end of the 16th. So Norway 101. They've moved past the magical 3-figure mark, 101 for 1. Expected score 132. And well, we know of the final 4 overs that Jade de Figueiredo, she'll definitely bowl out. Gabby Sakira, I'm sure, will finish her spell as well. Both of them have been economical, and well, there'll be 1 over for Kiona Sakira and 1 for Bianca Maximo. Unless they turn to a 6th bowler, I think that's probably unlikely. Kiona Sakira has been also incredibly economical, just giving away 13 runs so far. It's just interesting to see in what order these bowlers bowl. It looks like Kiona will come back for her final over. And then I imagine it goes, well, Bianca and then possibly Gabby. Well, Gabby probably bowl out first actually, but you know, just speculation here. There's 4 overs left in whichever way they might fall, but certain that Kiona Sakira will bowl the 17th here and Imadi is on strike. Right on the money there. It's been a case of near misses throughout this bowling innings so far for Portugal. They've been bowling well, bowling stump to stump. Just haven't quite been able to make that breakthrough, just on the one occasion where it was chipped up by Anushka Gorad into the covers. That's the only wicket so far. Lovely wobble on that ball, but Mardi equal to it and they'll run through for 1. But what has been noticeable is how much of an improvement it has been in Portugal's bowling performance in terms of keeping those extras down. It was 57 in the game yesterday, and that more or less handed the game to Norway, but so far just the 21 extras. So it looks like they'll pretty much more than half the extras that they bowled yesterday. And again, this is exactly what I've been saying all along with teams that are less experienced. The learning curve is so steep that, you know, maybe when you've played cricket for 5 or 10 years, the steps that you make from game to game are just incremental. You just learn a little bit, but here it's just, you learn so much from every game. And well, you can see the improvements then from day to day, from game to game. As that one's been hit into the covers. There's no chance of a run though, as this great piece of fielding by Ishrit Chima, but then again the overthrows kill it for Portugal. This time it'll just be the 1. So they do get the 1 in the end. But those kind of things, the overthrows, the match awareness, these can't be replicated in training. So every time both Portugal and Norway are out there in the middle, they will just be absorbing so much knowledge, learning from every single delivery. And well, if you can half the amount of extras from one game to the next, then that already shows a massive improvement. Chance of a caught and bowled here, and it's taken as Kiona Sakira gets into the wickets and does all the work herself. It's a nice ball, just about on off stump. It gets chipped up by Ramya Mahdi, and she has to depart for 9, and it's another breakthrough for Portugal. At least stunts the momentum that Norway were picking up, that partnership was building. This time it's a low full toss, but can always be a productive ball, and Ramya Mahdi just a bit too early on it, chips it back to the 28-year-old who takes the court and bowled. So Mahdi, well, she had a few lives already, didn't she, and doesn't quite manage to get going as she departs for 9 off 18 deliveries. But a smart piece of work here by Kiona Sakira. Backpedaling, never easy off your own bowling, and comfortable catch taken. So that's the second wicket to fall for Norway. They're 104 for 2 with 2 balls left of the 17th. But importantly for Norway, Aisha Hassan, she's still out there. She's on 53, not out. She will be joined at the crease by the new batter, who's Nayab Razwan. That one gets hit though. Straight to, and that's been given out. It's into the hands of Jade de Figueiredo. She throws it in, and Seraphu Ryland on this occasion takes the clean catch and whips off the bails. Let's take a look how quick this is, and so we take a look. It was a tight call, but Nayab Razwan, she does have to depart as well. You can see what she was trying to do. She was trying to accelerate the innings. She was also trying to get Aisha Hassan on strike, but in the end only manages, well, to find the dangerous Jade de Figueiredo in the field. She threw it to Seraphu Ryland, who whips off the bails, and the finger is put up. Great throw here. And let's have a look. It's a tight call. Go back 1 frame. Yeah, and I think that is a excellent decision by umpire Andy. Short by probably a centimetre or 2, but the call was the right one. And excellent replays as well by 2 circles there. And that is 2 wickets and 2 balls. Of course, won't be a hat-trick ball because it was a run out, but a team hat-trick potential here for Portugal as Ananya Rautela comes to the crease. And slight bit of brain fade there from the bowler and the keeper as that one goes through for 2 wides. One ball left of the 17th. And that one's well bowled. But again, just goes straight through Seraphu Ryland. Didn't quite get her legs together quickly enough. It will be another run on the board. Kiona Sakira, well, she still finishes with figures of 1 for 18 and picked up a well-deserved wicket, 1 for 19. Actually, that must have come off the bat. And that does mark the end of the 17th. Norway 107 for 3. So the expected score 126, that's probably a bit generous for Norway, given that, well, I imagine Jade and Gabby will be bowling 2 of the remaining 3 overs. But if Aisha Hassan still there, can swing the bat, get a few more boundaries, then that 120 mark certainly within sight. It looks like it'll be Bianca Maximo coming back for her final over. In the chat, James saying umpire has a great eye, good decision. It was a great decision, wasn't it, by umpire Andy? It was literally 1 frame her bat was short, next frame it was in, but it was in that first frame that the bails were broken. So a brilliant call there. It's never easy, those judgment calls. And well, the ball's flying in, you've got to look where the bat is at the same time. That was a great decision, and that's a great ball as Bianca Maximo comes back in, and there's that trademark celebration. It's a Maximo wicket as Aisha Hassan, well, round of applause for her as her fantastic innings finally comes to an end. She finishes on a record-breaking 54 of 43 deliveries. Her watch is finally over thanks to an excellent Yorker from Bianca Maximo, who's come back on and straight into the wickets. But it's no wonder Aisha Hassan is leaving the pitch with a massive smile on her face and gets the plaudits from her teammates, the hug from her coach. Well done, Aisha. That'll be an innings that she'll remember for a long time to come. I mean, Maximo, though, that's a brilliant delivery in anyone's book. Just goes through the gate, takes the middle of off stump, and it's worth Bianca getting wickets just to see her roar of celebration. And that's her second wicket of this game. She's still got 5 balls left to add to that collection. As the new batter out there is Bijayata Kumari, the wicketkeeper. Right on the money here from Maximo. He's got 4 balls left. We're into the 18th over here. Look at that win predictor as well. Can barely call it. 55% in favour of Norway now, by virtue of the fact they've got the runs on the board. This time not a run added though, so 107 still on the scoreboard for Norway. You can see every time there's a dot ball, that win predictor just ticks over to Portugal, and I'm sure we've got an absolute thriller on our hands here. That one's hit away into the covers, and they will run through for 1. I remember in that first T20I, then Portugal put 109 on the board, which is exactly what Norway have now. And yesterday Portugal scored 136, but both times so far, and in fact then ever in T20I history for Portugal, they've always batted first. So I like this call actually as well from Sarah Furuyland to win the toss and bowl first to give her batters another challenge with scoreboard pressure. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that, and the score will certainly be, well, at least 110 now. And if these 2 batters out there, Rautalet and Kumari, can even add just another 10 to the score, then Portugal will find themselves chasing something around 120. So it'll be a runner ball. We know they've got batters who have power that can clear the ropes, but do they have the depth and do they have the match awareness to just keep that score ticking? And there's still 2.5 overs here for Norway to add to the runs they've got so far. That's, again, right on target from Bianca Maximo. Bianca Maximo 2 for 35 so far, and it's the final ball of her spell. Can she pick up a 3rd wicket, or can Rautela get herself off the mark? Oh, it's well bowled again. Gabby Sakira throwing herself around the field. I know her parents are here, so I'm sure they can do the laundry if her kit gets a bit dirty, as that is the end of the 18th over. The end of an excellent spell as well for Bianca Maximo, who picks up 2 wickets. So that takes her collection in T20Is to 4. She just gave away 35 runs, which is a solid effort from her, given again she's so new to this game of cricket, and it's a bit of a baptism of fire, isn't it, to go straight onto the international stage. But her enthusiasm and her wicket celebrations have lit up the Santarem cricket ground. I'm looking forward to seeing more of her in the future. But for now, someone who's also got a bright future is coming on to bowl, and that's Gabby Sakira, the 16-year-old, who will bowl the 19th. I'm almost certain then Jade de Figueiredo will finish off at the farmhouse end with the 20th over. But Gabby, well, she's not scared to boss her fielders around. She knows exactly what she wants. 16 years old, but already a lot of cricket experience, and that was an absolute ripper of a delivery. She was complaining a bit, she was mentioning in the commentary igloo how she's not bowled much on AstroTurf, there's not much in the pitch. Well, she's found something there, as that was a ridiculous delivery, turn and bounce again. That one, it's just, it'd be too good for most bowlers. And for most batters, and I was talking to Conrad Greenshields in the box yesterday, and he was saying, yeah, I think she would do a job in the men's sides, and she's such a handful with the dip and the turn and the bounce she gets. And that time it's chipped up, and there's a chance of run out here if it goes to the keeper, and she will be out. Umpire Andy, I think that was a bit more of a straightforward decision as the throw came in. It was a nice throw, and so Fru Ryland picked it up cleanly and picks up another wicket as Norway lose another. I can see why they were trying to go for it. They were trying to accelerate the runs, pick up any run they can. First it was almost a catch from Gabby Sikira, but the pickup there was from Ishrit Chima. It was a great throw from her. Sarah Fru Ryland ready and waiting, picks up the ball, and an easy decision there for the umpire as Ananya Rautela has to depart without adding to the score. Second ball duck for her, but no criticism at all there, trying to move the score along. But it's the 5th wicket down for Norway, 109 for 5. And this is a nice little comeback from Portugal, just stopping the momentum of the innings. It was 101 for 1. And then 107 for 1 starting the 16th over. So Norway, they've just lost a few wickets for a handful of runs here. And Gabby Sikira chips this one up. It's going to fall short. It's a chance for a run out again if she gets it in cleanly. But already maybe learnt from her mistakes and learnt exactly from what Sarah Fru Ryland says there, which is just hold the ball. They've already given away a few overthrows here, have Portugal. Probably that score would otherwise be down at 105, 100. So Gabby does the right thing there, takes hold of the ball. And there's a chance of a run here, but it might be a run out actually, and it will be, as Bieta Kumari, in her haste to try and get the score moving, just goes on a little walk here. I don't think she quite knew where the ball was, as we see this one. Yeah, she hits it into her own foot, doesn't realise where the ball is. Sarah Fru Ryland certainly does, as she picks it up and knocks over the bails. And, well, decisions, they keep on getting easier and easier for the umpire, as Kumari there, well short. I think she just didn't quite see where the ball went on that occasion, but this is the little flurry of wickets that I was mentioning that Portugal were trying to find. For them, maybe it's just come a bit too late. If this flurry came when Norway were on 50 or 60, it might be a different game. But of course, that's thanks to the batting at the top between Anushka Gorad and Ayesha Hassan, as Gabby has the final ball of her spell. And they do run through for the one. Captain Sarah wearing another one there. So that is the end of the 19th. And it's Nelson, 111 on the score. 6 wickets down, Norway. How many more runs can they add here to get themselves up even to 115? Any run here could be vital. So it will be Jade de Figueiredo to finish off here, the 20th over. And you can see there the fall of wicket, just the flurry of those 5 wickets falling for just 6 runs. But thankfully for Norway, they already got 77 runs on the board before a single wicket fell. And now it'll be Mirab Razwan on strike, the captain, to try and get some runs on the board in the final over. As she does come marching down the pitch, and Jade de Figueiredo cannot believe her luck. As that one just gripped and bounced. Unfortunately for Jade though, fortunately for Mirab Razwan, just bounced over the stumps. And Sarah Fru Ryland couldn't collect it quickly enough to go for the stumping. So that one's knocked away into the leg side. It was a good stroke there. And it's actually going to go all the way, as it's fumbled out there in the deep by Sanne Loike. And there are the 4 runs that the Norway were after. It was off the bat of Mirab Razwan. Struck firmly. And again, just that bobble there. It's a tough one there for Sanne. She got in a good enough position, just didn't quite find the line to get her body behind it, but she was not helped by the mini Tortuga there. As Razwan goes again, chips this one up. It's going to go over Ishrit Chima in the covers. And Fielded well there by Jo Child, making sure she gets everything behind that so it doesn't bobble past her. Throw comes in though, and bonus runs again. This is something that Portugal have just been a bit sloppy with today. We were praising their fielding so much the last 2 days. They were catching everything. They were throwing it in, hitting the stumps. Today, there's been a few missed opportunities by Jade de Figueiredo. Of course, a direct hit is never easy, but she made it look so easy in the last few days. Today, though, just a few have gone flashing past the stumps, which, well, one found the boundary. So it's probably been about 8 or 10 overthrows, which you can't afford when you're chasing a score which now looks like it will be up towards 120. It's Vidya Viala now on strike with 3 balls left. Jade de Figueiredo, I'm sure she'd love to pick up a wicket here. That's hit away nicely by Viala, and it hits the knees, and it's fielded well on the second attempt there. They're going to try and go through for another run here, and they're both going to end up at the same end actually. So Jade de Figueiredo takes the bails off. We'll have to check who actually is out here. It looks like the captain Mirab Razwan is walking off the pitch, as she was just trying to get back on strike. After a slight misfield in the deep, the throw came in, and Razwan was certainly looking for a second run here, but you could see Vidya Viala sold her down the river a bit there. And when your captain says go, you generally have to go. I think it was probably worth trying to go for that second run there. In the end, though, it was an easy run-out decision for the umpire, an easy run-out for Jade de Figueiredo, especially for someone of her quality. She's not going to miss out on that one, but the captain does miss out, as she has to depart for 8. She did pick up that one boundary, though. Take a look here. Razwan wanted to go, said yes, no, and actually then it was just about... They lost eye contact there as Razwan initially went back. As we go back to live, they will just run through here. Take a look at this. This was hit into the leg side. Oh, you can see that Paridi Agrawal was already more or less at the striker's end by the time the ball is hit. So they do run positively there, 4-2. So the score's moved up to 122 for 7. There's 1 ball left of this innings. That one's knocked into the leg side. They'll try and come back for 2 here. The throw comes in from Kiona Sakira. It's a good throw, but it's even better running by the pair out there, Agrawal and Viala. They run through for 2. And that's an excellent over for Norway, given that it's the bowling of Jade de Figueiredo, one of the star bowlers for Portugal, but they managed to run 13 off that over, despite the wicket falling as well. So Norway women finish on 124 for 7. So that's a nice little flurry of runs at the end for them. After it looked like they might have finished on around 110, but they pushed up the score. As we take a look at the highlights, and well, at the start it was just a great opening partnership between Anushka Gorad and Ayesha Hassan. It was worth 77 as the boundaries were flowing. Ayesha Hassan scored 6 fours and Anushka Gorad scored 3 fours. And well, the fielding was of such a high standard by Portugal in the first few days. Today they just let it slip just a little bit, but let's not take anything away from the batters Gorad and Hassan, as they were striking the ball firmly and kept on picking up the runs. And there was a few chances of run-outs here, but mostly it was a chanceless innings actually for those 2. But it was Anushka Gorad who fell, as Bianca Maximo picked up her first of 2 wickets. That was an easy catch for Gabi Sakira. Ayesha Hassan, though, she kept on plugging away at the other end, and she was joined by Ramya Imadi. Again, there was a couple of chances to get Ramya out early on. She was eventually out, caught and bowled by Kiona Sakira, but Ayesha Hassan, she was the star for Norway, as she went to a record-breaking 54 runs. That's the highest ever total recorded for a Norwegian women's batter, and the first ever T20I half century for Hassan or for the side. And that was the end of Imadi, caught and bowled by Sakira. There was chances for run-outs, and eventually one was taken as Nayab Razwan was run out by Jade Figueiredo. Bianca Maximo, she came back and got her second wicket. She clean bowled Aisha Hassan in the end, who fell for a brilliant 54 runs off 44 balls. She can be very proud of her contribution. And then there was a few run-outs to add a bit of shine to the Portugal fielding innings at the end, as Sarah Fu-Ryland took the catch there from Aishpreet Chima and ran out Ananya Rautela. And then there was another one here. A bit of miscommunication. I don't think Kumari knew where that ball had gone. It had gone straight into the hands of Sarah Fu-Ryland, who whipped off the bails. But a little flurry again at the end. A 4 off the bat of Mirab Razwan, the captain, who then more or less sacrificed herself. It was a bit of a yes, no, maybe situation between her and Vidya Vayala. But Vidya stayed out there till the end, and actually a nice little cameo from her, scoring 7 runs off just 4 deliveries. So in the end, Norway finishing on 124 for 7. And this will be an intriguing run chase for Portugal. We know they have the batting firepower, but can they sustain it for the whole chase? As we take a look at the batting scorecard, and well, the star of the show there is just one lady, and that's Aisha Hassan, as she picks up her maiden half century for Norway. Anushka Gorad again impressing with the bat. She picks up 20 again. That opening partnership worth 77 was a brilliant platform for Norway to try to accelerate towards the end. They didn't quite manage to put their foot right on the gas, but 124 will certainly be a tough prospect for Portugal. Taking a look at the bowlers, just the 5 used today, they certainly improved on their team extras tally. That one, 25, just the 15 wides bowled in 20 overs. So that's a good return for them, showing that they are improving from game to game. And Bianca Maximo, there you go, 2 wickets for her. I know Vinny will be proud of that one. She gives away 35 runs in her 4 overs. So there you have it at the halfway stage. I think this game is absolutely delicately poised, as Norway put on 124 runs thanks to Aisha Hassan's maiden half century, 54. She scored in quite some rate as well, off just 44 deliveries. So Portugal women face needing 125 runs for victory. So just about a run a ball, but you know that Norway are going to come out strong with their bowling attack. So we're halfway through here, the final women's T20I on the European network. And it's going to be a slightly longer break. It is the T20 format, so we'll be back in just about 15 minutes time. So join me, Tina Goff, for the run chase and see if Portugal women can chase down these 125 runs needed here on the European Cricket Network. Join us here in about 15 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, where we are halfway through the final T20I between Portugal women and Norway women. And well, one of the last times, at least for a few months, that you can take in those beautiful drone shots of the Santarem Cricket Ground here, just about an hour north of Lisbon, and what a shot that is. And we're enjoying some sunny weather here as we go to the live shots, and at the halfway stage, Norway women posted 124 for 7. So a delicately poised game here, I'd say. As well, the highlight was undoubtedly Ayesha Hassan scoring 54 of 44 deliveries. And it was a milestone both for her first ever T20I half century, and in fact the first ever for Norway women in their history, dating back to 2019 when they played their first T20I. She became the first player to reach that milestone, and what an innings it was for her as she led her side to what they will certainly think is a defendable total, especially given the strength of Norway's bowling attack. I've been saying throughout the weekend that Norway is certainly the more experienced bowling side. They've got the likes of Alina Aslam and Ramya Emadi, who can swing it in both directions. And then also Agrawal, the top wicket taker, and Mirab Razwan, the captain. Sahu, they've just got an embarrassment of riches when it comes to who they want to bowl. So I do think this is set up to be a thriller. Out there in the middle is Sarah Fu Ryland and Jade de Figueiredo. I think that's Sanne Loiker, in fact, but it's certainly Sarah Fu Ryland who will take the first ball, and it is the figure of Sanne Loiker, the woman with the 7 on her back, who will be joining her captain out there in the middle. So it's the same opening partnership for Portugal as from the game yesterday, and in fact yesterday Portugal only needed 3 players throughout their whole batting innings, as Sanne Loiker, she scored 15 before she was dismissed, bowled by Lopa Madrasahu, but that was the only wicket that Norway were managed to pick up in that game yesterday, when Gabby Zakira and Sarah Fu Ryland, well, they created a bit of history in the same way that happened this morning with Ayesha Hassan scoring 54 not out, or 54. Yesterday it was Sarah Fu Ryland and Gabby Zakira who both secured 50s. Of course, marking, given that Portugal were yesterday only playing in their second ever T20I here, of course their third, it was the first half centuries for both Fu Ryland and Gabby Zakira in their very short T20I careers, but of course the first half centuries for Portugal as a pretty newly formed side. So 3 half centuries in the last 2 days, and history books just keep on getting written and rewritten here in the middle. A positive start here by Fu Ryland and Loiker, just knocking every ball into the gap, getting some singles on the board, and well, that's actually all they need really. 121 runs needed in 117 balls, so a run a ball will more or less do it. So Norway know they have to bowl tight lines, and that's exactly what they do there, as that one goes through the gate of Sanne Loiker. She doesn't repeat the trick yesterday of scoring a couple of boundaries. She departs second ball, and that's an early breakthrough for Norway, exactly what they would have wanted. And Alina Aslam, as is so often the case, she opens up the bowling, gets the early wicket, and Norway pick up their first wicket. Portugal 4 for 1 still in the first over. Loiker is the one who departs. She has to leave. Just the 1 run she scored in 2 balls. And that brings to the crease Gabby Zakira. So these are the 2 that did all the damage yesterday, but the damage was done to the middle stump there. It was a brilliant delivery by Alina Aslam. She's such a consistent performer for Norway with ball in hand. That takes her up to 9 international wickets in just 10 games. She's always one to pick up wickets. Given that she mostly opens the bowling, that's a good return. With her best 2 for 18. Well, she's got 1 here, given away 4 runs so far. Still 2 balls left of the first over as Gabby Zakira faces up her first. Nice bit of a way shape there by Aslam. Given that she opens the bowling and is also one of the key fielders for Norway, you could kind of call her a senior player for the Norwegian side, but let's not forget she's only 18 years old. She in fact only made her debut in August of last year, but has quickly established herself at the top of the order. This one goes high up in the air, it will land safe. There's 3 fielders converging on it, and it will be thrown in there by Nayab Razwan. A bit uppish there from Gabby Sakira. She won't want to give too many opportunities to these Norwegian fielders, as that does mark the end of the first over. An eventful one and a productive one for Norway as they pick up a key wicket. Portugal with 5 runs on the board. So 120 runs needed for Portugal to claim this win, and of course claim the series win as we go into this T20I at 1 each, delicately poised. And even the win predictor can't really separate the two sides. 54% in favour of Portugal, but I think that will drop down if a few wickets are lost. You imagine one of these two, Sarah Ryland or Gabby Sakira, has to score runs and big runs if they want to chase down this total. And a nice moment to welcome everyone into the chat. Little Alan was asking about how many T20 games Norway have played, and well, I've been emphasising how Portugal are only in their 3rd ever T20I, but let's not forget also Norway, they're still early in their international careers. The first match they played was back in 2019. That was the France Women's T20I quadrangular series. And since then, they've played 28 games, so this will be their 29th. So if you, well, it's what, into the 6th year, so in the 5 years so far, they've averaged just about 5 games a year, so you can see it's opportunities that have been hard to come by for the Norwegian side as Ramya Mahdi comes on for her first ball, and that's right on the spot straight away. This was probably what was lacking a bit from Imadi yesterday. She gets this a lovely away shape from the right-hander. And yesterday she of course bowled her 4 allocated overs, but went for 26 runs and didn't manage to pick up a wicket, which, well, given she set such high standards for herself, is usually something she's able to achieve. And that one's edged away. That's a great stop in the outfield by Aisha Hassan. That will just be a 1 to Gabby Sakira. So Hassan showing she's not just all about the batting, she can contribute in the field as well. That one almost spun away from her, but she just managed to stick out her left hand and stop that one from going to the rope. And so Portugal into their 29th T20I. They've won 7, picked up their 7th win yesterday. They've lost 21. It's always difficult when you're coming into a T20I career because by definition you'll be facing teams more experienced than you. And well, Norway certainly the more experienced side here. But Portugal have shown a lot of fight and character to pick up that first T20I win. Norway used all of their experience yesterday to fight their way back into the contest and draw the series level at 1-1. You can probably hear the music in the background as well, and that's the Portugal men and Norway men warming up for their game, which starts in about 2 hours time here in Portugal, where that series is also on the line. And that's a lovely delivery by Ramya Mahdi, hit firmly down the ground by Sarah Ryland. Fielding done there by Alina Aslam. In terms of the bowling performance from Portugal, it was certainly much improved in terms of the extras given away. So they gave away 25 extras, which in comparison to the 50 plus they gave away yesterday, certainly a marked improvement as a team. They did just use the 5 bowlers, but they did well to force Norway to score the runs off the bat. And of course Norway replied in kind, especially Aisha Hassan, as I mentioned, 54 for her. Anushka Gorad, at the top of the order contributed 20. So between those two, they put on a partnership of 77 before the first wicket went down. So it's certainly improved batting from Norway, but also improved bowling from Portugal. Final ball of the second. The one aspect that maybe let Portugal down just a touch, again, I'll give them a fair bit of leeway given that they're still in their third ever T20I, but their fielding, which was of such a high standard the first two games, especially with the direct hits coming off the bat of Jade de Figueiredo, it just was a tiny bit sloppy. There was a few overthrows which they tried to go for the run-outs, which would have been tough run-outs, and in the end the ball flashed away to the other side, and that probably gave Norway about 10 runs extra, which in the grand scheme of things, you want to be chasing something around 110 instead of the 124 and 125 to win. So it's just these minor things, but again, these are all learning moments for these two inexperienced sides out there, and something that they will just take from game to game. It looks like Alina Aslam will continue into her second over and right on that middle stump once again. It looks like there's been a keeper change here for Norway as Beata Kumari. Seems like she's injured herself. So Mirab Sajjad has come on to the field as the 12th, but the keeping duties have been taken on by Anushka Gorad, who has kept previously. I think she kept in that first T20I. So it's not a complete alien world for her. There's that one just drifts down, called a wide. Well, hopefully Kumari has not hurt herself too badly. Of course, her batting innings is done. She did bat and was run out for one. That's that one that she just hit into her own foot, and she didn't really realise where the ball had gone by the time she noticed. Sarah Fru-Ryland had whipped the bails off, and well, this one is the first four of the innings for Portugal. It comes off the bat of Gabby Sekira. So you see, just played down the leg side, and a beautiful shot that is. Just uses the pace of the bowling of Alina Aslam to guide it to that vacant fine leg region, and lovely balance shown there by the 16-year-old. I love seeing those side shots because Gabby just has so much poise and balance at the crease. She looks like she has all the time in the world to just knock that one away. She's back on strike here. Tries to repeat the trick this time though, hits it in front of the bat. You do think really that this will be the key partnership for Portugal if they want to get the remaining 111 runs needed for victory. Fru-Ryland out there on strike. We had Sarah in the commentary igloo just a few days ago talking about how proud she was to be leading this young and inexperienced Portugal side. For Sarah, really, it's her second international career as we get to the end of the third over, 14 for 1. Sarah's initial international career started with England, and she was called up to make her international debut against Australia at Guildford in 1998, aged just 17. She was seen as really an international star since she was playing county boys. As she was talking to us a couple of days ago, she was really a star for the future, and then cemented that status as she took 5 for 32 in the World Cup in New Zealand in 2000. So she's got international pedigree. She's played in the Ashes. Had a top international score of 39. Obviously before yesterday, where she scored 52 not out. So bested her international score, and well, it's probably an unexpected but welcome second international career here for Sarah Fru-Ryland. I know she's just loving every moment of being out there with the girls. And I'm certain as well that they are learning so much from her. It's not often you get to share the pitch with a former Test cricketer, someone who's played played in the Ashes, played in World Cups. And that was all before Gabby Sakira at the other end was even born. That just shows how young Gabby Sakira is. A 16-year-old. Well, she's got cricket maturity beyond her years, and that absolutely demonstrates it. What a shot that is by Gabby Sakira, just crunched through the covers. Again, that side-on shot showing the balance and just the quickness of her hands there. Hits it, realises doesn't even need to run for that. Can just stand and admire that boundary, and we can all admire that one as it races away from the bowling of Ramya Mardi. It's the first legal delivery of this over, so a bit of a comeback needed here from Ramya. There is the comeback delivery. Ramya Mardi, she's one to watch as well for Norway. She's the second highest wicket taker for her country all time. Bit of width on offer on that occasion. Too much width for the liking of umpire Andy. So Ramya's got 16 wickets to her name. That puts her in second place. Her best is 3 for 22 in the 18 innings that she's bowled in so far. And that is only bested by another player out there on the pitch, Paridi Agrawal, who I'm sure we'll see bowl at some point in the 20 overs, especially when Norway will desperately be seeking wickets. That was nicely bowled by Mardi, just making sure she's the right side of that wide line. Remember, we are playing T20I, so it's not just the 3-over power play, it's 6 overs, during which time only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. That then, after the power play, moves to 5 fielders allowed outside in the women's game, just the 4 in the men's. So that's hit away by Gabby Sakira, and that's a lovely shot. There's no one out there, especially in the power play. And that will be the second boundary of this over. This time, just guides it through the vacant fine leg region, or probably more but backward square leg. Wherever it went, it certainly went for 4. Gabby Sakira has already claimed 8 runs in this over alone. And you can see there that runs needed. As long as Portugal keep that on pretty much a runner ball, they'll be fairly comfortable in their run chase. They will know, however, though, that Norway won't give them too many extras. They've got a solid bowling lineup. Well, 1 or 2 wides have come so far, but you imagine most of the runs will have to come off the bat here. So Gabby Sakira tries exactly that, but it's a brilliant piece of fielding there by the top wicket taker, Paridi Agrawal. As you can see there, the men doing a bit of early morning yoga in the background, and Agrawal did really well to get down and just palm that in front of her, because if that went past her, it was destined for the boundary. Final ball of this 4th over. That's well bowled by Mardi, but Sarah manages to throw her hands out at it. Picks up a single, will also retain the strike, but that was an excellent over for the Portuguese, with 11 runs coming off it, 12 runs coming off it indeed. So at the end of the 4th, Portugal 26 for 1. That win predictor has them up beyond 60%. As I was saying previously, I think that very much depends on the 2 out there in the middle. They were the 2 that scored the majority of the runs yesterday. 52 not out apiece on that occasion. And their partnership was worth 112 in the end. But of course, then they were setting the score, so they didn't have necessarily the pressure of the scoreboard. Whereas here, those balls will keep on ticking away. 96 of them left, 99 runs needed. So certainly very early on in this run chase, they have the beauty of time. It looks like it will be the first change to the bowling for Portugal as they bring on Lopamudra Sahu, who was the only one to pick up that solitary wicket yesterday. There's a chance here for a catch, and it's dropped by Ananya Rautela, and that's a big, big moment. As Sarah Furr-Ryland, just early on that delivery, only manages to find the leading edge. Went up in the air, and Rautela just didn't get her hands there in time. It then hits her body and rolls away, and wow, that's a big moment in the game. As Ryland, Furr-Ryland, you don't want to give her too many chances. You don't want to be dropping a test match player, but she's still there. Can she use this second life? Well, that was the shot she was trying to play the first time. This time she does get the middle of the bat, but she also finds Vidya Vayala. So will just be the one. So Captain Sarah gets herself safely to the non-striker's end for now. It'll be Gabby Sakira back on strike. And Lopamudra Sahu, she has the knack for picking up wickets. As that one's pushed away into the covers, but no run will be taken. Lopamudra has 6 wickets for Norway so far, her best 2 for 15. But it's less the quantity of wickets to take that she takes, more the quality. And while she gets one of these batters out now, it will certainly be the biggest scalp of her career so far. It's also the beauty of European cricket that we have a former Test player in her second international career, Sarah Furr-Ryland, batting there with Gabby Sakira, who's at the very start of her career. She lifts that one away through the leg side. That one's going to go for 4, and another brilliant shot by the 16-year-old as she just clears that front leg. Take a look at it from side on. Look at the balance she has there. Completely still as the ball arrives, and just lifts that one over to the leg side for another 4 runs. That's her 4th 4 of the innings. So she's raced up into the 20s, 21 off 18 deliveries. Sarah Furr-Ryland at the other end, being more circumspect. That's the difference in the generations, isn't it? Test player comes up against 16-year-old T10 hitter. Although I don't think that's fair to Gabby Sakira, because she has all the tricks in her book and has an extremely promising career ahead of her. It was lovely to have her in the igloo yesterday as we get to the end of the 5th, and Portugal 32 for 1, as we also take a look forward at all the action that is coming your way on the European Cricket Network in 2025. This isn't even the full list. I know, for example, there's the night series, which we just don't have space for on the calendar. That will be coming up, the first one in Belgium in just a few weeks' time. We also, of course, had the night series here in Portugal in February. And I know there's some certain events that really stick out, and well, some of them have been highlighted for us, and for good reason. The Meltle Shield and the Western Shield in the middle of September. If any of you tuned in for the Western Shield in February, you'll have maybe had to rub your eyes as you saw Ross Taylor out there in the middle, the Kiwi cricket legend, batting for the World 11. There was also Big Bash winners out there in the middle, Peter Hatzoglu, and there was Irish Test players in the form of Kevin O'Brien. There was current Dutch players, Max O'Dowd, he was the icon player for Europe, and I just know that the Western Shield later in the year is going to be bigger and better than ever. As Mara Razwan comes in for her first bowl. That one's knocked away into the deep by Gabby Sakira just for the 1 run. At the same time as the Western Shield, we of course also have the return of the Meltle Shield, which was celebrating its inaugural season last year, which saw British and Irish take on Team Europe. Team Europe came out on top on that occasion. And I know that the plans for this year's Meltle Shield are going to make it bigger and better than ever. That one's hit firmly down the ground by Sarah Furr-Ryland, but an excellent piece of fielding there to not only protect her face, but also make sure the boundary is stopped. Great work there in the outfield. It was firmly hit by Sarah Fu-Ryland, but in fact they only get through for a single. Mira Braswan has started her spell nicely here. Just gets a bit of turn and bounce, does the Norwegian captain. She's currently 4th in the list of all-time wicket takers for her country, 12 wickets to her name. She has just bowled in 11 innings, played 16 matches, but hasn't bowled in all of them. As this has hit firmly back at her, and that would have been a great chance, and what a wicket that would have been for Norway. As it is though, Razwan, it was hit firmly back at her. As we take a look at this, Gabby Sakira's got quite some power for someone so young, and Razwan just didn't quite get her hands in the right position. She almost managed to grab the ball against her body. In the end, the ball goes down and a bit of damage done to the captain's hands there. Gabby Sakira looking down suspiciously at her bat. I think that one just came off the toe end. As yeah, she just mishit that one, did Gabby, and only managed to hit it firmly back at Mirab Razwan. And Sarah Fu-Ryland is a physio, so she's tending to the captain here, which is great to see as well. Well, they're rivals on the pitch, but as soon as someone is hurt or assistance is needed, all bets are off. And Sarah Fu-Ryland seems to have given the nod to the captain. She looks like she's okay to carry on. It certainly would have not hurt as much there if she did manage to hold on to that, because Gabby Sakira is such a powerful hitter. Already moved up to 23 runs, and that would have been a brilliant wicket for Norway to take. As it is though, Gabby lives to fight another ball. As it's the final ball of the 6th over. That one she just digs away. It's a great ball from the Norwegian captain. So her over only goes for 2 runs. A bit of a patient game having to be played here by Portugal. They're doing it well so far. They just want to keep a lid on that run rate. It's currently at 6.5. They won't want to see it go much above 7 or 8. But when you've got 2 set batters out there, I think they'll be happy with how things are going so far. As you take a look, it's really only that one big over for Norway that stands out, the one that went for 22 runs. Otherwise, Portugal were more or less able to just control the run rate. But they will have to just keep moving along here in the power play. In fact, it's the end of the power play there, as they move to 34 for 1. So the end of the power play means the end of the fielding restrictions. So Norway are now allowed to have 4 fielders outside the ring. 5 is in the men's game, so 4 outside the ring allowed. As that one's been chipped up in the air, but there's no one there. It's a chase on here for Alina Aslam, but the ball wins, and that's a well-needed for Portugal, just to accelerate that run rate. It was off the bat of Sarah Fu-Ryland, the captain, and there was just again a bit of a bobble there. Meant Alina Aslam, quite a tall figure, was not able to get down quickly enough, but a great start to the 7th over here for Portugal. Hi to everyone joining in the chat. I see Priya there. Dave says he's split screen watching, and that is the only way to do things at the moment, given that we have 2 parallel events running on the European Cricket Network. Here we're celebrating the women out there playing in their 3rd T20I, but at the same time, just across the border in Spain, it's day 3 of the European Cricket Series in Madrid. I know we've had some brilliant games so far, some absolute highlights, which just make sure you're subscribing to all the European Cricket Network social media channels, because you'll see some absolute comedy gold. You'll see some amazing pieces of fielding, some brilliant batting, and that's all just in a few games that have happened in that ECS in Madrid. So if you do have 2 screens, make sure the second one is tuning in to Vinny and Rico over in Madrid. That one's hit firmly away into the leg side, but good fielding there by Ayesha Hassan to keep it to just the 1 run. Of course, if you have 1 screen, I wouldn't be offended if you had the ECS on, but I do think we're in for a thriller here in this T20I. As long as you have the European Cricket Network on, I won't mind. If you have a 3rd screen, I know there's IPL on. There's also Women's World Cup qualifiers, which I know Monica had on earlier. So there's just absolutely no reason to not have at least 3 or 4 screens of cricket action here. As that one's tickled away by Sarah Fu-Ryland. It's nicely placed. I think it's going to go all the way. It does. In fact, there's no fielder anywhere near that. That's well worked by the captain. So this 7th over bookended by 2 boundaries. It goes for 10 as well, so it's a good over for Portugal to lift that run rate. And they move to 44 for 1 at the end of the 7th. The win predictor has them up in the 70%. But I think that is very much wicket dependent here for Norway. If Norway can pick up 1 or 2 wickets, I think it's a very different prospect. You can see they picked up that early wicket, but just managing to build up a partnership here are Fu-Ryland and Sakira, just like they did yesterday. And in fact, just like the Norwegians managed in that first innings, where you can see they didn't lose a wicket until the 13th over. That first partnership was worth 77, and then just a flurry of wickets towards the end. So you can see that Portugal may be ruining a few missed opportunities. If that flurry of 6 wickets happened slightly earlier in the piece, then maybe they would have been chasing something this side of 100. As it is though, 125 is the target, as Mirab Razwan continues with her spin. And Portugal are doing well here though, just to be watchful. They know both of these batters have the power and the placement to score boundaries if needed. They both showed it in the last few overs. It's just about picking their moments, waiting for that bad ball and respecting the good ball. This one goes up in the air, it's a chance, and it's dropped again. And it's that woman again, Ananya Rautela, who can't get her hands in the right place. She just doesn't quite, she does watch it, but doesn't quite get the line of the ball right. And well, this is exactly what I was saying, and hopefully Gabby Sakira is listening, because she doesn't have to go after the good balls. That was quite a good ball from Mirab Razwan. It was on the stumps. It was spinning away from her. And as a result, all she was able to do was get a leading edge. And it was certainly heart and mouth stuff for Gabby and for Team Portugal, as that one flew up in the air. And unfortunately for Norway, Rautela was not able to hang on. That's 2 chances that Gabby has delivered now to Norway. She just needs to get her head down, play her shots, but pick her moments. She doesn't need to go all guns blazing here. And I'm sure Captain Sarah will be saying that at the other end. And when you can cash in on slightly worse deliveries like that, then that's all you need to do to keep that run rate up, as Sarah, I think that's a favourite area of hers, gets down on one knee and just sweeps that away. Textbook shot from her. I'm sure in her England career that was one of her favourite shots, as she's played it a few times now. She played it twice yesterday to brilliant effect. She's picked up 4 runs on this occasion. Portugal now just 1 short of the half century. 2 balls left of the 8th. And that's probably what Sarah Fu-Ryland is saying to Gabby Sakira. Just be watchful. If it's a good delivery, just respect it. Don't have to go after every single one. It's the final ball of the 8th now. Again, Sarah just knocks that into the offside, but happy to call that a good over's work, because there's 5 runs coming off it. Okay, that's under the run rate, but the previous over went for 10. And both of the batters out here shown themselves more than capable of scoring boundaries and accelerating the runs if needed. And Gabby Sakira in the T10s, she put her foot on the gas from the start. She scored 45 in just 18 deliveries in game 2, and then 28 in 11 in game 3. So we know she's got that in her locker to be that T10 player if Portugal need it, but they've still got 12 overs out there, and the runs they need, 76 in 72. So at the moment, just knocking a few singles and hitting the bad balls to the boundary is exactly what the doctor ordered. as Sahu comes back for her third over. Right on the money, and yeah, Gabby Sakira, watchful on that occasion, has already given 2 chances. Certainly doesn't want to offer a third to Norway, because things might look a bit different here if those chances had been taken by Ananya Rautela in the field. Right. Sakira now has to cash in on the lives she's been given. It's well bowled by Sahu. Sahu also impressed with the ball in those ECI. She picked up 4 for 8 in that first game, where there was quite a dramatic collapse for for Portugal. And that might be something in the back of their minds. They, of course, have extreme firepower at the top. So that one has been fired over long on. Gabby Sakira, she's decided to grab this game by the scruff of its neck. She takes a couple of steps down the pitch here. Already before the ball is bowled, she knew what she wanted to do. She executes that to perfection, hitting it over the fielder at mid-on. Sayush Hassan out there, but she had no chance as that flew away to the boundary. Gabby moves to a runner ball 29. But now there's 3 balls left. She's got what she needs more or less from the over. Can she just now knock this into a gap, get herself off strike? Well, squirts away. And a bit of a lucky break there from Gabby as leading edge there just lands safely in the offside. Good response that was from Sahu. She's got 2 balls left in her third and another good delivery. This one's chipped away. There is a fielder here in front of me, Alina Aslam. It was uppish there from Gabby, but it was a safe shot as the only fielder here is deep on the boundary. So she moves to 30. Fu Ryland on strike for the final ball of the 9th. That's a good ball by Sahu to end her third. It's the end of the 9th. Portugal 54 for 1. So more or less right on target at the moment. Again, that was a decent over for Norway. Just the one boundary coming off it, but otherwise a single and 4 dots. As we take a look at the Portugal batting scorecard, and where they're certainly nicely placed. They've got Kiona Sakira to come, who was the top scorer in that first T20I with 37 off 39. Jade de Figueiredo, she wasn't needed to bat yesterday, and she didn't quite fire in the first game, as she only got a handful of runs, but we know that she can be dangerous. So they've got 2 or 3 batters in there, but it's just a case of Portugal taking this game deep with the 2 batters out there and making sure they hold on to those wickets, because I think 2 or 3 quick wickets for Norway and they will certainly shift the momentum of this game and shift that win predictor significantly into their favour, because at the moment the computers are on the side of Portugal, 83%, as we head into the 10th over, and it will be Paridi Agrawal on for her first bowl. It's the leading wicket taker for Norway in T20Is. 23 wickets she has to her name in just 17 innings. She's played the 17 matches, so she's been called upon to bowl on every single occasion, and why wouldn't you bowl someone with such a great record? 3 for 11 is her best, and well, significantly as well for Norway, her economy is just around 4.5, and if you can repeat the trick here, then certainly will help Norway's cause. But that one is a bit of a misfire there to start off her spell, as it lands off the pitch, called a no ball, and Gabby Sakira, she's not someone you want to give a free hit to. She eyes up those boundaries. Where will she try and hit this one? That's actually a good comeback ball from Agrawal. A low full toss is always difficult to get away, and well, there was a Norway fielder there trying her best to put off her teammate, flying across the screen like a runaway train, but it does just go for the one, as the captain for Portugal gets back on strike. That's well played by Sarah, just clipped away off her legs. Fielded out there by Ananya Rautela. That one's a bit of a misfire by Gabby. Still will get the run. I think they could look for 2 here, but Sarah has absolutely zero interest in going for the 2. I know it's been a punishing few days for Sarah, having not played cricket in a good few years, and then coming back in, and of course going straight into 3 T10s followed by 2 T10s the next day. Of course, one of those was rained off, and then 3 T20Is back to back. That's punishing on anyone's body. And Sarah, of course, also taking the gloves for her Portugal side, so that's 120 squats plus extras that you have to put in every single day, and you can see that she's maybe suffering the ill effects here. There's 2 balls left of the 10th. That one's hit up in the air. It will land safely. The fielding done out there by Ramya Mahdi. There's 1 ball left before halfway, and Portugal almost exactly halfway to the target. 65 runs still needed. Comes down the pitch to Sarah and tries to get into that sweep shot that she favours. Half-hearted appeal there, but nothing doing. So at the halfway stage, Portugal 60 for 1, so delicately poised as we take a look at what's happening over the border in Madrid. As I was mentioning, day 3 is happening right now, but day 4 is coming your way early tomorrow morning if you're in Western Europe, and it promises to be another action-packed day over there in the Spanish capital. Madrid CC will be playing a double header against their city rivals Madrid Stars before Madrid United, so it's a triple Madrid threat tomorrow. Madrid United face up against Getafe in matches 15 and 16. I know Vinny and Rico have been having a great time out there, first time ever for the European Cricket Network in the Spanish capital, and it will all culminate in the finals day on Saturday. So still so much action to come from Madrid. And if you do have 2 screens at your disposal, make sure you get both of them on. Or, you know, just 1 screen is enough. 2 windows open, get YouTube on twice. As well, the action doesn't stop here on the European Cricket Network. But we've still got so much to come from the Santarém cricket ground, because after this game, we've also got the series decider between Portugal men and Norway men as well. Norway took the first T20I pretty comfortably in the end, the men's side this is, as Portugal just got nowhere near the run chase. But Portugal then came back firing yesterday, took home the win comfortably, so that makes things head-to-head, neck and neck going into the final this afternoon. But here still, we are also neck and neck, things delicately poised at the halfway stage with Portugal women 60 for 1. Nice time as well to say hello to everyone joining in the chat. And great comment as well by Vedran saying he thinks most people don't understand the difficulties of developing women's cricket, and especially in countries where the sport is barely known. Well done, girls. Keep working hard. Love watching you. Thank you very much for that, Vedran. And I couldn't have said it better myself. It's important to remember that both of these sides still pretty new to the game of cricket. For Portugal, it's been a matter of days. Even for Norway, having played T20Is since 2019, they've still only played less than 30 games. And some of the players out there are very, very young, as Alina Aslam comes back into the attack. Perfect example. She's got 18 on her shirt, and that is the exact amount of years that she is old. She's 18 years old, and she's leading the line for Norway in a high-pressure situation. It's the same up and down the Norwegian side. Anushka Gorad opened the batting for Norway. She's just 21 years old. Ayesha Hassan, who called her one of the older players of the group after she scored her maiden half-century this morning. She's still in her 20s. She's 29. So a lot of these players just finding their way in this game we all love, and the same for Portugal. Sarah Furyland's out there, that's going down leg, and they'll run through for a single. Sarah Furyland, she's one that has got experience, having played formerly Test cricket for England, but Gabby Sakira, just 16 years old, showing bravery, maturity, wisdom beyond her years out there in the middle. So it's good to remember that as you watch the cricket out there, and just enjoy the fact that these players are having fun representing their countries. That's something a lot of people would give their right arm for, as that's hit firmly into the hands of Ayesha Hassan. They will run through for one. A great throw there. Direct hit from Hassan. Lovely piece of fielding. Gabby Sakira safely home. Just as well, the 16-year-old scampers through. Well done, Ayesha Hassan. It was hit firmly at her. Not only managed to pick it up cleanly, but threw down the stumps. It looks like Norway have turned to Alina Aslam here as their frontline bowler, just to try and break this partnership that they know is so important to the Portugal run chase. Again, a single is taken here, and it's positive running by the two out there. They know if they hit a gap in the ring, they can more or less run every single time, even on that occasion previously when Ayesha Hassan threw down the stumps cleanly. Gabby Sakira was able to get home safely. So that is the way, especially when just about a runner ball slightly over is needed. Of course, women's cricket in Europe still pretty new, especially as the point was made by Vedran in the comments as well, in countries where other sports are so dominant. Football, especially in Europe, tennis, hockey, all far more established than cricket. That's going down leg as well. But I was looking up some women's cricket stats as well. I know that this is a well trotted out one, but I always do like talking about the origins of overarm bowling. So the cricket historians out there probably know the story already, but previously, back in the 19th, 18th century when cricket was first played, it was with underarm bowling, and it was only thanks to some invention from, well, as the story goes, from Christiana Willis of England, who was fed up with tangling her arm in her skirt when bowling to her brother John, who was a Kent player. So she did something revolutionary, which was throwing the ball over arm. And, well, chance of a run out here. And Sarah Furyland goes for the big swing, misses out, but so does the keeper, Anushka Gorad. She didn't manage to pick that one up cleanly, otherwise it would have been danger for the Portugal captain. That one's hit firmly, should just be the one on the boundary. So Christiana Willis was probably, I suppose, giving throwdowns to her brother. It's always the siblings that are dragged out to help. And she started bowling overarm so that she didn't get the ball tangled in her skirt. And, well, John thought it was such a good idea that in July 1822 he used this style for Kent against the MCC at Lord's. What a great place to try out something revolutionary. And he, of course, was no-balled. And in protest, he mounted his horse and rode away. He said, if you're not going to let me bowl overarm, I'm not going to play. And, well, this led to a change in the bylaws, and eventually in 1864, so it did take 42 years, the bowlers could officially do anything other than throw. Of course, we've seen a lot of bowling actions down the years, but as folklore would tell you, that overarm bowling was pioneered by a woman. Well, there's some pioneering women out there in the middle at the moment, leading the charge for their respective countries. And it's a great over so far from Paridi Agrawal as she comes back for her second. That one's been hit firmly as a half chance by Agrawal. And despite the dive of two Norway fielders out there, the old 1-2-3 dive It does find its way to the rope as Gabby Sakira moves to 39. Powerful hit there by the youngster. And it goes one dive, it goes two dives, and the third dive, at which point I suppose it was Rami Hamadi there putting in a futile effort, but bodies on the line here for Norway. Not much they could have done about that. Such was the sweet shot off the bat of Sakira, and that is the end of the 12th. 70 for 1. And it looks like we're going right down to the wire here, folks. And just as a reminder, this is ICC regulations. It's T20Is, which means in the event of a tie, we will go to a super over. So it's not a golden ball. I know we've been spoiling you with golden balls the last 2.5 weeks, but it will in fact be a super over. And I suppose that would be a great way to finish this fantastic tour of Portugal, wouldn't it? If we get a golden ball, that would be quite something. And golden ball, we've had a golden ball. A super over, that would be quite something. Of course, the first game between these two sides was settled on a golden ball, and it would be probably something poetic about the last being settled with a super over, but maybe I'm just pushing my luck here with the cricket gods. Either way, though, I think we're in for a grandstand finish, so don't go away. If you do want to have the ECS on over in Madrid, make sure it's firmly on the second screen or in the second window. You don't want to be turning off this one.
Whoever nominates takes the catch. Once you've taken the catch, pass off. The person next to you throws in.
Sarah Furuyland still digging in here, 23 off 30. Got Gabby Sakira at the other end, 39 off 43. Chance here, but it's a great stop in the end by Ayesha Hassan as she realises she's not going to get there to take the catch on the full, so just makes sure she puts her body on the line. I think ends up hitting her shins. But most importantly for Norway, it doesn't fly past her to the rope, so just the one run taken.
Boys, you can't flop it here, just so you're catching on your left and right hand side.
Appeal here for stumping. I take a look at this, and yeah, I think she takes the she takes the bails off with her gloves. I think the ball would have actually hit the stumps, or did hit the stumps at the same time, but you can see that the bails were dislodged by the gloves, so a good call there by the umpire. It was tight though. Gabby Sakira just down there on her haunches. She's digging in here. She let's not forget she's only 16, so it's hard to give any kind of criticism, but more feedback. Is just she needs to pick her balls, but that's what she does on that occasion. That one should be stopped on the boundary, and it is out there by the two fielders. And that was a more controlled shot by Gabby. You can see she's probably huffing and puffing as well. Let's not forget she's come all the way from South Africa for this series. She batted for more or less the full 20 yesterday, got her maiden half century and bowled 4 overs in every game, and she's been asked here to do the lion's share of the batting out there with Sarah Furuyland, so you can understand that she's feeling the effects of the long weekend, but they're still there on 73 for 1 now, Portugal, after 13 overs, so 52 runs needed in 42 balls. Those runs and balls were more or less neck and neck, but it's been a good few overs from Norway just to wrestle a bit of the momentum back. There hasn't been too many boundaries, just the one in the last 4 overs. In fact, the last 4 overs have gone for just 19 runs. So a run rate of less than 5, and they need it at over 7. I don't think it's quite go time for the two out there. They know they can accelerate if needed, but they just want to keep an eye on that run rate, not getting too far away from them. The start of the 14th. Sarah Furuyland will just take the single. Steve McVeigh with a quiz question based on the underarm bowling nugget. He says, what other significant cricket event happened in the same year that overarm bowling was invented? So I'm assuming we're talking about 1822. Let me know if not. I Don't know the answer to that one, but if anyone in the chat wants to throw in any guesses, any answers, what significant cricket event happened in 1822? I can't say I remember that year. I'm sure it sounds like it was a cricket vintage. The single gets captain back on strike. This time she hits it firmly down the ground, but Norway are doing a good job of marshalling those straight boundaries because they know both of these players like hitting it straight, especially Sarah Fu Ryland. That time though, just the one.
Rahul, bring your cone 2 meters forward. Thank you there. Okay, people in this cone, hello.
This time Gabby goes aerial. And will this have the legs to go all the way? It absolutely does. What a hit that is by Gabby Sakira. And well, I said that they were marshalling the boundary well there were Norway, but there's absolutely nothing they can do about that. She just goes crunch straight over the umpire's head, signalled there by Ramya Mardi, and the cameras confirm it. 6 runs to Gabby Sakira. That takes her to 47 not out off 47 deliveries. Can she get back-to-back half centuries? She goes big again. There's a fielder out there, and it's a great piece of fielding by Ramya Mardi to stop the boundary, and just Sarah Fu Ryland, who just falls to the floor there. I didn't quite see what happened here. She just loses her footing. I think she had one eye on where that ball was going, hoping probably it went to the boundary. But in looking behind her, she just stubs her foot into the ground, takes a tumble. Looks like she's okay though. Probably more shock than anything. But she suddenly found herself with the face in the AstroTurf. But as I've said before, there's absolutely no way you'll be dragging her off the pitch. Now has strike at the end of the 14th. Hits that one down the ground. Again, it should be fielded. It is good work there in the deep. Will be nevertheless a good over for Portugal. 11 runs coming off it thanks to that booming 6 by Gabby Sakira. So at the end of the 14th, Portugal 84 for 1. Now the quiz question about what happened in that year, well, I have to clarify then. It was in 1822 that Christiana Willis bowled overarm for the first time. It was in fact in 1864 that it was approved, so the bylaws were changed. So I think Steve is asking what event happened in 1864. Either way, digging back into the cricket archives here. So if any 19th century cricket historians out there can field that question. There's 41 runs needed now and 36 deliveries. I feel like this one is going to go to the wire between these two sides, and I think that's probably a fitting end to this series because they have just been neck and neck all throughout this, what's it been, 4 or 5 days now. They've just been treating us to thriller after thriller, and looks like we'll be finishing with one here as Mirab Razwan, the captain, comes back. And that one's called a no ball on high, and it might be double trouble here as it rolls away to the boundary, but there is a fielder out there as Nayab Razwan does the mopping up. It has been called a no ball, so it'll be a free hit here. And who else do you want facing a free hit? When she's on 48, then Gabby Sakira. She hits that one firmly down the ground. The fielder's out here. Lopamudra Sahu does well, so Gabby just one away now, 49, misses out on that free hit. Misses out there, does Portuguese captain. It's captain versus captain here, slugging it out in the 15th over. Watch for apple here from Fu Ryland, who took a tumble in the previous over. Maybe just recomposing herself. No, she's got the youngster going well at the other end, 49 off 49. Trying to get her feet moving though, and she does well on that occasion. Racing to the boundary, but again, Norway have absolutely put their bodies on the line, and again, it's Ramya Imadi throwing herself at that one.
Taking the pace off it for you. I tried to flick it other way. I get it. That's a good idea. Yeah.
I'm gonna guess based on the chat, is that first year wisdom was,
Okay, boys, bring those
I suppose not invented, but written?
two people facing the boundary.
Yes, it's hard thinking about more than one thing because I've got all my mind on this game out there. And that will be the half century for Gabby Sakira. 50 not out off exactly 50 deliveries, back-to-back boundaries for the 16-year-old. And she shows exactly where her heart is. It's here in Portugal. What a moment that is. She doubles down, 52 not out yesterday, currently 50 not out here. What a moment. I know her parents are watching on the sidelines. And there she realizes. And big celebrations. Again, it's these two in the middle doing the damage. So that one's been hit firmly down the ground. Misses the first line defense, but luckily Lopamudri Sahu there to stop the ball. That is the end of the 15th, 90 for 1. Just ticking down the runs, but the balls keep on ticking down as well. 35 runs now needed and 30 balls. But you'd imagine for Norway, it's about getting wickets. If they can get one or even both of these batters out, suddenly the game takes another swing. But for now, I think Portugal more than happy with where they're sitting, and the win predictor tends to agree 86% in favour, but I think just 2 wickets, even the one, would throw a spanner in the works. As Agrawal, well, when you need a wicket, you turn to your top wicket taker. But that first ball, brilliant fielding out there again. And it's Lopamudri Sahu on this occasion who throws herself, putting everything on the line here in Norway to try and win this series. But 2 runs taken by Fu Ryland. Great dive there. Not easy when you're, there's a bit of a hill there as well when you're throwing yourself down a hill. She does excellently. Again, this one gone to the boundary rider. Bobble there though. And it's Ramya Imadi, who usually is such a reliable fielder. On that occasion, she's not helped by the outfield, but just didn't quite get herself in the right position. Take a look at this on replay. Yeah. Just didn't get down quickly enough. And then by the time she gets back up, that ball just rolls cruelly away from her. So 4 runs, and a much needed 4 runs for Portugal. Fu Ryland goes again. It's half stopped there in the covers, and half stopped again. And suddenly the commentator's curse is real, because just as I was praising Norway for their excellent fielding, they let themselves down on 2 in 2 occasions. As that one pops out there. I think there's Alina Aslam trying to do for the fielding there, and then Lopamudri Sahu, who dived so brilliantly just a few balls ago, suddenly cannot stop that one. Back-to-back boundaries. And now Portugal need less than a run a ball. 25 needed in 27. Fu Ryland moves into the 40s. This one's hit lofted away, too long on. This time though, the paw is stuck out. And the ball is fielded, but still already 11 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries off this Agrawal over. She's still got 2 attempts to notch up her next international wicket and get even further clear at the top of the list, but that's another great shot. And there's the fielding we've been used to from Norway. A nice stop there by Sahu, and they do just manage to get through for the 1. But a bit of an acceleration here from the 2 Portuguese batters. Big appeal here, not out. And you can see Conrad is so invested in this. And yeah, it's a tight one. I think the bat is just about down there. Yeah, brilliant footage again from 2 circles. It's certainly a absolute 50-50. And then, of course, it goes with the batting side. So good call there by umpire Naeem as we get to the end of the 16th. 102 for 1. 4 overs left, 23 runs needed. And who will Norway turn to? Certainly Alina Aslam will bowl out. And you imagine Ramya Imadi will bowl too. But Sahu has bowled quite well as well. She's got 1 left. It looks like she will bowl the next, which I suppose will leave 2 left for Imadi and 1 for Aslam. That would be the way I would go if I were Norway captain. There's wickets needed now for Norway. Just looks like, in fact, they are going to change their tack, and it looks like Ramya Imadi who will take the ball. I think they might have realised that she's got 2 overs left, and now it's more or less now or never for Norway. It will be Imadi trying to break this partnership, which is now worth 98, so 2 short of the 100 partnership for the 2nd time back to back. And Norway just taking their time here. Of course, we don't have the ECN Rado stop clock in play for these T20s, but the umpires certainly do still keep an eye on the time, make sure things are moving. I think it's 1:15 that you have to bowl your innings in T20Is. Of course, legislating for wickets, but only 1 wicket has fallen. Norway desperately needed another. But that one just misfired there by Imadi, so it's 2 free runs as they do manage to run on the wide as well. So this partnership now worth exactly 100, as you can see how much Gabby Sakira has invested in this series. Just a slight stoppage in play here. Not entirely sure what this is for, but it does give Portugal a vital opportunity to get some liquids on board, especially Gabby Sakira. She's suffering the effects here of guiding her side to potentially back-to-back wins, guiding herself to definitely back-to-back half-centuries. But imagine for her, the job is not done until Portugal claim their 2nd ever T20I victory. Still 21 runs needed, and I've been saying all along, 1 or 2 wickets might change the entire face of this run chase. Sarah Fu-Ryland also out there on 42. I think for a personal milestone as well, she'd dearly love to get that 2nd half-century in succession. Remember, both of these batters finished 52 not out yesterday. Wasn't quite enough, but they'll hope it will be enough here. And you imagine if Sarah Fu-Ryland gets to her half-century, that would also, well, it would be at least 8 runs to the score, and Portugal would be almost halfway there. As the little stoppage is over, and Imadi is back in, and that one's chipped into the leg side. There's a fielder out there. It will be thrown back in by Lopa Mudrasahu, but not before Portugal scamper through for 2. So suddenly they found their running shoes again, have these 2 out there. Now that the finishing line is in sight, they're putting on a little sprint. Like 2 marathon runners who've been slugging away for all those miles. Suddenly they found an extra burst of energy. I think Sarah Fu-Ryland also has her eye on that milestone, just 6 runs away now. That's guided nicely down to backward point, but equally well stopped there by the fielder. So Ryland moves to 45, but Gabby Sakira takes the strike. There's still 4 balls left of this over as the first went for 2 wides. Hi to Vinny in the chat who's popped up, and hope you're enjoying yourself over in Madrid. First time ever. I know you're looking forward to the cricket and also the food. Let us know what you've been sampling so far. And also, well, thank you for letting me on this long tour of Portugal, and I suppose thank you everyone for listening to me for so long. Usually you'd have to pay someone to listen to me talk for this amount of time, but you're all doing it for free and I really appreciate it. Well, I'm appreciating the efforts of the girls out there in the middle. Just 17 runs needed now for Portugal. Dropped short by Amadi. And Gabby Sakira leans into that one. Doesn't quite get it all the way, but it runs away for 4 runs. Kamari is out there. Can't do anything to stop that. Just a bit too short here from Imadi, and Gabby's not going to miss out on that occasion. Just waits for it. Clears that front leg. Bash. And let's also remember that some of these players have not played any T20Is, and then to play 3 in 3 days is quite a heavy load for any athlete, let alone ones early in their careers. So it's been an incredible effort by both of these sides. It's not cool out there. It's about 24 degrees with the helmets on, standing in the field for a long amount of time. It's been an unbelievable effort from all of those involved. I suppose that extends also to the managers, the organising teams, to get these teams together to play the cricket here, and what cricket they've exposed us to. As we've had, well, we've now had 4 half-centuries, could be 5, especially Sarah if she's going to go for it. I mean, that time was almost bowled out, but you can see her intent there. We've had a golden ball, we've had final over finishes, we've had everything in these ECIs and T20Is. That one's been knocked away. The chase is on, but I think the ball might win this one. No, great fielding actually by Lopa Madrasa, who's been putting in the hard yards on that boundary, running left and right. That time stopping the ball from going to the rope. It is the end of the 17th, so just 11 runs needed now for Portugal. The finishing line is in sight. Norway just need to hold on to that 3% chance, which is just, they have to get wickets. 2 quick wickets. If it happens in 2 or 3 deliveries, suddenly it's a different equation with some inexperienced batters down the Portugal lineup. But for now, the old head of Serafu Ryland and the young old head of Gabby Sakira are leading the charge for Portugal. It's also worth giving a shout out at this juncture to the European Cricket Network as well for putting on these events to showcase the talent that is all throughout Europe, both in the men's and women's games. And if it wasn't for the network putting on these events, then some of these girls would never have the opportunity to play international cricket, and certainly not to get such an experience over the last 4 or 5 days. Fitting in 5 ECIs, well, 4 thanks to the rain, and 3 T20Is. That's more experience than most of them would probably have in a whole year trying to play cricket in Europe. So it's thanks to ECN that these opportunities are offered, and all of the players out there have grabbed these opportunities with both hands, and I'm sure stories to tell for a lifetime for those who've reached some milestones and also just taken a catch, taken a run out. Just glimpses of brilliance we've seen throughout as Aslam comes back on for her 4th and final. Serafu Ryland knocks that one just for a single, so she ticks over to 47. Now just 10 runs needed for Portugal to claim the win and claim the series win. That one's been hit away into the leg side. Again, should just be the one, but there's a slight fumble. Again, Norway working well in packs on the fielding. That gives Sarah Ryland the chance again. Gabby Sakira doing her job perfectly. She's got her half century. And just have to play sensible cricket here. Just the 9 runs needed. If they do it in 9 singles, absolutely no problem. They don't need to do it in 2 big hits. That one fumbled by the keeper, and it was almost a brilliant run out there. Anushka Gorad didn't take it cleanly on the first attempt, but picks it up, throws it at the stumps, and Gabby would have been gone. Her bat was over the line, but not quite grounded, so that could have been the twist in the tail. It was unlucky there by Gorad, who had to turn and throw them down. Didn't quite manage it. 1 added to the score. Another single here, and in fact it will go all the way as it's misfielded there out on the boundary. I'm not sure if Gabby Sakira is happy about that or not. I'm sure she's happy to get the 4 runs, but I think equally so, such is her generosity, she probably wants to get her captain to the half century as well. As you can see, the Portugal women's side there celebrating every single run. I can hear their cheering through my headset here, as Gabby Sakira, well, she'll definitely have the highest all-time score for Portugal women. Now just 4 runs needed for the win. Well, she's got 1 ball left, so she could either go for the glory, get the 4 runs, or tick it over into the 19th over and maybe allow Captain Sarah Ryland the opportunity to score the winning runs and get her half century. But I think Gabby's got other ideas, as that one goes straight down the ground. And while they only go for 1, which does mean Gabby will keep the strike going into the 19th over. Now with just 3 runs needed, she moves to 62 not out. Sarah Ryland at the non-strikers end on 47. I mean, maybe I'm just asking for too much here, because Sarah Ryland, she was talking in the igloo all about 2 days ago, just about how much this is for the team and how proud she is of everyone out there. And I don't think she has a single question in her mind about any personal glory. It's just about getting her side over the line. Whether she's 47 stranded there or whether she gets out for a golden duck, if her side is over the line, she will be one proud captain. Now just the 3 runs needed, and well, if it's not off the bat of Sarah Ryland, there's no one more fitting to score the winning runs than Gabby Sakira. She's on 62 off 57. Still 3 runs needed though, and Ramya Imadi, she's absolutely no pushover with the ball. So 3 runs needed for Portugal to claim their first ever T20I series win. It's a bit hit firmly away, but it's great fielding there by Beata Kumari. She seems to be back on the pitch. She doesn't have the gloves, but she fielded well there without them. Now 2 runs needed. Sarah Ryland, can she win for Portugal, and can she get her half century? She needs 3. Her side need 2. And she goes into the leg side, and it is going to be the win, and it's going to be her half century. So she finishes 51 not out, and Portugal take their first ever T20I series win. And what a moment that is for the hosts. You can see how much it means to every single player out there. They were only formed as a side just a few weeks ago, and they've played with so much passion, so much heart, to showcase their skills out there and not only be there, but be in it to win it, as they win the T20I series 2-1. Congratulations, Portugal, and congratulations, Sarah Ryland, the captain, who scored 52 not out yesterday and backed it up with 51 not out today. And jubilation for Portugal as they take home the win. But commiserations to Norway, who gave their absolute all and worthy winners of that second game yesterday. Didn't quite make it over the line today, despite the best efforts of their bowlers. It was Alina Aslam who led the charge, that early wicket of Sanna Loika for just 1 run, and we thought this might turn into a tricky chase for Portugal, but Sarah Ryland and Gabby Sakira had other ideas, and they pretty much repeated the trick of yesterday of both going to 50 not out and leading their side to victory. And what an occasion it is for women's cricket in Europe. It's a celebration of showcasing the talent all across the continent. And what a day this is for Portugal, and Sarah Ryland rolling back the years there with that sweep shot. And Gabby Sakira, well, she's showing us exactly why she is a massive talent and one to look out for Portugal for years to come, as that was the 1-2-3 dive, and this was a booming six, possibly the play of the day. And you can see Gabby Sakira, she's got the Portugal badge on her chest and she wears her heart on her sleeve, as Norway they threw themselves around in the field and absolutely cannot question their commitment. They were fielding excellently in parts, but it's difficult when you come across the experience of Sarah Ryland and the absolute pure talent of Gabby Sakira. Norway just didn't have any answers, and Sarah Ryland scored 6 fours on her way to 51 not out. Gabby Sakira 8 fours, and that one big six to take herself to 63 not out, which will be the top score ever for Portugal in T20Is. Of course, very early in the international development of that country, just the 3rd T20I, but they've won 2 of them. They've won their first ever international series, and every single one of them, both for Portugal and for Norway, can be extremely proud of the cricket they've put on over the last 4-5 days. We take a look at the Portugal scorecard, and it's a nice sight if you're going for the hosts here. Sarah Ryland and Gabby Sakira both cash in once more, back-to-back half-centuries for both of them. Sanna Loika, she was bowled early by Alina Aslam, but still, again, a great bowling performance by Norway, just giving away the 12 extras, 8 wides. It's a brilliant performance in anyone's book in a T20. And for Norway, there's always going to be positives to take. I think Alina Aslam, at just 18 years old, she's certainly going to be a star of the future for her country. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. What a culmination that was in the 3rd T20I. The first series decider of 2 today on the European Cricket Network. And it goes the way of the hosts, as Portugal women beat Norway women by 9 wickets in a historic day for women's cricket here in Europe, as Portugal take home their first ever T20I series win. So congratulations to them. Commiserations to Norway, who didn't quite make it over the line today, but they've shown some excellent cricket throughout the last few days, especially yesterday with the ball in hand, and there will be a fearsome bowling unit for anyone who they come up against in the future. And there you have it, the final standings. Portugal women sit on top of the standings, clinching the series win with that second win out there in the middle in the 3rd T20I. And well, they won't quite be making the ICC rankings yet. You need 8 games played for a ranking place. They've got 3 under their belts, and I'm sure everyone will be following their progress in future. And well, when they get those 5 games, it'll be great to see them in the rankings on the ladder and climbing their way up, I'm sure. As for Norway, their ICC ranking is 63, and well, the performance, especially with the ball, suggests they've got certainly room to grow, and we'll be excited to follow them on the European Cricket Network very soon. So there you have it. It's the first title decider in the bag. Portugal women take it by 9 wickets. But the action is not over here, as well, the men will slug it out in just about 45 minutes time. It's another title decider on our hands as we go into the final T20I at 1-1. Portugal, they snatched the win yesterday after a disappointing performance from them on the first day. Will it be a series double for Portugal, or will Norway take the pride of the series win back with them to Oslo? Well, you won't have to wait too long. Of course, it's a slightly longer turnaround here in these T20Is. So 45 minutes, you've got time to have a spot of lunch, bask in the glory of that win for Portugal women, take a look back at the highlights, because there certainly were a few. And join me, Tina Goff, back on the European Cricket Network for the men's title decider in about 45 minutes time. You won't want to miss this one.
so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome to the Santarém Cricket Ground, and what a piece of history we experienced this morning as Portugal women claimed their first ever T20I series win. And they did it in some style with Gabby Sakira and Sarah Fu Ryland both claiming back-to-back half centuries. But it was a bit of history before that as well, as Aisha Hassan, she got her first ever T20I half century, and actually the first ever half century at all for Norway women. So it's already been a day of history, and congratulations to both of those women's sides for absolutely just showing an exhibition of women's cricket here in Santarém. But now we move our focus to the men's sides, and there's still something to be played for here as the series is locked at 1-1 after Portugal took home the win yesterday. Their first game wasn't really an impressive performance from them. Norway, they've been mighty impressive with the bat, but Portugal came roaring back yesterday thanks to the explosive batting power of Conrad Greenshields. So it's all on the line here. It's the final game of this mammoth Portugal tour. I'm really looking forward to it. But before we can get into the action, let's take a look at what happened at the coin toss.
Norway here's the call. It's tail.
We're gonna back.
Portugal won the toss and they are going to bat first.
So there you have it, going into the final game of this epic ECN tour to Portugal. Portugal have won the toss and elected to bat in the third and final T20I between Portugal and Norway. And the title is on the line. Series is locked at 1-1, and it's anyone's guess here who is going to take home the spoils. And the reason that it's gone to this final game is because Portugal claimed the win yesterday in the do-or-die game for them. Norway, they batted first, put on 137 runs. It could have actually been a lot less if it weren't for the combative striking of Kamar Mushtaq and a little cameo by Vinay Ravi towards the end to push Norway from 77 for 7 to 137 for 7 after 20. But it was the firepower of Conrad Greenshields that secured the win for Portugal, as he's top scored with 67 off 46. And as a result, that's why we are locked here at 1-1 with still one game to play. And well, we saw this morning that in that title decider in the women's side, Portugal claimed the win in a historic first ever T20I series win for them. I'm sure I'll talk a lot more about that as this game progresses, but for now let's focus on the men. And there's one change for Norway as Tafsir Ali comes in, and it's Vishal Sharma, who played yesterday, who will sit out on this occasion. No changes for the Portugal side, as captain Najam Shahzad looks to lead his team to a series victory. And, well, if the win predictor is anything to go by, we are in store for another thriller. And what an end we have to this tour, which has lasted over 2 weeks, has spanned all the way from the Challenger Division through the Premier to the ECIs, and now culminating in this longer format T20I series of 3 games. And, well, it was, as I said, Portugal who won the toss. They've decided to bat, and they will see if they can turn the tables on yesterday. They chased down the total yesterday, and the first of these 3 games, they also batted second, but they didn't manage to overhaul Norway's impressive total of 154 for 6. So this time, and for the first and last time in the series, Portugal will be batting first. And it will be, looks like the familiar openers there of Jalpesh Vijay, the diminutive opening batter there at the striker's end. And he's, in fact, there is a bit of a change as he's joined by Davil Kumar Norotam. We've seen the first 2 games, Miggy Machado, the captain, opening up for Portugal. But it will be Norotam at the non-strikers, and, well, no change at all for Norway. Unsurprisingly, it'll be Vinay Ravi with ball in hand, who has been so mightily impressive with the new ball, leading the charge for Norway, and he'll be doing so here as he gets this decider underway. And immediately, they scamper through for single leg by. What a game we had yesterday between these 2 sides. Again, it was one of these T20Is that just had so many shifts in momentum. With Norway, well, they were in danger, weren't they? They were really scratching around for runs in the middle orders. They found themselves 41 for 4 and then 65 for 5. 65 for 6, actually. There was 2 wickets and 2 balls there. And it was 77 for 7 halfway through the 15th when Kumar Mushtaq, who was already at the crease, was joined by Vinay Ravi. And I think Portugal was surely eyeing up, trying to bowl their guests out for less than 100, but the partnership between those 2 boosted the score up by 60 runs in total. So that one squeezed away in the leg side. There's a fielder out there, will do the long old chase, but the ball will win as the first boundary is on the board, and it comes off the bat of Davil Kumar Norotam. That was his first delivery, because they did, of course, run through for a leg bye on the first delivery, but he gets himself off the mark with a boundary and wipe out territory there. As, well, that was quite spectacular effort here as the Norway subfielder, he had to leap off his chair, and just as well as I think it was Deshana out there came bounding in, and luckily the chair took the full force and not the 12th man, because I think having an injury to the 12th man is an unusual occurrence. Just about avoided it with his quick thinking there. As we get back to the action, look at that win predictor 50-50. Thank you very much. These 2 look like they might serve up a thriller in this final game of the Portugal tour. Ravi, as is pretty much always the case, starts right on the money for the Norwegians. So that one's just worked away to leg. Ravi, he usually, well, they might run through for 2 here, and they will, after that slight fumble by Faisal Raza. Yeah, Ravi is usually the destructor-in-chief with ball in hand, but it was then the back end of that Norwegian innings yesterday where he contributed 22 not out. A few lovely little scoops and inventive shots from him, alongside Kumar Mushtaq, who scored 43 after just 33 deliveries. Got that Norwegian score up to 137. Probably thought it was still below par as Ravi comes in for his 5th delivery. And Portugal, they knew the series was on the line. Norway had the chance to take an unassailable 2-0 lead. And the Portugal run chase didn't go off without a hitch. Vijay Ravi, Jalpesh Vijay, Scored 22, but then he was caught out again. There was both the openers got out to misplaced shots, just rash shots really, and Portugal found themselves 50 for 3. But there was a few nice partnerships, and the common denominator in all those partnerships was Conrad Greenshields. He's been clubbed away to the leg side, and it will go all the way to the rope. It's in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, and the fielder on the leg side is, well, there you can see him there at square leg. So the vacant cow corner region is found for the second time in the over, so that's 11 for no loss after 1. Conrad Greenshields then, he was the destructor in chief yesterday, 67 of 46 deliveries. He remained not out, scored 6 4s and 3 6s, and led his side to victory. In the end, it was fairly comfortable. They chased down the total within 18 overs. But Norway, they always felt like they had a sniff. They kept on taking wickets, but they just couldn't get that key wicket of Conrad Greenshields. And, well, after saying in the commentary tent earlier in the day that Portugal had some making up to do and that the batters had to fire, he certainly lived by those words and guided his team home to victory. What was, in fact, only his second T20I, so he's making his debut here for Portugal in this series. Didn't quite fire in the first game, but already notched a considerable score, 67 not out, into the record books. As again, similar to yesterday, Shinwari has the ball at the other end, and too much width on offer there, and VJ, that's one of his favourite areas. Doesn't have much height, but he can use the whole depth of his crease here. He just rocks back on it and guides it away for 4 runs to start the second over. Of course, we are in the 2020 regulations now, which means that it's 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring for the first 6 overs of the power play. And after that, you are allowed more fielders outside. In fact, it's 4 in total for the women's game and 5 for the men's game. I always have to double check which way around that is. But 5 fielders allowed outside the ring after the 6th over and all the way through until the 20th. Unless, of course, there's some kind of penalties based on not bowling the overs in time, but we haven't had that problem yet this week. I'm sure Norway will be hustling through in the field here. So it is a 20-over match, just to reiterate. I know ECN has made a bit of a trademark of T10s, and we love that form of cricket, but especially at an international level, it's fantastic to see the best players of their respective countries having a bit more time out there in the middle, and also for the bowlers having up to 4 overs to find their rhythm, get in their stride and claim those wickets as Shinwari comes in for his 4th delivery. There's a quick run called through, and slightly risky, but Jalpesh Vijay's quick off the mark there. He was always going to get safely home. Ahmadullah Shinwari, he did make his debut for Norway back in 2021. That was against Germany. But he's not featured in too many games since then. So 13 games under his belt, in which time he's picked up 10 wickets. His best being 2 for 9. Of course, one of those wickets was earlier in the series. He went wicketless yesterday, though. Only ended up bowling 3 overs because Portugal didn't need all of the 20 overs. Went for 21 runs, so the economy of 7 wasn't his best showing, but he's started off with a bit too much width here. There is the fielder out there, though, as Vinay Ravi mops up on that occasion. That is the end of the second over. A solid start for Portugal here as they move to 18 for no loss. It's interesting that they've shuffled the pack a little here, Portugal, with their batting lineup. As we see again the standings and just how much is on the line here. Of course, it's a T20I, which means every single game is important. And it's all about ranking points on the line. But of course, when a series is also up for grabs, it's about pride and doing your country a service. So both of these teams are going to be scrapping it out until the last ball is bowled to take that win and take home the series trophy, as Vinay Ravi comes back for his second over. And the fact that we're tied here at 1-1 going into this game shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, actually, because there's not too much separating these two sides in the ICC rankings. Portugal before this series in 42nd spot, Norway in 39th. So you imagine, actually especially for Portugal, that this is a high stakes game, because they all dearly like to leapfrog their guests in those rankings, as that one's just hit away but fielded very nicely on the 45, so just the 1 run. And well, the ICC algorithm is a piece of scientific algorithm that someone smarter than me would have to explain, but certainly every win that you can notch, especially against sides above you in the rankings, are really invaluable to moving your way up. Because I suppose the logic is that you should be beating the sides ranked below you. So for Norway, they should be beating Portugal. So if Portugal do claim this 2-1 series win, I imagine there'll be some movement in those rankings. Portugal definitely want to be breaking into the top 40. That one just got a bit big there on Darval. Just as a reminder there at the bottom of your screens, Portugal won the toss and decided to bat, so it's the first time in this short series that they will be setting the target. And it's difficult to predict what par is based on just 2 data points, but 137 was a losing score for Norway yesterday. Previous game, 154 they were able to defend. So I think Portugal will be looking at least 150. And well, there's 4 added to the collection as that will race away. My expected score is in the 150s. That'll be at least the marker that Portugal will want to put down to put Norway under pressure with the series on the line. That was a lovely stroke there by Norotam, who plays for Crouch End in the Middlesex League, so I'm sure some of his friends and family over in England are watching this contest eagerly, as we all are. This one goes high. Does it have the legs on it to go all the way? I'm going to have to check that one. I think it is signalled 6 by the umpire crew here. And it does land. Oh, that's tight, isn't it? But, wow. Crew, he certainly doesn't need to go to Specsavers as he calls that bang on. Lovely footage there from 2 circles as that landed probably about 10 centimetres over the line. And that's all you need to get the 6. So it's back-to-back boundaries for Norotam. He goes 4-6, and as a result, the fielder has been sent back here to the long-off boundary. Still in the power play, so they'll have brought a fielder in. And it's the 3rd that's come in. Still deep square leg out there. There's a mix-up here. There's a chance for a run out, but the throw coming in was not good enough. As that was a bit of a miscommunication there between VJ and Norotam, and you can see here VJ went for the single, turned back, was not exactly the quickest to make his move back into the crease, but luckily for him it wasn't a clean pickup and throw from the man floating there on the fly slip area. So that's the end of the 3rd, an eventful over. 4 and a 6 in it, and a half chance of a run out. But the 2 Portugal batters survive. They move their way to 29 for no loss halfway through the power play. And a good time to say hello to everyone joining in the chat. I see Paul and Trip and Dave. I hope you're having an excellent day. And you're tuning in at the right time to see how many runs Portugal can put on the board to put their guests under pressure in this third and final T20I. And there's the first wicket to fall, as Jalpesh Vijay just feathers one through to the keeper, and it was a regulation catch there by Khizr Ahmed. The fourth over starts with the first wicket. As we take a look at this, it's Shinwari back for his second over. His first over went for 7. That time, though, just cut across the right-handed Vijay. It was a lovely delivery and enough bat on it there for Vijay to know that his time at the crease was over. So the first wicket to fall for Portugal is 29 for 1. And Jalpesh Vijay has to depart for 7. Just the one boundary to his name, that textbook late cut. This time, though, just manages to find the edge. And Khizr Ahmed, Norway captain, makes no mistake. So it's been a bit of a lean series for Jalpesh Vijay. He scored 13 in the first 2020 and then 22 in the second, so certainly not the return he would hope for. Such a talented player. Of course, he plays for Hornchurch as well. We've seen him feature in the ECL. He made his debut for Portugal last year. So I'm sure there'll be more to come from him, as big man Conrad Greenshields comes into the attack and immediately the ball hits at the toe of his bat, and I think that is what makes him lose grip on it. It goes flying harmlessly, not hitting the stumps nor any Norwegian fielder. So an exciting start to Conrad's innings, and he really excited us throughout yesterday, scoring some booming boundaries on his way to 67 not out, 3 Maximos and 6 fours. He'll want to produce something similar here, but he does have plenty of time, coming in at 3. This is, I think, the wicket that Norway would dearly love to pick up. Loud in the field, getting all around Conrad, making it sure that he knows he's in a battle. But he gets off strike here for his first run of the final T20I. It's been a great over so far from Shinwari. Wicket followed by 2 dot balls, and Greenshields there just manages to rotate the strike. Noratam now back on strike, 21 runs to his name in quick time. And that one's been lofted and it's gone all the way. It's just a flat shot over the covers. Lovely timing from Noratam. He as well, not the tallest batter in the world, but he just gets his hands and bat underneath that one and hits it straight into the fence. 6 runs. You can probably pick up the hustle and bustle on the stump mic there, and it's been quite a testy affair between these two sides throughout the last 4 or 5 days. No one wants to give an inch. Oh, there's a run given there as it just burst through the hands of Faisal Raza at point. And there's absolutely been nothing the wrong side of the line, but there's been a few tempers flaring here and there, and that just shows how passionate both sets of players are about winning for their country, representing their nation, and well, of course getting their team up the ICC rankings. Both of these sides will have enormous amounts of ambition about where they think they can end up. They probably think both of them want to break the top 30, if not the top 20. So this is just the start of their push up the ladder. Just as I was saying earlier today, for the women's sides, it's just the start of the cricketing journeys of these countries. Of course, in the grand scheme of the history of cricket, Portugal and Norway very much just featuring in the last part of those history books. In fact, the Cricket Association of Portugal only founded in 1994. A vintage year, one of the best years to be born, I've heard. And they became an ICC member 2 years later. They didn't play their first international game till 1997. So to even be at this stage, Portugal, where they're ranked in the top 50 comfortably, probably top 40 after this series, shows just how much progress they've gone through. And it's Scherzer into the attack. But Norotam leads the counter punch there. So lovely square drive. Gets him into the 30s. And Portugal move along to 41 for 1. Just lovely timing on that. Didn't move his feet one bit, didn't need to because of the wrists on that. And again, we're still in the power play. So only 2 fielders outside the ring. Well, now they have moved someone in a classic cricketing move. Put the fielder exactly where the previous ball has ended up. So now there is a deep point. See if Norotam uses that to his advantage. The other fielder out is at cow corner. Oh, that one's going to come right to the roof. Oh, it's going to go over my head. Not quite sure where that one went. In any case, that was a massive shot. See if we can see that on the replay. I was slightly fearing for my life there. In this commentary glue, at some point you just lose the ball. And there you go. Great catch there by the camera crews. That one just dropped about a metre behind the igloo. You can understand why I was bracing for impact on that Maximo. Norotam here really getting into his day's work. 38 off 15 and leading the attack against Sahak. What does he have for a comeback ball? Nicely played and equally well fielded there in the point region by Vinay Ravi. Tall bowler. Seeing them tumbling around in point is always a great sight. Just jog through for 1 here. So it's been a great combination of sensible batting, but also clean power hitting from Norotam. He's already got 4 4s and 3 6s on his way to 39. He'll want to convert that. He's another one who hasn't fired yet for Portugal. A pair of 4s in his 2 innings so far. Well, he's already gone significantly better than that. Final ball of the 5th. Watchfully played by Conrad Greenshields. A good comeback there on the second half of that over by Sahak. So we do make it to the end of the 5th. Portugal 48 for 1 as we see everything that's coming up. Oh, just about the next 3 weeks. That shows quite how packed our cricket calendar is here on the ECN. So at the same time in Madrid, I think just about going into the final game there. And what a few days we've had so far. They've still got 3 days of action coming up after today, and then I'll be hot-footing it over to Bologna to hopefully enjoy some of the local delights there, and also the delightful local cricket. Both the women and the men will be in action on the domestic stage there. And then we have some international action from both France and Malta, as well as ECSs, and then Phil G, who I've seen on the chat. Welcome to you, Phil G. I'm sure you're looking forward to taking us through that Belgium night series. Phil G, After Dark, coming back to your screens very soon, and that rounds out what will promise to be an absolutely action-packed month here on the European Cricket Network. And I know May has some delights in store as well. So whatever plans you have for the next, well, I'd say probably at least 12 months, cancel them, because it's all happening here on ECN as we go into the 6th over. Shinwari returns for his 3rd. Of course, mentioning Phil there, he was the other half of the G-Force that took you through the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. Of course, he had to fly solo at the start of the Challenger in what I would call pretty challenging conditions for the Challenger, as that one's hooked away. And there is a fielder there, but it goes over his head. 4 runs. Norotam, he sails into the 40s as Portugal pass the 50 mark. They're 52 for 1. Norotam moves to 43 off just 20 deliveries. Phil G, his laptop suffered a coffee crisis, and the igloo, I think, was falling around his ears, and he still managed to talk us through those first few days of the Challenger division, and then obviously helped me through the G-Force, the Golden Ball Force as well, wasn't it? As we called a Golden Ball, and yeah, a lovely few weeks with Phil. Looking forward to being back on the mic with him later this year as well. Looking forward to watching this action at the middle as well, because that's as clean a hit as you will ever see off the bat of Davor Norotam, all the way from Maximo. That takes him to 49. Just take a look at this. He just played it online, and just a flick of the wrists gets it all the way over the boundary. And don't forget, these are bigger boundaries than we're used to seeing on ECN. The minimum boundary length in T20Is for the men is 65 meters. And he made those 65 meters look more like 6 there, as he just dismissed that for a Maximo. Shinwari, comeback ball here. What does he have? Norotam lifts that, and there's a chance of a catch, and it's been dropped, but they do go through for a single, and that gets Norotam to his maiden half-century for his country. What a knock it's been by him so far. 50 runs coming off just 22 deliveries. Well done, Davor Kumar Norotam. It's not been a chance this innings, as he proved just then, but boy has it been a destructive one. 5 4s and 4 6s on his way to his half-century, and a good strike rate as well, over 220. Doesn't last long though, as it's Conrad Greenshields who gets on the strike, and he departs next ball just as Norotam was celebrating at one end. Conrad Greenshields, he has to take his leave at the other, as again it's just a feather through to the keeper. That one actually cut in brilliantly and then just jagged away from Greenshields, and Kizar Ahmed again with the regulation catch. And fortunately for Portugal, Conrad Greenshields cannot repeat his heroics of yesterday, as he departs for 1 off 5 deliveries, and that's the second wicket up for Norway, 59 for 2. That was a lovely delivery as we take a look back on this. Shinwari, he's always threatening on that angle, the left armour going across the right-handers. And that one, I think, just nibbled off the seam just a little, and that was enough to find the edge of Greenshields. And Kizar Ahmed, he did the rest, as that is the end of the 6th over. And pretty consistent scoring, 4 lots of 11. And unfortunately for Portugal, in that over was that second wicket, a big wicket as well for Norway in the form of Conrad Greenshields. But the good news for Portugal is that of those 59 runs, 50 have been scored by Davor Kumar Norotam, and he's still out there. He's now been joined at the crease by Miggy Machado, who we've seen open up in the previous 2 games, but he's been dropped down to 4 here, and he's got a good platform to build on. The opening bowlers have actually been seen off now, as Norway turned to spin relatively early, straight out of the power play and straight into spin. So the 6 overs of the power play are over. Meaning now Norway can spread the field if they want to, with 5 allowed outside of the ring. Right on the money straight away by Deshana, who's been one of the most impressive bowlers for Norway. He always gets brought in the middle overs. Yesterday, again, he only bowled the 3 overs because Portugal finished the game early, but he bowled a maiden in one of those 3 and only went for 7 runs and picked up 2 wickets out of Amandeep Singh, the MVP from the Premier Division, trapped LBW, and also Juan Henry holed out to Mohamed Shersahak. So Deshana on the back of 2 wickets yesterday, want to pick up 2 today. Be interesting to see if Anil Palmer is deployed at the other end, as is often the case with Norway, as Machado goes for the sweep. Should just be worth the one, as Faisal Raza there does the fielding in the leg side. Shana gets lovely drift on his delivery. That one just more or less goes straight on, but it seems to turn in the air once or twice before it lands in the gloves of Khizr Ahmed. This over so far, just worth 2 runs. The final ball coming up. Norotam goes for the big hit. There's a fielder out there, and he does, I think, a brilliant job, does Vinay Ravi, of preventing the boundary. As it was a big hit by Norotam, didn't quite get hold of all of it. That's why Ravi was given an opportunity at all to try and stop this. It looks like he does an excellent job there. I don't think he's maybe he is touching the rope. Oh, they called it 6 in the Portugal dugout, and just waiting to see what was called. It was not called a 6 in the end. I think just the 2 given. Again, in these T20Is, the umpires don't have the benefit of the replays. They're just going on what they see on field. And, well, in any case, it's the end of the 7th. It was 2 given. 63 for 2 is the score, and after a blistering start, the run rate has just settled down at 9, which is still a promising start for Portugal. They have got 2 men back in the shed already, Conrad Greenshields in particular, after his explosive innings yesterday, but it's a case of 1 hit and 2 misses for him, as he only scored 6 runs in that first T20I, but I'm sure he'll come back stronger in the next series. And of course, he put in that spectacular catch in the fielding innings yesterday, so his work for the day is not done. And Norotam, his innings, he will hope, is far from over, as there was a slight sniff there for Vinay Ravi, but it went flying over his head, and the race was always going to be won by the ball there. Norotam moves to 56. It is Anil Palmer at the other end, so as I suspected, the spin twins are back in business, with Deshana and Palmer working in tandem. As rightly mentioned in the chat as well by Tripp, it was good that Phil finally got his golden ball. I know he's been waiting a long time, and, well, Phil, you should have just called me earlier. I do seem to have the golden touch. 2 golden balls in the series so far. Of course, that spans both the Challenger and the Premier. And the ECIs, as the first ECI between Portugal women and Norway women, the first ECI that either team had ever played, went straight to the golden ball. Golden ball 75, I think it was, that was won in the end by Portugal. What a story that was for them. Of course, we're in the T20I regulations here, so a golden ball is off the table. But we could go to a super over, so if the scores are even at the end of Norway's run chase, then a super over is on the cards. And, well, it's now or never, isn't it? We're in the final game of this epic Portugal tour. What a better way to cap it off than with a super over. But I think I'll take the 2 golden balls so far. Don't want to get too greedy, but I won't say no. I'll leave it in the hands of the cricket gods. Worked away in the offside by Norotam, and they might push for 2 here, but in fact the backup job done by Junaid Mahmood there ensures that just the single is taken. So the final ball coming up here of the 8th over. Palmer gets down to do his own fielding. Gets helped back up sportingly by Norritam, who I think tried his best to make himself invisible there, but it does get to the end of the 8th over. Portugal find themselves 71 for 2. A good platform here to push on from that run rate just below 9. Expected score 166. If they can get it up to 170, 180, they'll certainly be happier at the halfway stage. It's the 2 wickets to fall so far. Jalpesh Vijay falling in the 4th over. And Conrad Greenshields following, just contributing 1 to the score, not repeating his heroics from yesterday. Both of those dismissals in identical fashion, bowled by Amadullah Shinwari, taken cleanly by the Norway skipper and keeper, Khizr Ahmed. As Palmer finishes his first over. There was a 4 and a 3 scored from it, so it goes for 9 as Dashana continues from the igloo end. Miserly with his runs so far, just the 3 conceded in the first over. That's worked away fine. There's a big chase on. I think the ball will win this one. As you can see, not a fielder even in shot before Junaid Mahmood goes to collect the ball. And not sure if Norritam wanted to work the ball quite that fine, but he'll certainly be fine with the outcome as that goes for 4. Takes him into the 60s, 62 off just 32 deliveries. He's really the heart of this innings so far. Just 13 runs contributed not off his bat. That also shows how tight Norway have been with their bowling. Haven't given away a single wide or no ball yet. Just the 1 leg bite, which came, in fact, off the very first ball of the innings. It's been hit firmly away. There is a fielder out there, though. They will just content themselves with a 1. He's due a run or 2 for his side. That first T20I, he did actually come in at 4 and scored 11 before he was dismissed by Anil Palmer, caught by Shinwari holding out on the boundary. He shuffles across his stumps and works that away to leg just for 1. And then in the second T20I yesterday, he opened the batting. That's when he was promoted up the order, trying something different, where Portugal to obviously, on the back of that first loss, see if they could find that winning combination. And, well, the partnership with Vijay was worth 37. And then almost immediately after Jalpesh Vijay fell, Miggy Machado followed suit. An appeal here for LBW. It's a big protracted appeal. Umpire Crute says no. Well, they were a bit slow to go up for the appeal here. I thought this one looked close as we take a look on replay. Yeah, it's always difficult when the player goes down into the sweep, but it's his front leg, which of course will be quite far ahead of the stumps, and I think probably that's what swayed it for Umpire Crute, possibly going down leg, that one, possibly even height. Either way, Norritam lives to the next ball. This one decides to play with a bit more of a straight bat. So Miggy Machado in that second T20I, he scored a runner ball 11. But as soon as Jalpesh Vijay fell, Machado fell just 3 balls late, and it was a bit of a nothing shot, to be honest, as he just wafted one through to the keeper. So he won't want to be the 3rd victim to fall here in the same fashion, edging one behind. As we move to the end of the 9th over, Portugal 77 for 2. So you can see there 2 small contributions by the men back in the hurt Vijay and Greenshields. Greenshields wasn't able to repeat the magic of his innings yesterday, but a nice little partnership building up here between the 2 men out in the middle, Norritam and Machado. Mostly off the bat of Norritam. Machado just contributing a runner ball 5 so far. As Dashana gives away just 6 runs on that over, and Palmer continues at the other end. So the spin duo Just working through these middle orders for Norway. Palmer's doing a good job here of just trying to restrict the boundary flow. It hasn't exactly been a boundary fest so far for Portugal, but they've just been running very well in between the wickets and picking up those boundaries on any loose deliveries from Norway. So that one's chipped in the air, but it will land short of the fielder out there, Kruger Deshana. So as we've seen on several occasions now, these spinners just put the brakes on the innings. The last two overs of seam in the 5th and 6th, Shersahak and Shinwari went for 11 apiece. Since then, scoring is slowed down as there's a big appeal and it's given. As Machado, I mean, he's not happy with that decision. He seems to think that he might have got a bit of bat on that. It will be difficult to see on the replay because, of course, we're behind the ball here, but let's take a look. It's difficult to say anything. I mean, the finger went up very quickly. I think Machado, based on his reaction, I think he'll suggest that he got some bat on that, but it's the decision of umpire Naeem that counts, and he seemed to be in no doubt that that was going on to hit the stumps, that there was no bat involved. So Machado, his lean series continues. It comes to an end with the bat. He scores 6 off 7 runs, and yeah, again, it's difficult to tell, but both... Oh, there we go. Did that just come straight off the bat? Let's have a look. We're being teased here. I think on instinct there, it looked like it might have hit the toe end of the bat and not even gone through to the pad. I'm not sure if we're going to have the benefit of the replay here. But you could immediately see by Machado's reaction that he wasn't happy with it. And, well... we'll have to go with the on-field decision. And the decision was out, so it's the 3rd wicket to fall. 79 for 3. And it's the first wicket for Anil Palmer. As Machado departs 6 off 7. That brings Amandeep Singh to the crease. Dhaval Kumar Norotam still out there. Let's have a look at this then for replay. Go through. Yeah, it's glove, isn't it? Comes off his glove. So it's a tough call there from Naeem. You can see why he gave that, because it's a matter of perspective. The umpires unfortunately don't have the beauty of having the side on camera. And the call stands on field. It's an unfortunate one there for Miggy Machado, as he does have to depart 4-6, and Portugal find themselves 79 for 3, 2 balls left of the 10th. It's Amandeep Singh who has joined the informed Norotam out there. Singh, well, again, I keep on talking about these batters as being real dangerous players, but at the moment none of them have been able to get a run of form consistently. And Amandeep Singh is another one who played so well through the Premier Division, so well in fact that he picked up the MVP trophy, just hasn't been able to repeat that form for his national side. Now would be a good time to just support Dhaval Norotam out there and put in a little innings of his own, as there's 2 balls left of the 10th. Well, he just knocks straight back down the ground. So expected score is dipped under 160. win predictor almost 50-50 once more. Singh gives himself a bit of room, but only finds Vinay Ravi there at point. So we do get to the end of the 10th over. Portugal 79 for 3 at the halfway stage. While the sun is beating down in sunny Santarem, but unfortunately the tour is coming to an end here as we've celebrated an unbelievable tournament so far. I mean, we've had the internationals, we've also had the Premier Division, we've had the Challenger Division, we've had so much action out here in the middle. As for one of the final times, actually, you can join me in what is now a very, very warm commentary igloo. And, well, what a tournament it's been. What a tour. And the sun has finally come to greet us as we have to unfortunately say goodbye to Portugal. But I'm sure we will be back very soon as we go back to the live action as well as... no, the cricket doesn't rest for anyone here. As they run through for 1, look again for 2. And based on the fact it's just underarm bowled from the boundary, they comfortably make it back for 2. Take a look at this. It's the spin that continues in the form of Kruger Deshana, just dabbed away to the 3rd boundary. It's quite a long old boundary down there, so they do comfortably get back for 2. Amandeep Singh gets himself off strike and off the mark. Norottam, he's got to take on the mantle here, doesn't he? 67 off 38. He's seen a couple of partners come and go. He just keeps on plugging away. He needs to keep positive. Whips that one away. Chase is on there for Tafsir Ali. Should get around comfortably, but they do manage to scamper through for 2. Deshana doing what he does best through these middle overs, just stemming the flow of runs. Just 15 coming off his 2.4 overs so far. It'd be interesting to see if Norway do have another spin option, because it's been so productive for them. That one's gone up in the air, but it will land safe in front of the fielder there. In fact, bit of a fumble there by Tafsir Ali, which allows them to come through for 2. I think they probably would have got the 2 in any case. Just the 5 bowlers used so far by Norway. Vinay Ravi, you imagine he'll come back at the end of the innings. Shinwari's got 1 left. Shah Sahak has only bowled the 1 so far. He did go for 11. So, well, unless they need to find a 6th bowler, then Shinwari will have to bowl another 3. So that is the end of the 11th over. Portugal 87 for 3. And they're just ticking along here. You imagine Norottam, well, he'll have that milestone in sight. It's still a long way off, but he's got plenty of time. He's got to his 71 in record time so far, and the spin will continue at the top end in the form of Anil Palmer. It's a big hit down the ground. There's a player out there, but he can only watch that sail over his head. It's Amidullah Shinwari. He misjudged that a little, in fact, and he came in off the boundary. By the time he backpedaled, though, the ball was already sailing over his head. 6 runs off the bat of Amandeep Singh. A lovely strike. Well played by Singh out into the leg side. Run through again for 2. So it's a nice little counter punch being led by Amandeep Singh here. Another one who hasn't gone big so far. He scored 16 runs in that first T20I. Managed 5 not out in the second. In fact, he did his job admirably there in just supporting Conrad Greenshields to see Portugal over the line. But he's gone here. Just as I was saying, his innings was getting up and running. He runs down the pitch at Palmer, misses the ball entirely, and Khizr Ahmed, he gets involved in his 3rd wicket as the stumps are thrown down there, and you can see well short of the line there. Seeing it's a bit of a deceptive angle actually because it's not straight ahead, but certainly out there Singh, and his short innings comes to an end as he departs for 9 off 6 deliveries. So halfway through the 12th, Portugal 95 for 3, and this is an excellent time to introduce a special guest I have in the commentary box, and someone who's certainly going to be full of pride after watching the Portugal women go to their first ever T20I series win this morning. Griselda Brits, welcome. Thank you for joining me in the absolute hot box that is the commentary igloo.
Not a problem at all. Thanks for having me.
Oh,
it is quite hot in here, isn't it? And you've done really well.
I mean, we've had all kinds of weather here in Portugal. We've had absolute storms. When the start of the tournament, 2 weeks before you guys came, we've had storms that knocked out laptops. So violent were they. Anil Palmer comes back in. Najam Shazad, the captain, without the helmet, is facing up his first delivery. So there's a lot to talk through. I mean, you must still be processing everything that's happened in like the last 5 days. If you can first maybe go back to the T10s, where you obviously emerged as the MVP of that tournament. How was the experience? Have you played T10 before?
I haven't actually played much of the format, to be honest. It wasn't, really around back in my day.
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in my day. I've definitely aged, for sure, after this. I've got a few extra grey hairs. But yeah, it's been great fun getting used to that sort of format. It's certainly different. It's a lot quicker, not a lot of time. But yeah, it was an incredible experience just to be on the pitch. I personally haven't played much cricket after my retirement.
Yeah.
And just being able to be in the middle and play with the girls. I'm sure so much have been said about them already, but just immensely proud to be part of this journey and just part of this tournament in general. And then today again, just doing what they need to, hitting their straps, and yeah, how's that? Nice first ever T20 series and first ever T20 series win. So that was pretty special as well to be part of. So really enjoyed that. It was
special to watch. So I can't imagine how fun it would have been to be involved as Deshana comes back for his 4th and final over. Hasn't picked up a wicket so far, but has been extremely economical. So take us back to how you got involved in cricket in Portugal, because I mean, I know everyone has a different story. What's yours? How did you discover that cricket was even being played here?
This might actually surprise you, or for those people that know me probably don't, but I walked into a butchery, so it's no surprise that food got me towards cricket again.
It's always the way.
Walked into a butchery and there was a flyer of cricket in women's cricket in Portugal, joined a team, and I happened to just know the butcher at the time, and I said, oh, they actually play.
That one's been hit down the ground and the race is on. The ball will win the race. It's a 4 to get off the mark for Najam Shazad, and that does bring up Portugal's 100 as well. 100 for 4. The second ball of the 13th over. So you saw the poster in the butchery, and what happened next?
And so someone sort of put me in contact with Fatima, who kind of runs that for the women here. And yeah, before I knew it, I was in the middle batting for Portugal. So, it's not much else to that. So, but yeah, just delighted to always be involved in the game and to give back to it.
Big hit here, and that's gone all the way for 6. That's gone over the dugouts into the neighbouring field. I think that's a lost ball as umpire Kroot signals 6, and Najam Shazad leading the counter-attack here. He's seen a few wickets fall. And the captain, he's been a bit short of runs in the first 2 T20Is, but now would be a good time to cash in as he moves to 10. So you said you haven't played cricket in a while. Obviously, for those listening and watching, can you just give us a bit of a overview of your career? So you've played for South Africa, you've captained your country to a test match victory. How was that?
Yeah, so I mean, I retired. I started playing cricket for South Africa at quite a young age, and I probably retired earlier than most. I retired in 2014. I played my last World Cup in India, and it's been a long but very incredibly satisfying career. And you know, basically at the time that I retired, I went back into full-time in my full-time IT career. I used to work for IBM for many years. And I was just partly involved in some of the development, but not full-time coaching like most of the other people do with their cricket careers. So again, like I say, just...
Sorry to interrupt, but I think we got an umpire hit here. As he turns his back, does umpire Naeem, and that's an absolute bullseye there.
Oh no.
I think he's okay. But I mean, I'm sure Shazad's a bit annoyed about the fact that he doesn't get full value for his runs there, as umpire Naeem's backside does a good bit of fielding there. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. I think the bowler is pretty happy. He's got an extra fielder on the field there. So, yeah. So no, I've been just kind of doing some part-time stuff with the cricket, but I've never really been sort of in places working in my IT career to be able to do bit more full-time things, so this kind of like integrates well with my current location, etc. So it was nice to get back out there. So.
Yeah, and I mean, it was nice to see you out there as well. It was like you'd never been away, hitting all those runs, and well, I suppose it must have been difficult being in a brand new side, not knowing anyone and just trying to gel together. But I've heard from both Sarah and from Gabby yesterday that just in a few days you've become this really tight-knit group.
Yeah, it's incredible to see, and I think, you know, that's the amazing thing about team sports as well. It's just not just up to 1 or 2 or 3 individuals. Every single one out there needs to like pull their weight and come to the party, and these girls have done it incredibly well, especially because we have such a mixed side with different sort of experience and exposures. And you know, everyone has really applied themselves well. We've challenged them, definitely Sarah and myself I'm sure I've challenged them in many ways, you know, just in the most basic ways of getting up really early so we can have a longer warm-up, etc. And it's just, you know, getting them used to kind of this environment and what it's like to be a part of something a bit bigger and something very unique. And you know, they've literally just come to the party and, you know, showed us they're willing to be part of it. So it's I'm definitely, like I say, I've got a few extra more grey hairs for sure. I'm not gonna lie, but I think they're a bit of diconflict. So happy to have played with this team. It's just an incredibly cool bunch of girls, and yeah, I'm looking forward to where their future is going with Portugal cricket as well.
Well, maybe your future as well, because I mean, you're not too far off qualifying, I think, if my information is right, for the T20 side. Is that an ambition of yours to keep plugging away?
Yeah, I really like to sit next to the side, next to the side, and still feel all normal, my muscles in the next day. So it's not necessarily a playing ambition, but I would definitely be involved for as long as I am in Portugal. So.
It seems like a great journey to be a part of. As that one probably run away to the boundary. Is a big effort there by Vinay Ravi, but the ball wins, and well, the captain there has his head in his hands, but I think that was just a good shot from a man who's just keeps on batting, as a few players have fallen the other end, but Dhaval Kumar Norotam now moves to 77 off 46. Maybe a word on your captain, Sarah Ryland. I know she, maybe like you, hasn't played, well, definitely not international cricket for a few years, and she came in probably like you, not quite knowing what to expect. But how good has she been as a leader and as like a figurehead for this team?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have enough words to commend Sarah for what she's achieved over the last few games and just with this team in general. You know, some of these girls have not even played a full proper cricket match prior to this tournament, and you know, to take a team like that onto the field, and you that play cricket yourself knows that it's not just about like putting someone on into a fielding position. They have to swap after every over, they have to know where they're going, they need to understand sort of some of the strategy, the rules, etc. And you know, over and above that, she's kept wickets, and she's batted pretty well herself, so she's definitely been a big part of the success of this side, and what they've achieved, especially in the T20s. And yeah, it's just testament to her character. She's a real fighter. Even today, I didn't know if at one stage I might have to go pick her up from the middle and like carry her to the side, but she just kept on batting and took.
That one's gone high up in the air. The shout's a catch. I think it's going to land safely. Probably just end up actually being the one as Najam Shazad happy to give the strike to Norotam. There's only one ball left of the 14th. Yeah, I think I was concerned in commentary as well. She took that one tumble and just stayed down for what felt like an eternity, but I also knew that she's an absolute fighter, and you'd have to drag her kicking and screaming off the pitch before she's taken off. I mean, did you ever come across her in your international careers playing England against South Africa?
Yeah, we talked about it, I think. We played against each other when I first made my debut for SA under 21. I was 14.
Right.
Sarah had played for the for the England under 21s, and they had toured South Africa at that stage. So we would have definitely played against each other. I was probably a bit too young, very very similar to what these other players are going through when you're just trying to play and not focus on the opposition, and everything is super overwhelming. But we played together there, and then shortly after she was injured, so it never really crossed paths after that. But yeah, I know from having played county cricket, you know, with Charlotte and them, Sarah's a big name in England, and it was an absolute honour to take the field with her, one and two, just to be able to coach and be, you know, present in sort of her team talks and her views, etc. So yeah.
Oh, I bet you didn't imagine when you were 14 years old back then that you'd be playing in a few years' time on the same side as Sarah in Portugal. Yeah,
now my age is reversed, right? It's not 1-4, it's 4-1. So no, I didn't actually think that, but yeah, it's been an absolutely incredible journey.
Shaz Hack here back into the attack, so they have turned back to seam, and well, Shazad doesn't mind what bowling he's facing at the moment as he cracks that one away for another big Maximo. 18 runs Shazad has scored now off 10 deliveries, and he's providing a good foil for Davil Kumar Norotam at the other end, who's 80 off 48. Yeah, imagine is most people dream of having one international career, so to have two must feel pretty special. Did you ever think, you know, women's cricket as a whole, you were there at the start where it was kind of getting a bit professional, and you see the professionalism in the game now. If you could be, you know, a 16, 17-year-old now, would you want that? It feels like a lot of pressure on these girls, but also so many opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. I think after the match today, I had a quick chat to the Norwegian side, and I said, you know, I was just kind of like taking them through some of my life learnings, etc. And I think one of the key messages from me was sort of, you know, coming from pretty humble beginnings and never thinking that, you know, there'd ever be anything else than maybe a provincial tournament here and there, and maybe, you know, some representative cricket. But I'd never imagined that, you know, one day I would play for my country, travel the world. And even the players that I captained for South Africa, like Marizon Cup and Dane and those players, they building, you know, houses with the money they earn from playing cricket. And I couldn't have, as a young 14-year-old, imagined like taking, you know, the hand-me-down kits from the men. I couldn't imagine that, you know, one day someone will build their own house from the money they earn from playing cricket. So, you know, everything's possible. And
well, the possibility there is of a 6 into the clubhouse as Shazad, well, he's got some making up to do. Hasn't scored too many runs for his country the last couple of days. I think he's trying to do it in just a few balls here as he moves to 25 off 12, and Portugal 130 for 4. They've set the platform for a big total here. Still just over 5 overs left, and they're looking to get maybe up to 170, 180 here with Sher Sahak back into the attack. Nice slower ball comeback there. It's just amazing to see the opportunities that the female cricketers get nowadays to, as you said, like not just play for their country, but also earn a living and be able to dedicate all of their time to their profession. And well, someone who might be able to do that in future if her performances are anything to go by in the last couple of days. Gabby Sakira, just 16 years old. How impressive is she? Yeah, she's quite talented, is she? Just 16 years old and already lighting up the international stage.
Yeah, she is. It's definitely, when you do the leg spinning, you know, skill, it's always hard, especially in the T20 format, because you can never quite settle. And, you know, to be able to do that at 16 years old is like absolutely incredible. So, and not only that, she's proven herself to be a pretty decent bat as well. So, you know, when it's always nice when you can do both of those things. So, I'm really super chuffed with, you know, how well she's doing and how well she's, you know, adopted to this as well, coming to Portugal, traveling. You know, it says a lot about her character, and because that's what we were talking about, you know, as the game progresses, you know, there's a lot of pressure playing as you get older and into those like international tournaments. So this is the sort of thing she'll be exposed to, traveling and having a lot of cricket on the trots, and then, you know, different conditions, different pitches, different teams, different weather. So, and she's done extremely well. She's definitely one to watch for the future.
Yeah, well, just 16 years old and already being like one of the figureheads of a very talented team. And you could kind of see in her celebration when she got to 50 today. Of course, she's based in South Africa. We had her in the igloo yesterday. Probably got ambitions to play at the highest level in South Africa. But you could see by her celebration that Portugal has really been taken to her heart. So what do you think the future holds? Obviously, Portugal will want to keep her for as long as possible. I'm sure you would as well. But do you think she's got what it takes to go all the way?
Yeah, I think she can. She has a bright future ahead of her. She obviously can choose. I think at some stage she'd be able to choose whatever country she wants to play for, wherever she feels like settling. She, you know, she's already coming into the SA under-19 ranks. I think she's been invited to a few camps, and so yeah, I mean, I think it just depends on kind of where, you know, she decides to settle. But you know, the fact that she celebrates when she's taking wickets and for Portugal, etc., is also just testament to like her character. And you know, she's a real competitor, and she reminds me a little bit of Danae in a way, you know.
Yeah.
In terms of like wanting to compete and wanting to succeed as well. She takes disappointment very hard as well. I could see she was just as disappointed when it don't go well. So and that's just a character thing. That's a sports person. Like, she's very competitive, and I don't think it doesn't matter who she plays for. She's going to be, you know, a name we'll hear about a lot in the future. Yeah,
she definitely wears her heart on her sleeve, and just a 16-year-old to have that composure though as well. Twice she found herself in the situation where she was in the 40s, and I think she knew that she was as well. Norway time at the moment is in the 80s. Shazad just knocks that one away for a single, but to still show that composure at 16 years old, to be able to just calm herself down. I think Sarah did a great job on both occasions of calming her down from the other end as well, but that really shows experience and composure beyond her years. So she's certainly one for the future. And I don't want to keep you too long as well, because I know it's sweltering in this igloo, and you've brought me some amazing South African treats, so I want to dig into those. But maybe a word for some of the other players in the Portugal lineup who maybe have come into cricket late, who have only learnt their craft here in Portugal. It must be a pretty daunting experience to play possibly your first game ever, and then it be under the cameras here with the commentary, you know, and people judging on social media and things like that. How proud are you of them, of just being able to go out and absolutely show what they can do?
Yeah, to be honest, I played a fairly long career, or had a very long career of cricket, and there, you know, I wasn't thrown into the deep end like this for sure. So, again, I don't think it quite sinks in. Maybe for some of them, how well they've done with all of this pressure. It's not just the pressure of actually playing cricket, but also, like you say, all the other elements. And then, yeah, I mean, I think we spoke a lot about going back and just getting better at, you know, bowling in the middle, absorbing some of the pressures, which, you know, of the game itself without even the outside elements, and just doing a lot of repetition of that stuff, playing as much cricket as you possibly can, and taking back sort of all of the learnings that we had from over this past week. So, yeah, I'm extremely proud of this team. There have been some real character tests, and you know, we mostly came out on top. So I'm really happy.
Well, I suppose the fact that you lost that second T20I but still came back fighting today, a much improved bowling performance today as well, just really getting the basics right, that almost having to show confidence and skill in adversity is just as impressive as, you know, winning from the start. So I think it's just an absolute hats off to you, to Sarah, to the whole team as well for what you have done. And I just look forward to seeing you guys in the future, where the journey might go, whether you're in the middle or on the sideline. I think we're all excited to follow Portugal's journey. And I want to say thank you very much as well to you for joining me in the igloo, for not melting in the meantime as well, because it is quite warm in here. I will let you go just so you can join the celebrations. I've been hearing it in the sideline. I'm sure you girls are having a nice time. And I look forward to celebrating your success today and for years to come, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Griselda Brits, who joined us then in the commentary tent, and what a story it's been for Portugal and for Norway as well. They put up such great resistance, picked up that T20I win, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot from both of those sides in the future. Bit of a yes, no, maybe there from Portugal, and that's what happens maybe when you know you're getting close to a little landmark there on that occasion. It wasn't a Jamshazad. I think he was keen to get Davol Kubo Naratam back on strike, and in the end he ends up prone on the floor, but lives to tell the tale as we move into the 17th over here. Portugal 137 for 4. Big swipe there, it's a chance for a catch, but actually it's going to soar over the head of Amadullah Shinwari. The chase is on, I think he'll win it on this occasion. Nice pick up and throw there for the left-hander. They do run through for 2, so Shazad is putting in a good hand here. 31 runs off 19 deliveries for him. That's on the back of, well, second ball duck in the first T20I, and then just 2 runs contributed in the second. So he was due a score, as was Naratam, and they're both impressing here in the middle, putting on a nice partnership that has moved their side from 95 for 4 to 139. 43 the partnership is worth. It's Vinay Ravi who's come back into the attack meanwhile. He's got 2 overs left, so he'll be bowling this, the 17th and the 19th, you'd imagine. And 2 overs left from the other end, which for Shinwari's got 1. Otherwise, the options would be Kamar Mushtaq, who just put in a decent over, going for just 6 runs. Or Shah Sahak also has 2 left. 2 spinners of Dashana and Palmer have bowled there for. Dancing down the pitch is Shazad, and he gets hold of all of that one. Usman Arif is the closest man, but all he can do is chase the ball into the bushes. And Shazad attacks down the pitch there. Vinay Ravi is dispatched to the boundary. So that moves Portugal just 4 away from that 150 mark. The expected score 180. That's certainly something they'll be eyeing up. They want to try and make this a very daunting task for Norway, having to chase a big total with the series on the line. Good comeback ball by Vinay Ravi there, and actually a great piece of goalkeeping there from Kamar Mushtaq, as I think the ball bounced and took a left turn. He managed to readjust superbly to stop that one going through. There is a fielder out here in front of me at mid-off, long off. It certainly stopped the 2 runs there. Two balls left of the 17th. He's just guided straight into the hands of point, and Najam Shazad somehow has absolutely sold himself down the river, and you can see Dawal Kumar Norotam out there just a bit bewildered by this. Let's take a look at what happened. It goes straight to point. I suppose Dawal Kumar Norotam intimates like he wants to maybe go for a run. He goes 1-2 step, but he just ends up looking a bit lost as he sees the hulking form of the captain running towards him, and Najam Shazad can't shift into reverse gear quickly enough, and he's run out as his explosive innings comes to a bit of a whimpering end there, but he's putting his team into a commanding position as he scores 38 off just 21 deliveries, including 4 big sixes. So well batted Najam, but a bit of a curious ending there. As we take a look at this again on replay, it was hit straight to point. There was no chance of a run there. I don't quite know what Najam Shazad thought was happening, unless he was just going on the movements of Dawal Kumar Norotam, who kind of said maybe, but by the time he said no, Shazad was already hurtling towards him. So a shame that that partnership ended in such a tame way, but it's a good wicket at a good time for Norway, as they just want to stop this final flourish from Portugal. It's Rahul Kumar Hash who comes to the crease. Of course, he'll be at the non-strikers end as Dawal Kumar Norotam played that previous delivery which led to the wicket. As Vinay Ravi finishes his 3rd over. A little bit of spice there in the follow-through. As well dug out by Norotam. Vinay Ravi picks the ball up. Well, a bit of fake fielding because he went to throw the ball, which was in fact rolling around by his feet. So we get to the end of the 17th, Portugal 147 for 5. So it's nicely set here for Portugal to go for a big final 3 overs. Expected score 179. Norotam, he's on 83 on 54 deliveries. It's been an excellent knock from him so far. He opened up the batting and he's fielded about half of the balls so far. In the back of his mind, he might have that magical milestone floating around, but he's still got a job to do here for his side. At the moment, though, he's at the non-strikers as Rahul Kumar Hashu will face his first delivery. Hashu immediately says 2 here, and it should be a comfortable 2 as the fielding has to be done by the bowler himself, Kamar Mushtaq. That was excellent running by the 2 in the middle. They knew as soon as that ball was hit, you could hear it on the stump mic, say it calling through for 2-2-2, and they do manage to get it in the end. It's Kamar Mushtaq, his first over, just went for the 6. I feel like Mushtaq is actually quite underused by Norway here as a bowler. That one's a low full toss, but isn't called on field as no ball. They'll comfortably run back for 2 again. Great. Oh, they're going to come through for overthrows here, and it's actually going to fly all the way to the boundary as the throw flashes in from the one side of the field, and we'll see what happens here as the captain, Khizr Ahmed, comes up to the stumps. It was a tight call for a second, but actually it was going to be tight, but I think Khizr Ahmed was too busy with one eye on the batter that he also intimated that maybe the ball hit something on the way down, but won't mind one jot will Portugal as Rahul Kumar Hashu. He gets 6 runs, 2 of which came off the bat, and 4 bonus runs through overthrows for Norway. So the strangest of Maximos, but a Maximo nonetheless. As Portugal move past 150, 155 for 5. Big appeal there, but I think too high up and going down leg. As Norotam reclaims the strike. Yeah, I think Mushtaq, as I was saying, slightly underused by Norway. He's actually, of the players out there in the field, and in fact, of anyone for Norway, he's the second highest wicket taker with 25 in just 19 innings for his country. So Raza Iqbal is top of the list. He's not featuring. He's got 35 wickets. Kamal Mushtaq, second place, 25 wickets. Averaging far more than a wicket every game. His best 3 for 18. And he'll only get a chance to bowl a maximum of 3 overs here. Bowls the 18th, could bowl the 20th. But you would imagine actually Norway might turn back to Amadullah Shinwari, the left-hander who's already picked up 2 wickets in this game. So Mushtaq might end up just bowling the 2 overs. Vinay Ravi, I imagine, would finish his spell in the 19th. Norotam on strike, he's on 83. Again, low full toss, maybe that's why Mushtaq isn't turned to as much. And well, there's a run out here. It's again a bit of a shame that such a promising innings, and more than promising, productive, powerful, comes to an end in such a tame manner. As Norotam, you can understand why he's pushing for the 2. But he ends up well short of his ground and will finish on 84 runs as he gets the 1 there, but gets run out on the 2nd and comfortably in the end. Take a look at this, yeah. But he can depart with his head held high as he leaves the field, having put his Portugal side in a very promising position here. 84 runs for him off 55 deliveries, great run rate as well, strike rate, striking at over 150. But it was a good throw in from Usman Arif. As we see this on the replay, he sets off and actually straight away he wants 2, but I don't think he realises quite how quickly that ball raced away to Arif. But fair play, the throw in was pinpoint accurate. Khizr Ahmed did the honours, so that is the 6th wicket to fall for Portugal. Great innings by Daval Kuma Norotam. Unfortunate for him that he didn't manage to get nearer to that milestone. So there's 2 relatively new batters at the crease. It's Shantu and Hashu, but these were the 2 in that first innings that really hustled towards the end for Portugal. Brilliant running between the 2, and they've got license here to try and be a bit more explosive. And well, in fact, their quick running is demonstrated straight away as well. They go for a 2, and now they end up getting a 3, and that's exactly the type of hustle that they showed in the first game, which allowed them, well, it was a dead rubber in that instance, but allowed them to get somewhere near to the Norway total in this instance. Let's take a look at this running. It was probably only actually a 1. They run through the 1, and here we go. Immediately 2 on the overthrows, and it comes back again, and the 3rd they go. Great coverage there by 2 circles. Yep, it shows immediately the intent that these 2 have out there in the middle. This one just down the leg side, so a bonus run. Portugal will take every single run at this juncture. So 1 ball left off the 18th. 162 on the score, so Portugal will be eyeing up that 180 mark expected score, which you say is well above par here. Oh, that's a good delivery by Mushtaq. Hashu does well actually to dig it out, and not only that, but get a run off it. So that will be the end of the 18th. Portugal 163 with 2 overs still to come. Hashu and Shantu out there, the 2 hustlers and bustlers for Portugal. How many more runs can they notch up in these 2 overs? Run rate up above 9, so if they carry on trotting along at this, they'll get above 180. And you imagine, oh, it's certainly not outside of the realms of possibility for Norway, but it's an imposing total with the series on the line, with the scoreboard pressure. But we know the explosive power of the Norway batters. Osman Arif in particular, he was the MVP of that T10 series. Did get a golden duck yesterday though, so it's maybe time for him to step up as Vinay Ravi steps up for his final over. It's the 19th. The first one just played away into the leg side for a single. That brings Nupan Shantu on to face the next delivery. He scored 13 off 12 in that first T20. He's been very impressive with the ball actually, the tall left armour. He's got a bit of a licence here to try and add some runs to his side. It just clubs that one down the ground. Again, yes, no, maybe. In fact, I think Hashu might have been in there if he turned and ran straight away. He was the one running to the danger end. The throw coming in from Sher Sahak wasn't the most accurate. In the end though, they settle for one. This would be a good time to find the rope. As well, the 18th ball by Mushtaq didn't go for a boundary, and they'll definitely want to release the shackles here. He does go dancing down the ground, doesn't get much of it. This time though, they do turn and run for the 2. That's exactly why I thought it'd be a good option, as Sher Sahak, his throw in would have to be right on the money to stop the 2. And it wasn't, it was slightly wayward, and that does allow Nupan Shantu use those long legs of his to get back to the non-striker's end. So they're pushing every single run here, Portugal. It's good hustle shown by the batters out there. But equally good bowling from Norway, and Vinay Ravi in particular. As every single one that doesn't go to the boundary is a tick in their box. This time it's been smashed and smashed hard, and that will go to the boundary, and then some Maximo for Rahul Kumar Hashu. So that one's slightly short from Vinay Ravi. It was outside off stump, so it was not too much wrong with the line. There was just enough time for Hashu to move over to the off stump and just dispatch that one over the dugouts for 6. See the line, not too bad, but it was actually an attempted slower ball, and I think Hashu saw it coming, stepped across, and just deposited that one. Excellent shot. And I think, well, umpire crew had to examine the ball there as it went on its own little merry adventure into the neighbouring field, but it's come back here, and well, Ravi, he'll be the one having to stage a little comeback now. He's gone for 10 already off the first 4. 2 balls to come in the 19th. Low full toss it's not a bad delivery to bowl when the batters are swinging from the hip. Again, Hashu and Shantu, the 2 boy racers, they scamper through for another 2 runs. So 12 runs already from this over. Portugal move to 175. Surely 180 is well within reach here. Big 6 here would even achieve it with 1 over left to come. 175 on the score. 1 ball left of the 19th. Vinay Ravi has been quite expensive so far. He's got 1 ball left to try and put a shine on those figures. And he'll have another ball, as I think he immediately tries to explain to the umpire that Hashu had moved across, and therefore, again, as I explained earlier, because we're in the ICC regulations, that wide line does move across as well. I suppose he has a point. Certainly Hashu did shuffle across. Whether he shuffled across enough to deem that one not a wide, well, in the opinion of umpire Kroot, the answer was no. So he will have to bowl this one again. I'm sure this time he'll probably aim at the stumps to avoid any doubt. He does. But Hashu clubs it down the ground, and well, it's an absolute Tortuga there that absolutely does Mohammad Sher Sahak. So we see this one on replay. Rahul Kumar Hashu then finishes the 19th with a 4. But Sher Sahak, he does seem to get on the right line, and then the ball just takes a bit of a left turn. Maybe Sher Sahak also didn't get in the best of positions to field that In any case, though, that is the end of the 19th, and Portugal do get to that 180 mark with an over to spare. Vinay Ravi, he took a bit of punishment in his 4 overs, going for 48 runs. Amadullah Shinwari, he's picked up 2 wickets. It'll be interesting to see if he will be the one taking the final over, or if it will go, I suppose, to Kamar Mushtaq, who's bowled 2 so far. He's gone for 21 runs. It does look like it will be Mushtaq to continue rather than the left-handed Shinwari, who usually comes left arm over. This is very much right arm over. And they do, again, run for 2, and they might even want to go for 3 here, but I don't think Chantu quite realised that there was a misfield out in the deep. Again, hustle shown by these two, and this is almost an action replay of what they did in that first T20I when Hashu finished on 26, Chantu on 13, not out, and it was this exact type of scampering through, just scrounging around for any single run, plus of course some big hits. Hashu scored 1-6 and 1-4 in that first T20I, and they're repeating the trick here. This time though, it's most certainly not in a dead rubber situation. Just now 5 balls left, that one will have to be re-bowled. 183 on the score. Maybe they can even work their way up to 190 here. Looks like a good toss to win for Portugal in the end, as they decided to bat for the first time in this series. They wanted to bat first. Again, this should easily be a 2 for the 2 speedsters out in the middle. And even looking for the 3rd, really putting the pressure right on those Norwegian fielders. This time though, just the 2 runs. That takes Portugal up to 187. So 4 balls left of this first innings in the series decider between Portugal and Norway. And we're getting funky, but it's going to end up right in the hands of Anil Palmer, as it's a bit of a miscue there from Chantu. You could see exactly what he was trying to do. If it went over Anil Palmer, it would have been 4 all day long. As it is, he just manages to find the hands of the spinner there on the 45. But a nice little cameo from Chantu. Only 8 runs he scored off his own bat, but he's been there to support Hashu, and well, their partnership was worth 27, which is a nice little productive partnership in less than 2 overs, as Portugal look to get as many runs on the board here as they can to try and bat this game away from Norway. A wicket picked up then for Kamar Mushtaq. That takes his international tally to 26. 5 clear of the next best wicket taker, which is in fact Anil Palmer. So Juan Henry comes in with a license to thrill here with 3 balls left. And well, not much thrilling going on as he swings hard at that slower ball by Kamar Mushtaq, and he is cleaned up. All ends up, as we see there's a nice move from Mushtaq, bringing the slower ball out, and Juan Henry clearly expecting a pace on delivery. Looks questioningly at his bat, but you can understand why he went for the swing there. Didn't quite make contact. That's 2 and 2 for Norway, and for Mushtaq, who finds himself here on an international hat-trick. Nice delivery actually as a cutter, so it came in to Juan Henry. Beaten all ends up, but when there's just 3 balls left, he's absolutely going to come in and swing from the hip. So 2 balls left now, and Sherman Vaz, he's got to swing and swing hard, but he's also got to face this hat-trick ball from Kamar Mushtaq. Here we go. Can he get himself into the international record books? Again, he goes for the slower ball, and I think Sherman Vaz on that occasion was waiting for it. They do just run through for one, but that's probably not the worst result for Portugal as it gets Rahul Kumar Hashu on strike for the final delivery. 186 for 8. Hashu, he's on 24 off just 9 deliveries. Big 6 here would take his side into the 190s, would take him to 30. But Kamar Mushtaq has bowled an excellent final over so far, gone for just 6 runs, and picked up 2 wickets. Final ball of this first innings coming up. It is a big hit. It's going to land so high up. It's going to land safely in the end, as that was a big journey for Usman Arif coming in off the boundary. And in the end, I'm not sure if they ran through for 1 or 3 there, as the ball was in the air for so long. As they were scampering through, I lost sight of the ball as it went so high up. And it went over the rim of the igloo here. And I think the fielders out there in the middle also lost sight of that, as we see how many he's run here. There's 1. As Sherman Vaz really gets his boots on. I think the ball is still in mid-air at this point. And they do run through for 3, so it's excellent work there by Sherman Vaz. So Portugal finish with a bit of a flourish. They get to 189 for 8. So Norway having to chase 190 for the series win, as we take a look at a few of the highlights. It was again a solid start for the Portuguese openers, Vijay and Noratam out there in the middle. Jalpesh Vijay, just one excellent shot, just cut away for 4 before he just feathered one through to the keeper, Khizr Ahmed. But Davul Kumar Noratam, he was in an absolute hurry as he smashed 8 4s and 4 6s on his way to 84. Conrad Greenshields, well, his bat went flying off the first delivery, and we thought we would then see a bit more of fireworks from him after yesterday's heroics. But again, he fell victim to Ahmadullah Shinwari. Another instance of one just floating through to the keeper, Khizr Ahmed. Meanwhile, though, Davul Kumar Noratam at the other end was like a runaway steam train as he just kept on hitting boundary after boundary. Strike rate in the end over 150. That was an excellent effort in the field by Vinay Ravi. His foot was actually on the rope in the end, but it wasn't called on field. Miggy Machado, he dropped down from opener into 4th position, but he was then given LBW off one that probably came off the glove. As Amandeep Singh then came into the attack, the MVP of the Premier Division. One big hit, but then was stumped by Khizr Ahmed, who was then involved in his 3rd wicket of the game. Captain Najam Shahzad, he arrived at the crease and he announced his arrival in some style with 4 6s on his way to 38. That was the biggest partnership shared with Davul Kumar Noratam, as Portugal worked their way up to a considerable total. We thought maybe 160 would be par on this innings, while Portugal have smashed through that. No part down to the batting of Noratam and Shahzad. Shahzad in the end, it was a bit of a tame dismissal. As you can see, he was barely in shot there as he went for the run. Noratam said no. He was dismissed for 38 runs. That brought Rahul Kumar Hashu, the hustler, to the crease. And in the end, it was the run out of Davul Kumar Noratam. Again, a bit of a tame dismissal, given that he'd got himself up to 84 runs. And a bit of invention there from Upan Chantu didn't pay off. Juan Henry, he came swung from the hip as Kamar Mushtaq picked up 2 late wickets in the final over. But it was a great all-round display from Portugal, and they'll be more than happy with that total on the board. 189 runs they will have to defend in this 3rd and final T20I series. As we take a look at the batting scorecard, and it was dominated by that man at the top, Davul Kumar Noratam. An excellent 84 for him. That'll be his highest T20I score, and what a time to do it in this series decider, with a bit of hustle and bustle at the bottom of the card as well, bringing that total up to 189. Vinay Ravi, well, he will have better days as he got hit for 48 in his 4. Ahmadullah Shinwari, quite surprised that he didn't actually come back for his final over as he picked up the 2 early wickets. And the spin twins through the middle, Deshana and Palmer, always keeping a lid on that run rate. And Kamar Mushtaq, one of the leading wicket takers for Norway, shows exactly why that is the case with some late wickets. So at the mid-match, we have Portugal with 189 runs on the board, certainly an above par total. But if anyone can chase it, then maybe Norway can, as we know the firepower they have in their ranks. They'd need the likes of Khizr Ahmed and Usman Arif to fire from the start if they want to to chase down that daunting total. And of course, everything is on the line here. It's the final innings of this mammoth tour to Portugal, and what a ride it's been so far. And it looks like we're set for one last ride. So join us in about 15 minutes time for the run chase. It's bound to be a thriller here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon, as I welcome you back for the very last time on this monster tour of Portugal to the Santarém cricket ground, where we have the very final run chase on our hands, and it promises to be quite the high scoring thriller as Portugal, they put on 189 runs for the loss of 8 wickets, having won the toss and decided to bat, in fact bat first for the first time in this 3-game series. And it seemed to pay off as Davor Kumar-Norotam led the charge for his Portuguese side, getting 84 off 55 deliveries. He was ably supported by Najam Shahzad, the captain, who hasn't fired quite this series but managed to score 38 runs off just 21 deliveries to allow Portugal to post certainly an above par score of 189. Whether it's enough to be a winning score, we'll find out in just about an hour and a bit's time, as Norway set about chasing down this total and also claiming the series victory, as this is the third and final T20I of this series. So there's everything still to play for, as there was this morning in the title decider between Portugal and Norway women, with Portugal claiming the win this morning, and their male counterparts will dearly hope to repeat the trick here in the cloudy skies of Santarém. As Upan Shantu will start the innings for Portugal, an immediate hustle in the field there by Amandeep Singh, as he restricts that to just the 2 runs they're able to jog through. It's Khizr Ahmed out there in the middle with Usman Arif, both of them dangerous players. Arif, he claimed the MVP trophy in the T10 format during the weekend, but hasn't been able to fire quite as well in the T20Is. In fact, yesterday he was on the receiving end of, I think it was a second ball duck in the end, first ball duck in fact. A golden duck for him. He did manage to pick up 22 runs in that first game, the one that Norway won, but they'll be looking to these two at the top of the order to get the chase off to a solid start. Upan Shantu, the bustling left armour. It's the customary figure opening up the innings for Portugal. And it was his hustle at the end of the innings actually that got Portugal up towards that 190 mark. Shantu alongside Hashu, who finished 27 odd out of just 10 deliveries, managed to put on a nice little partnership worth 27 towards the end. Only just 2 overs needed for those 27 runs. And showed the customary hustle that in fact they've shown throughout this series, and it's been a trademark of that Portugal middle to lower order that they have this never say die attitude. Allows them to elevate the score. Just 2 balls left of the first over. It's been a considered start for Norway. They certainly don't need to go all guns blazing from the start. So that's put down there by Conrad Greenshields, and it was absolutely smashed at him there by Khizr Ahmed, and I think it was a bit of evasive action and also trying to catch the ball at the same time, as that was absolutely smoked, and he made sure to get his head out of the way, got his hands in front of it. I think in the end he's a bit disappointed that he didn't manage to hold on to that one, but he did manage to hold on to all of his teeth, which is the main thing. With 1 ball left of the first, wouldn't want to ruin that pretty face. Final ball of the over, and it's a good bumper there to finish the first, and just the 2 runs coming off it. So 1 over down, and Norway 2 runs on the board. And well, It is the final innings, so I knew I'd be able to get a couple more treats in for you guys before we finish. And I'm pleased to say that I'm joined in the commentary igloo by Jeremy Martins, who I suppose he's happy to join me, but he's not happy by the fact that he's not out there. I can see your arm is in a sling, Jeremy. We all saw what happened. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed, obviously. I was really looking forward to the series. And to see the boys out there and performing like they did yesterday, and in the first innings with the bat today has been really awesome to see. It's tough from the sidelines, but I'll be back better for it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a crunching blow. Najamshazad, he's a big unit.
He's a big boy.
You don't want to get on the wrong side of him. And I mean, at least he took the catch. But I mean,
yeah, at the time I didn't even know he had the catch. I mean, I was off to the hospital and then I saw they were one down and I couldn't think back to when the wicket was, and I just started scrolling through the stream and I was like, oh, he caught the ball, which is at least a good thing, yeah.
Yeah, I think you were probably had other issues on your mind at that point. You went to the hospital then. What's the diagnosis? Hopefully it's not as bad as it looks.
Yeah, so they did an x-ray. The x-ray, they only did one angle and it came back all clear, but still in a bit of discomfort and a bit of swelling, so yeah, so when I get back home on Friday morning, I'm going to get an MRI, hopefully pick up a bit more, and hopefully still that comes back clear and start some rehab from there. Yeah,
fingers crossed for you, and it's a shame that you have to sit out the rest of yesterday and today. But Juan Henry, he's come in, bowls with a bit of heat. He did swing from the hip earlier, got out first ball, but there was no blame there, as it was right at the end of the 20th over as he's coming in here for the second over. Again, just cuts through the batter. As Ahmed swinging here, but with not much success. So you were obviously here for the T10s, which didn't maybe quite go your way. You wanted to come back in the T20s, and it took till the second game, but yesterday it really clicked for the boys, didn't it?
Yeah, they performed unbelievably well. I mean, I was at the hotel watching, and the difference in performance from the first day was chalk and cheese. Conrad batted exceptionally well. Batted through the innings, had everyone bat around him, and it just showed you play your shots, trust your game, and you can really steer the side to victory.
That's what the hope is here. That one gets flashed away. There's a fielder out there. It's a long chase on. It's good work there by Upin Shantu. I mean, just bowled the first over, gets involved on the boundary rope, and round of applause, rightly so. Good piece of fielding there. Yeah, it must be horrible to be sitting on the sidelines, but I suppose you've got bigger and better things coming up this year. What does your calendar look like? We're still very early in the season.
Yeah, I know we are. I fly home to South Africa today, actually. Then I fly out to Ireland on the 20th of April for the season there. Jeez.
Big heat there from Juan Henry. It has been called a wide. Let's take a look at this. As it seemed to take off. Yeah, I suppose he's not standing tall. There is Khizr Ahmed. He's not the tallest batter, but yeah, that one just came flying off the pitch. So you're flying over to Ireland, having the season there?
Yeah, I'm going back to Malahide Cricket Club, where I spent last season. Really enjoyed it there. And then Portuguese-wise, we've got a tour to Belgium.
Big hit there. That's going to go, if not all the way, just 1-2 bounces. Signalled there by the boundary rider, and nice little counter-attack there off the bat of Khizr Ahmed, the captain, who he started this innings off well yesterday. Didn't quite convert that into a big score. He scored 20 on that occasion after scoring 14 in the first. So he hasn't gone big so far, but he's threatening it here. Yeah, well, Portugal have got a busy calendar. I already spoke to Conrad briefly about that. You're starting off in Belgium. Is that T10s and T20s?
Yes, to my knowledge, I think that is. And then there's a potential tour to, I think, Prague, if I'm not mistaken, in the beginning of June, which hasn't been confirmed yet. We're still waiting to hear. And then I don't know what we've got coming up after that until the ECC, which again, I think they've changed the format this year. I think there's 3 groups, which will be quite exciting. So we're really looking forward to that. I mean, we've got a new squad coming. The team really changed last year, ECC, and we've got a new crop of players again, and I think it shows. It's shown in the games here. We've got a lot of new guys. I think there was about 6 debutants, both in T10s and T20s. Some really exciting cricketers, just like Upin Shantu.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that have come in recently have really improved your ranks, and it looks like Shantu's going to come back on for the second over. As that one's hit hard and it's straight down the throat of the fielder there. That's the first wicket for Portugal. You can see how jubilant they are. You can hear the celebrations from the middle out to the clubhouse as Usman Arif, the danger man, goes, and it's a comfortable catch in the end for Hashu. Big wicket that, Jeremy.
That's massive. That's big. I mean,
Arif was the one that got caught there.
yeah, Arif was very destructive in the T10s. Big wicket in their lineup. It's important to get him out early.
Yeah, he was the MVP going through the T10s, but he's an absolutely destructive batter. I think maybe on that occasion, again, didn't realise, or I'm sure he did realise, but didn't factor in the boundaries go back, so that would have been a maximo and then some in the T10s. But on that occasion, straight down the throat of Hashu, and it was a nice catch on the boundary there.
Great catch there, yeah. I mean, we knew they were going to come hard at us in this innings. We got a good total on the board, so there'll be some 4s and 6s, but I'm sure chances will come from that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As Kruger Deshana comes out into the middle, he's impressed with both bat and ball the last 2 games. It'd be a good time for him to get runs on the board, and a good time as well to say hi to everyone in the chat. I see that Tripp has wished you a speedy recovery, but if you have any questions for Jeremy, he'll be sticking around till the 5th or 6th over. I don't want to keep him too long in this absolute hot box of a commentary igloo, but if you do have any questions, of course, we can talk about the Western Shield in a moment as well. And I know people are excited to see you back out in the middle sooner rather than later. What a ball that was from Upan Chantun. Well dug at it. Even when the game was gone, they didn't want to give any single run away. And here he is, smile on his face again as he is given 1 for the over. I think he probably agrees with that decision. But he's happy nonetheless, and why wouldn't he be after he picked up a wicket to start this 3rd over. Hasn't given away a run so far, and it's been a good start for Portugal, 10 for 1 halfway through the 3rd. So you mentioned the ECC coming up as well as we take a look at this 4th delivery of the over. What are Portugal's ambitions in that? You said it's a slightly different format, probably means you get to see different opposition as well. Where do you see yourselves going in that tournament?
Well, I mean, if you look at the squad we've got now, and hopefully a lot of the boys are available for it, I do see us being able to go all the way. I mean, I don't want to jinx us or anything, but I think the talent in the squad now is exceptional. I wouldn't be surprised if we do go all the way.
I think that's definitely an ambition that is shared by Conrad as well. We had him in the commentary box yesterday, and that one just leading edge squirts away down to the backward point boundary. And well, it's been an impressive few years for you guys, Portugal. You're still relatively new to this T10 and T20 game. Where do you think your ambitions lie for the next few years? Obviously, you've got a big year coming up, but I'm sure you're looking for bigger and better things in the next 5 years.
Of course, yeah. We are obviously, these T20s are important for us. We want to climb the rankings as much as possible. I'm sure there's qualifiers coming up for the next T20 World Cup, and obviously to qualify for the World Cup's the main thing. I do think our squad is good enough for it. I see Italy now have got quite a good side as well. They've grown quite nicely, and I think we've got the same ability to do the same thing. We've got a lot of players around the world with passports, and just, it's all about availability, and if the guys are keen to play. And I think by doing these things here, and hopefully the guys with the Portuguese passports able to see what we can do and what we're capable of, maybe hopefully get them involved in the near future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hear some of the names of players playing in South Africa and in Australia, and you think, those guys must be Portuguese.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot in South Africa that I know of. And I mean, the most notable one is obviously Moses Henriques.
Yeah.
I heard he's recently retired.
He recently retired, so you need to get on the phone.
We do. Hopefully Joe Burns can tell him how good it is and get him involved.
Well, speaking of Joe Burns, so we've got a chance for a catch here, and it's the 2nd wicket, and it's a great catch by Dhaval Noratam, who not only did the business with the bat, he picks up a wicket now. It's off the bowling. I think Juan Henry came back for his 2nd over, and that's a really smart catch.
Great catch by Dhaval. I think high in confidence from the 1st innings, really showing his worth in the team.
Yeah, that one came quickly at him. It was off the bat of the number 3 batter, Deshana, and tumbling away to his left, so probably his weaker side, and you can see how absolutely pumped he is. Juan Henry, the bowler, he's the first to arrive on the scene, and that's a big wicket of a man who's shown how dangerous he could be in the previous 2 T20Is, but he departs for 1 off 5 deliveries, so Portugal very much in the driver's seat here with Norway. 11 for 2. Great grab. Tumbling away to his left there. Yeah, you mentioned Joe Burns. He's someone we hope to have seen at the Western Shield. It didn't transpire in the end, but you were there. How much of an amazing experience was that for Europe?
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, firstly, to be selected in Team Europe was an honor. Corey gave me a call end of last year, and I was just buzzing. And then obviously the names that he threw at me with who's going to be there, not just in our team as well as the others. I mean, the likes of Ross Taylor being in the rest of the world team. He was awesome. He chatted to him. Really nice guy. And just shared his knowledge with everyone and was just really open to things. And they also had a few big bash players in their side as well. And again, you see these guys on TV and you're almost starstruck when you see them in person, but they're just normal people.
Yeah.
Just like us, asking us questions, getting to know us. And we obviously, our icon player was Max O'Dowd. He came across and he was just awesome. He fit in with the group really well. And yeah, no, it was, I couldn't say a bad thing about it. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was a great tournament and great piece of fielding there off his own bowling by Henry, and great over so far. In fact, it's been a great 2 overs for Portugal. That previous over from Upunchantu going for just 1 run and the wicket. And it's, in fact, a complete action replay so far in this 4th over, with a wicket being picked up on the first ball, followed by 2 dots. See if Henry can go one better and pick up a second wicket here with Norway right under pressure. It's Tafsir Ali who's come back into the side for this final T20I, who's come out to the crease but faced just the 2 dot balls so far under extreme pressure and bowling right on the money every single time. Yeah, it must have been a kind of pinch yourself moment with you going out there. And I mean, you played at the Cartama Oval before, so I assume the surroundings were quite familiar. But you couldn't have imagined that you were, at the top of your mark and facing Ross Taylor at the other end.
Yeah, no, it was. I wouldn't say it was a pleasant experience, knowing how small the boundaries are there and how hard the ball is. But no, it was awesome. It's just, it's things when you're a kid you dream of, picturing things in the back garden, thinking you're bowling to a certain pro, and I mean, you literally live the moment. It was a surreal experience.
Yeah, I imagine it would have been a bit weird out there. But I mean, you guys did well. Team Europe didn't quite manage to get over the line. How disappointed were you with that, or was it more just a sense of pride that you managed to go so deep?
Look, yeah, we were obviously disappointed because a lot of us, we play this format. We play often on the mats and stuff. And again, it's European cricket. So for us, we felt it was almost like a home competition. Great shot, 4 runs there. Jawan just straying his line down the leg side. Yeah,
slightly down leg side, and quickly on that was Tafsir Ali. Actually gave himself a bit of room going deep in the crease, and there was no one out there. There is a fielder out, but he's more on the kind of deep square region as Amandeep Singh. But that is the end of the 4th over. Still a rebuilding job needed here for Norway as they're 15 for 2. Yeah, I suppose it's a European tournament and you want to do your home continent proud. But British and Irish, again, they're forced to be reckoned with, aren't they?
No, they were awesome in the tournament. I mean, it was a close game up front when we played them in the opening game of the tournament, but they played a flawless game in the final. They batted exceptionally well. Will Smale smashed it. And their bowling, they landed every Yorker. Their slow balls were good. They caught well, so at the end of the day, I think they deserved it. But yes, no, we did fancy ourselves in the tournament, and it was unfortunate it didn't go away.
It's an interesting tournament in that I think each team in the end beat every other team at some point. So even the World 11, who probably by their own admission were quite disappointing with the results they got, they still showed like flashes of brilliance. And the Asia 11, maybe they went a bit hard early in the tournament and realised halfway through that T10 is actually quite a tough format. But those Asia bowlers at the start, they must have been pretty terrifying to face.
Sure. No, they were very skiddy. They swung the ball a mile as well. They weren't easy to face, I will say.
So Upunchantu comes back in for his 3rd. And it's no wonder he's come back on, because he's only gone for 3 runs so far. He's also got that important wicket of the danger man, Usman Arif. Is that something you guys talk about in terms of if it goes well, you're just going to keep bowling? Because Upunchantu, often you want to keep him back for the end, I assume.
No, for sure. It's definitely something you've got to think about and weigh up your options. I think he's bowled really well in the power play. He seemed comfortable. He's always been in a good rhythm. So look, when someone's on like that, you just want to keep them going, especially once the pressure's on. I mean, they're 15 for 2 after 4.5 year. So look, when his tail's up, just keep him going. Hopefully he picks up another few, steal 4 overs out of the game, and the chase really becomes a big one.
Yeah, I think you want to keep on ratcheting up that run rate. It's over 11 already. And if you get a solid power play in here, which is proving to be at the moment, still 9 balls left in it, then I wouldn't say Norway are out of it, but it certainly becomes like a tougher and tougher task for them as Shantu comes in for his 4th delivery of this 5th over. And that's well dug out by Tafsi Ali. They'd consider the 2, but with Hashu barreling in from the boundary, they'll just manage the 1. So you mentioned about the experience of the Western Shield, and it must have been an unbelievable one. You've probably seen the news as well that the Western Shield is coming back bigger and better later in the year. I know you won't be able to reveal any trade secrets, but I'm sure if you're called up, you can't wait to get back out there.
No, it'll be an honour again to represent Europe. And yes, I have seen it. It's just before the ECC, if I'm not mistaken. And I think the multi-shield is happening at the same time.
Yeah,
which is exciting. I mean, it was just us boys there this time, and it's glad to have the women involved. It'll be good. And will it be the same teams as well for the women?
I think that's the plan. Again, it's not been absolutely confirmed, but the Meltor Shield last year was just Team Europe and British and Irish, as was the same for the Western Shield. But I know those working behind the scenes are doing everything they can to get those 4 teams, and they will be running in parallel, so similar to what we've seen here with the men's and women's competitions running at the same, well, not the same time, but one after each other, just so you get a bit of that team spirit going as well. And maybe actually we can talk about the women's team as well, because what a journey it's been for them. I'm sure you probably didn't know much about them before this tournament started. They didn't know much about themselves, having only been founded a few weeks ago, but how fun has it been watching their progress over the last few days?
Oh, it's been awesome. They've almost inspired us because, again, like you say, they're quite a fresh unit, and having come together recently in the past few days, just showing how well they've gelled together and played as a team and really playing for Portugal. It's inspired us as a team, and we almost feel obliged to do them proud as well, not just our country and the federation. So yeah, look, they've played awesome, and I mean, she's the young Gabby.
Yeah,
she's
16
what
years
a
old.
player, what a player. So look, it's good to see that the talent we've got in the ranks for the women's, and for them to win the series 2-1 and the T10 series was awesome for them. And I'm glad they've done it. Give themselves some good belief.
Yeah, absolutely. As you join us in the commentary box, it's a bit of a hot box here, but Jeremy Martins, you can see he's not in 100% nick, but as you heard from him, he promises to come back stronger than ever later in, well, not in this series, but certainly later in the season. So we're looking forward to see what you can do. But yeah, on the women's, you mentioned Gabby. I think she would do well in men's cricket as well. She just gets that lift and turn.
Oh yeah, drift and bounce, a little bit of turn. No, she honestly played awesomely. And look, even the way she batted, let's not forget that.
Yeah, she was an absolute gun, and to think she's only 16 years old.
Yeah, her future's very bright.
It was good to see that when she celebrated her 50, she pointed to the badge. So
The
even
badge,
though,
yes.
I mean, you kind of must know what that's like to have a bit of split loyalties, but I suppose when you take that shirt on and you're out there in the middle, you do everything for your country, wouldn't you?
Exactly. It just shows that she's really playing for the team. And I was standing there with her parents while she got it, and seeing how happy they were, and they're so proud. So look, she's doing everyone proud, not just her family, but the country as well. We're very happy to have her in Portuguese cricket.
Yeah, and it was great to see the boys also supporting the girls out there, because I know you were always playing in the afternoon game, so you were often seen warming up while the girls were playing. But it must have been pretty inspirational stuff to see girls, some of them just playing like their first, second, third games ever, to go out there in front of the cameras. I mean, it's not easy. You must know that every mistake you can see again forever. And they just showed absolute bravery and courage, didn't they?
No, they've been awesome, as that one goes through Miggy Machado for a 4. Yeah, and even the developments that they had over the past few days. I mean, seeing where they started, geez, that kept low.
It did.
Seeing how they started the tournament in T10s, and then as they progressed, and everyone from 1 to 11 or even 1 to 15, their whole squad just really turned up, and they grew throughout the game. And I think that's good. You know, the more cricket they play, especially like you say in front of the cameras and on the network, it's good for them. And yeah, I really see this team going far. They can climb the rankings very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had now 3 T20Is under their belt. They'll need, I think, 8 to get into those rankings.
Awesome.
And I think as soon as they get those next 5, it will just be looking up seeing how far they can go. As we'll look up as that one gets clubbed down the ground. It's a chase on, but the ball will win as Tafsir Ali there moves into double figures, and the chase is on here for Norway. That run rate is still above 11, so pretty much any over that goes for single digits is a win for Portugal. But yeah, I think we're all excited to see where the women end up, but also the men, because you've got a lot of exciting prospects out there. I don't want to keep you too long because we will melt in here as well, and I know you want to watch the boys and have a keen eye on this game. But finally, maybe a word about the European Cricket Network as well. I know you personally have been able to play on it for a long time now. Just how good is it in terms of the growth for the game in Europe, and also for individual players just developing their game?
No, it's been awesome since being involved. My first tour was in Romania, I think last year, July. And just even then, seeing the progress of the Portuguese team and the way the whole tournaments are run, it's been awesome. I've been treated very, very nicely as well, and there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that we don't see as players, as spectators, and things I didn't even know about the network before I even started playing. So, look, it's awesome. It's a good platform for players to come on and show their name, show what they're about, and put their name out there in the cricket world. So, it's an honour to be a part of. And yeah, I think this is only the beginning for European cricket. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for those kind words. And we look forward to having you back on the network, not in front of the camera in the commentary box, but out there in the middle. So rest up. Make sure you don't run into any more Portuguese captains anytime soon. And I'll let you escape now to watch. Well, I'm sure you'll hope the next 14 overs or even less in Portugal for hopefully their series win. Thank you so much, Tina. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Jeremy. That's Jeremy Martins, the one-armed Jeremy Martins at the moment, but I'm sure we'll have him back out there in the middle very soon and doing the business for Portugal. Portugal are doing the business at the moment without him. As Upan Shantu, it's no surprise he's coming back for his final over. So he's just gone for 6 so far in his 3 and has picked up a wicket. So it's lead from the front here for Shantu. Let's look at that. Win predictor has Portugal up at 96%. That one's flicked away nicely though. The chase is on for the fielder there, and despite the slip and slide, he does manage to field it safely. They do run through for 2 though, Portugal, so that takes them to 30. We've ticked over beyond the power play, so we're into the 7th over now, which means the fielding restrictions have been lifted. Portugal can now have 5 men outside of that inner ring. And I imagine if you're Portugal, you will have a maximum of all those 5 riding that boundary, because Norway need 160 runs and 83 balls. So it's a case of just stemming the flow of boundaries for Portugal to see them home, to emulate the success of the women's team this morning and keep this T20I series in Portugal here in the sun in Santarém. Again, hi to everyone in the chat. Phil, I promise that injury inflicted on Jeremy was nothing to do with me. But yeah, you can see he's been fitter, but that's what happens when you come off second best in a battle with Jam Shazad, who's a bit of a immovable object himself. But Jeremy optimistic about the future, both for himself, for Portugal, and of course for the European Cricket Network. So it's lovely to have him joining me here in the commentary hotbox as we come slowly towards the end of what has been a monumental 2.5 weeks here in Portugal. I've loved every minute of it, and it's been great to have you along for the ride. That one goes high up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. It should be taken, and it is. Davil Kumar Norotam, that man again, takes his 2nd catch of the innings to add to the runs he scored in the first innings, 84 of them. And that one is probably the easiest thing he's done all day, as it's the captain, Khizr Ahmed, who departs. Just miscues that one off the side of the bat and comfortably into the hands of Norotam, and that's the 3rd wicket to fall for Norway as they tumble to 32 for 3. It's the captain and opener Khizr Ahmed who has to depart for 13 off 21.
just never really got going. You can see a bit of frustration on his face. That one just got a bit big on him. He tried to slap it away through the offside, and he managed to find the hands of the grateful Portuguese opener. That's Upan Shantu's second wicket, and what a spell it's been for him. And as Jeremy Martin said, what a find he has been for the Portugal side. The big left arm opener, always with a smile on his face. I'm sure his smile's got just a bit wider after that wicket. He's also contributed throughout on the boundary, scuttling around and also between the wickets, hustling every single run. And he might just have put in a match-winning spell here, as he's still got 2 balls left. He will have a chance to attack the stumps of Junaid Mahmood, who's come in at number 5 for Norway. And in the process of attacking the stumps there, just strays slightly down leg side, and it's not taken cleanly by Miggy Machado, so Norway will have an extra 2 in their tally. 2 wides are called. That one's just worked away leg side by Ali, who's just going at just about a runner ball. But it's not what's needed. Norway need to, well, more or less double that as the run rate goes to just under 12. Shantu here with the final ball of what's been a brilliant spell for him. He ends it with a dot ball, and he might just have put his team one step closer to this T20I series victory with that outstanding spell of 2 for 13 off 4 overs. 4 from the front from Shantu. It's not easy in this heat. It's 27 degrees here in Portugal. And you can see Norway at the moment well below that run rate. They're going at exactly 5s. 35 off 7 overs, but those 3 wickets are the big problem for the guests. And it's just a question now of where these remaining 155 runs are going to come from. Tafsir Ali, Junaid Mahmood, one of them you imagine would have to go big and quickly to get their side back on track in this daunting run chase. It looks like we're going to have a change of attack, a change of pace here as Sherman Vaz brings a bit of his spin to the proceedings, but the first one just dragged down and will find the rope. A bit of a loosener there, and Tafsir Ali doesn't need a second invitation to just knock that one round the corner for 4 runs. A bit of a freebie there from Vaz. You won't want to be too generous here. Don't allow Norway a sniff back into this game. That one's a wide, so that one will have to be re-bowled. You can hear on the stump mic there the encouragement for Vaz. Just needs to bowl steady, doesn't need anything spectacular. That's a better delivery. That just gets knocked away. They're going to look for 2 here. In fact, they're going to turn and go. That's a good decision as the throw comes in, but it's a long old throw there from the boundary. And you can see Miggy Machado there just telling his outfielders to up the intensity just a little. It's hot out there, and when you look like you're on top of the game, you can't let this lead slip. They don't want to give Norway an opening here. So that's swept hard, and it's going to go to the rope. Chalpesh Vijay there wasn't able to get down quickly enough, and suddenly this looks like the over that might just allow Norway a bit of momentum into this run chase. They certainly need more than just 1 productive over, but everything's got to start somewhere. And Ali has already scored 11 runs off this over. Big appeal, and it's given. And Tafsir Ali looks back, looks at the umpire, is not impressed. But someone who won't care one jot is Sherman Vaz as he picks up a wicket from pretty much nowhere. His previous 3 deliveries went for 11 runs combined, but a great comeback ball there from Vaz. So he gets one through the defences of Tafsir Ali. And umpire Naeem duly obliges with the finger of doom. Let's take a look at this one on replay. As it's always difficult to tell. It'd be much easier if Portugal got all the LBW decisions at the other end, but as it is, Tafsir Ali, he has to depart. A nice little cameo from him, 22 off 17, but it's not the cameos they need, Norway. They need someone to play a leading role here, and, well, there you go. Tina's shot of doom, the sweep shot. I think maybe Ali suggesting it could have been drifting down leg side, but the only opinion that matters is that of the man in black there, umpire Naeem. He raised the finger, and that's the 4th wicket to fall for Norway as they find themselves now in big, big trouble. 46 for 4. And it's 2 and 2 as the return catch is taken by Sherman Vaz. And there's absolutely no doubt about that one as Faisal Raza comes in and he departs first delivery. And surely now this is Portugal's game to lose as Sherman Vaz comes in with a bit of magic, gets a peck on the cheek for Juan Henry, and why not? Because 2 wickets and 2 balls has swung the game firmly in favour of Portugal, with Norway now 46 for 5 and staring down the barrel of a series defeat. Just chipped up there and held brilliantly by Vaz, almost went to the long barrier and scraped it up off the floor. Faisal Raza, he has to depart for a golden duck. Sherman Vaz here with a hat-trick opportunity. Take a look at this, just how low this one keeps. Punched back by Raza, so quick. Well, Junaid Mahmood, he was too busy trying to get back into the crease, and by the time he turned round, Faisal Raza was halfway back to the boundary. It's Mohamed Sahak who comes in. What a tough task he has on his hands. Norway still need 144 runs, and Sahak is finding himself on the receiving end of a hat-trick opportunity here for Sherman Vaz. And he just tentatively pushes that into the offside. What an over that was from Vaz. It actually started not too much in the favour of the Portugal man. The first 4 deliveries, or 3 deliveries, plus a wide went for 11 runs. But a comeback for the ages from Sherman Vaz as he goes wicket, wicket, and then dot ball on the hat-trick opportunity. And suddenly Norway in enormous trouble, 46 for 5 after 8. That target of 190 still looking a long, long way away. And it's no wonder here with spin being so productive at the one end that they've turned to the figure of Mohamed Siraj Nippo at the other, who will also take the pace off. See if he can work in tandem with Sherman Vaz at the other end, as was so successful for Norway, not only today, but over the past few days, with Deshana and Palmer tying up the middle overs with their spin. Start of the 9th. Wasn't played away. And it'll just be, well, they will run through for 2 in the end, but again, more than 2 is needed, and that's what Nippo says there to his teammates. Just calm it down. We're well on top here, and we don't need to do anything stupid. That one slapped away. Again, same result this time though. Hit a bit more firmly, so they'll only manage to get through for the 1. This one's edged away, and that was almost in the area where Conrad Greenshields took an absolutely spectacular catch yesterday in the Norway innings. You could just see him lurking behind that European cricket badge at the moment, and that wasn't far off, landing in his hands once more as Scherserhak playing tentatively so far. No wonder with the series on the line. That one's fielded well by Najam Shazad. He just rolls around in the daisies and realises he doesn't need to get the ball in too quickly because, well, Norway only dealing in 1s and 2s here, and that's not going to be enough if they want to take home this series. So 140 runs needed. And those balls just keep on ticking down and down. Again, the spinner's doing it for Portugal. Shaman Baz with the 2 wickets in the previous over, and Mohamed Siraj Nippo here keeping things tight. They go for the 1 here, and Jamshazad slips over, and they try and look for a 2 here, but it's well fielded here, deep on the boundary. They could only get the 1. And that was a brilliant over from Mohamed Siraj Nippo. An entirely uneventful 1, and that's exactly what Portugal need at this juncture, as Norway at the moment struggling to find any sort of impetus. They're 51 for 5 after 9. You can see really only Khizr Ahmed, the captain, contributed 13, but it took him 21 balls to get there. And Tafsir Ali, a better strike rate from him, but 22 and out. And those are the only contributions into the double figures for Norway. And that's why they're very much staring down the barrel of a series defeat. Portugal looking likely that they will take this win, meaning that the series will be won 2-1 by the hosts, and well, that would mean probably go up the rankings. Half-hearted appeal there by Sherman Vaz. Portugal currently find themselves on 42, Norway on 39. You imagine a series win over rivals so close in the table would mean that they would leapfrog them, as there's shouts of catch here, and it should be taken, and it is, and that's the 6th wicket to fall. You can see how much that means to Jalpesh Vijay out there on the rope. I think that ball was sent just about into orbit. And that is the 6th wicket to fall. And just listen to the fans there, and mostly they're the fans from Portugal's women's side, who it's great to see have stuck around to celebrate their men's team after, of course, as I was talking to Jeremy about earlier as well, the men have been so outstanding and vocal in their support of the women's side, and the Portugal women are repaying that favour now, as it's the 6th wicket to fall for Norway. And it's Junaid Mahmood who has to drag himself off the pitch as he departs for 4 off 7. It's a bit of a thankless task for the Norway batters coming in now. Still, one of them got a chance to make himself a hero. It would be a legend up there with the Vikings if one of them manages to chase down these 139 runs needed in 64 deliveries.
4 balls left, gentlemen. 4 balls. Here we go.
And it's Kamar Mushtaq who joins Scherserhak out there in the middle. We're not even at the halfway stage, as that one's been hit firmly down the ground. There are boundary riders out there. And Juan Henry launches that ball back in. They will actually only be able to go through for the 1. So it's Scherserhak who will have to mount a Sahak attack of monumental proportions here to get his side anywhere close to chasing down this monster target of 190. Immediately calls for 2. Jalpesh Vijay, though the hustle in from the boundary puts paid to any attempt there of getting that second run. You can see Portugal now applauding every small piece of fielding, knowing that, well, with just over 60 balls left, that puts them one step closer to claiming this victory. Big swing here, shouts of catch at Jalpesh Vijay underneath it, and he takes it again. That's another catch in the over for Vijay. It's 2 for Sherman Vaz. He moves to 4 wickets Just the second over, he is bowled, and Norway here, they're floundering. Someone needs to come to their rescue as they find themselves 53 for 7. Again, almost an action replay off the bat of Kamar Mushtaq. He saw Junaid Mahmood depart in similar fashion just 4 balls prior. Backed himself to clear the rope, but it's a long old boundary over there. And Jalpesh Vijay is prowling like a predator on the boundary to snap up any opportunity. He does so with ease here. Slightly more difficult catch running in, but he takes it. Points to his teammate. Big celebrations all round as Portugal now just 3 wickets away from a thumping win and a T20I series victory. And that is also the end of the 10th over, so we're halfway there. Norway 53 for 7. And you imagine, more likely than not, they will be taking this series win. So it's looking likely here that Portugal will take the win. And what a win that would be, and what a turnaround, given that they struggled through the T10s, only claimed victory on that final game. But now looking like they'll bounce back with 2 wins in 2 to wrestle that T20 series crown from their guests from Norway. But there's still wickets in hand here, and 3 of them left to try and to find some way to get those 137 runs. But I mean, that would be an absolute comeback for the ages, wouldn't it, as we take a look at what's happening tomorrow. And well, unfortunately, for the first time in about 2.5 weeks, we don't have a coming up tomorrow for Portugal, but luckily cricket is never far around the corner here on the European Cricket Network, and all you have to do is hop across the border to Spain, where Vinny and Rico are ready and raring to go to take you through day 4 of 6 of that ECS Spain in Madrid. Madrid CC against Madrid Stars early up in match 13 and 14, followed by the 3rd Madrid side of that tournament facing up against Getafe in the 2nd doubleheader of the day. It's an early start if you're in Western Europe, 6:45 GMT, 8:45 Central Eastern. But of course, if you're over in India, it's a perfect lunchtime treat for you to tuck into those 4 matches starting at 12:15. So despite the fact that we'll have to bid a fond farewell from Portugal, you know that we will just continue to bring you non-stop cricket action here on the European Cricket Network. So we're going into the second part of this run chase now. But I mean, it would take a bit of a miracle for Norway even to play out the 20 overs here, as Vinay Ravi joins Sahak at the crease. But I suppose as long as these two are here, Sahak, we know that he is an absolute powerhouse with the bat, also with the ball. He'll need to pull something out of the bag here. As for Vinay Ravi, we see him always opening up the bowling innings for Norway. But yesterday he showed that he's more than capable with bat in hand, as he put on a final flourish, an 8th wicket partnership worth 77 alongside Kamar Mushtaq. Ravi on that occasion contributed 22 off 18. He'll need that and then some today to see his side get even remotely close to this total of 190. And we do enter the final stages of the final day here in Portugal. So do get your random questions in. Anything that you've been bursting to ask that can't wait until next week. Well, looks like we might have a run out here, and we will, as it's a miscommunication in the middle between Vinay Ravi and Mohammad Sahak, and well, they'll be remonstrating while Portugal is celebrating. As Ravi goes for the one here, there's certainly one, as it just flies into the leg side. comes back for 2. It's an easy 2. Scherzahak not really interested in the third. He doesn't look back a single time. And by the time he does look back, Vinay Ravi could have pretty much given him a tap on the shoulder as the ball is then launched to the non-striker's end. And it's the easiest run out you would ever take. And again, just a bit of a whimper there from the Norwegian side, as Vinay Ravi was certainly trying to do the right thing, trying to run every single total they can get. But Mohamed Scherzahak, he was just sleeping at the striker's end. And that marks the 8th wicket to fall for Norway. 57 for 8, Amadullah Shinwari. The new bat at the non-striker's end. So, a tumble there from Nepo. Not quite sure how that got through him, but they do manage to jog through for 1. I suppose Portugal at this stage, they don't mind a sloppy 1 or 2 here or there because they're just 2 wickets away now. But do get in any final random questions you might have, especially stuff that can't wait till Monday. I'll be back on the airwaves on Monday, or Tuesday even, from Bologna. We'll be back on Monday live from Italy. But anything between now and then that's on your heart, do let me know. Mohamed Siraj Nippo bowling a great over so far. Of course, that wicket wasn't his, but he did contribute with the run out at the 9 striker's end. As I see, John Gray has contributed the G-Force collectibles. I've seen these AI things all over social media the last few days. Kind of makes you a figurine, like a Barbie collectible. And John's put one together for me and Phil, the G-Force, and it's looking way cuter than, well, definitely I am in real life, and Phil G as well. But I love the work. I love the artistry there. Maybe we need to start selling them on the European Cricket Network website. I'm sure Vinny's and Rico's and Corey's would be great as well. As another tight over from Mohamed Siraj Nippo comes to an end. It's the end of the 11th, 59 for 8. And a big hello, for maybe the final time again, for everyone joining me in the chat. It's been lovely to have your company throughout these past 2.5 weeks, but especially these final 3 days where I've been flying solo. Your chat has really helped me get through it and kept a smile on my face throughout, so thank you very much to every single one of you. As we take a look at the bowlers, Portugal so far have only needed to use 4. Up and Chantu has been extremely impressive throughout this series, bowled all 4 from the start, gave away 13 runs and 2 wickets, and Sherman Vaz popping up from nowhere with 4, so he's 1 away from a landmark 5-wicket haul for his country. And that's not something everyone has on their CV, so I'm sure he'll be gunning for one of those final 2 wickets. He's still got 2 overs left to do it. This one's been slapped away. There is a fielder out there, and it's good work. I think that's Mohamed Siraj Nippo, who's just bowled and now finds himself riding on that boundary. Sherman Vaz actually played his first ever T20I for Portugal just yesterday. He picked up that 1 for 15. He's already raced to 5 international wickets here, but how good would it be for him in just his 2nd ever appearance for Portugal in T20Is to pick up a 5-wicket haul? I think no one would begrudge that him in the slightest. Phil G saying his only comment about the ECN toy figurine is that his laptop could use some coffee stains. Yeah, you shouldn't have a laptop at all. Or it should just be sparks flying out of it. As Vaz just bowling that probing line, not giving Shinwari anything to play with. As that one squirts away, and Amandeep Singh slips down on that one, doesn't manage to get his hand on it. The chase is on, but easily reeled in by Dabul Kumar Norotam. They will run through for 2 though. Yeah, Kroom rightly says a golden ball is needed on my figurine. Absolutely. GB Tina. That's a key part now of my commentary suitcase. Take the golden ball with me wherever I go. 2 official series so far, 2 golden balls, so watch out Bologna. Steve McVeigh saying, all I've had to eat so far today is a Cadbury's cream egg. Well, that's just called the Easter diet. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Easter is, what is it, just a couple of weeks away? And I think it's rude not to just have a diet of Easter eggs as we get to the end of the 12th over, 62 for 8. Norway still needing many runs, a run rate of 16. As Scherzahak and Shinwari are battling away out there, but seemingly battling away in what will probably turn out to be a lost cause. Thank you to Paul as well for your kind words. It's been great to have your company over the last few days, and don't worry, sounds like a threat, but I'm not going anywhere soon, so you'll be stuck with me for a while. As this one's high up in the air, it's a chance for a catch, but it's going to go all the way. It's a big blow off the bat of Mohamed Scherzahak. We know he has that in his locker. If he can do that just about 20 more times, then Norway would just be 2 runs away, but as it is, still 122 runs needed, but a lovely hit nonetheless as it just burst through the hands of the fielder out there. I think probably Rahul Kumahashu wouldn't have got there because he was sitting right on the rope. And Scherzahak this time goes the offside, the chase is on for Upan Chantu. Just the one. Oh no, they do go through for 2, so Scherzahak back on strike. Portugal will just want to finish this off cleanly and quickly. They won't want to see this momentum peter out. They want to get these 2 final wickets sooner rather than later to really get the party started. There's some good resistance being put up here by Scherzahak. That one dragged down. It's been slapped away. There's a bit of a poor delivery there from Mohamed. And Scherzahak does not need a second invitation. With the swagger and style that we're used to seeing from him, he just hoiks that over to the dugouts. But you can see not much celebration there from his Norwegian teammates, as they know they're still a long way away being even competitive in this fixture.
Let's be clinical in the final 5. Don't drop your standard here, lads.
Ipo just needs to get back on target here, and that's much better delivery that is paid the due respect by Scherzahak. Scherzahak did average 21.6 before this series, so bang on average for now. But if he can add a few more runs here, he can at least add a bit of a flourish to what's otherwise been a pretty dull Norway performance. And that one's been put down. So he almost got dismissed right on his average, but it's been dropped in the deep by Amandeep Singh. An opportunity he probably should have held on to. It went straight down his throat. And he was just falling away backwards down that slope, most in anticipation of trying to soften the blow of that ball flying towards him, but in the end softens it all the way to the ground. So that's probably one of the first chances that Portugal have put down in this otherwise stellar fielding and bowling performance. So Scherzahak moves to 23. He'll also keep the strike, as that was the end of the 13th over. Norway 77 for 8. It was disappointing there, Amandeep Singh, that he didn't hold on to that one. But it does give Sherman Vaz a 4th and final opportunity to get his maiden international fifer. That first one just knocked into the offside for no run. Again, similar result to the second fielder there on the offside. A random question, food chat from from Dave to RQFC. Have you tried making an egg in the hole yet? I haven't. I've heard good things though. I'm never home long enough to experiment with these kinds of dishes, as that one just gets knocked further into the offside. But it's Juan Henry does the fielding right the other side of the boundary. From where I'm sitting, Juan Henry only has a torso. He doesn't have any legs because the hill goes up to the middle of the pitch and then down the other side. I'm sure he used his actual legs to get there to field that one. As just a few singles here and there. This one has been played way better into the leg side, and it will in fact go all the way. Mohamed Siraj Nippo out there, but cannot get his hands to that. And Sherman Vaz, well, he's got 2 more opportunities here to get to his 5 foot. That's right, with the toe of the bat of Shinwari, who's also, I think, needs to do his shoelaces up. As, well, didn't seem to bother him on that occasion. 2 balls left for Shinwari. Can he get to his 5 foot? Not on that occasion. 1 ball left in his spell. This partnership now been worth 25. That one's chipped away into the leg side. They'll look to run 2 here. But absolute hustle in on the boundary there from Juan Henry to dispel any illusions of a second run there. So that is the end of the spell for Sherman Vaz. He doesn't manage to get his international 5, but I'm sure he can be more than happy with his contribution, tearing through that middle order for Portugal. With Norway now finishing the 14th over, 82 for 8, and Sherman Vaz finishing his spell. Figures of 4 for 22. Take a look at the run rate here, and it's just never really got going for Norway, has it? But it's always going to be a tough ask when that run rate required is pretty much up at 10. And Norway have not really ever consistently managed to get it above 6. That's why with just 36 balls remaining, 6 overs, they need a mammoth 107 runs, which translates to a run rate of almost 18, which you'd say it's not just last chance saloon, it's not just final orders. I think the kegs have run dry here, as Norway almost certainly will leave Portugal, at least with the ECI trophy in their bag, but on the wrong end of this T20I series. Mohamed Siraj Nippo comes on for his final over. He's gone for 26 runs so far, or 27 now, with 1 ball bowled of the 4th. So he's been the most expensive of the bowlers so far. And, well, interestingly, there's only been 4 bowlers bowled so far from Portugal. That one's hoisted away. Good fielding, though, out in the deep to prevent that boundary by Juan Henry. So just the 4 bowlers used for Portugal. Of course, they've kind of gone a bit top-heavy, hoping that they would claim the 9th and 10th wickets. But Mohamed Siraj Nippo will presumably, well, he will bowl out here, and then Juan Henry's got 1 over left. But otherwise, they will have to turn to a 5th bowler unless they can find these final 2 wickets. I think it'll be academic in terms of the way this result will go. But it'll be interesting who they might throw the ball to. Amandeep Singh would be an option with spin. One's been slapped away. It will go all the way once more. Again, Shah Sahak on the attack. And he slaps that one over the dugouts for 6 runs. Gets him to 32. Gets his side into the 90s. 92 for 8. And Portugal, they've shown this a few times over the last few days, haven't they? That they've had the momentum in the game. And then they've somehow just let that momentum slip. Of course, there's 2 teams battling it out there, and it's as much to do with the counter-attack of Norway. But Portugal, they just want to finish off the job here. They don't want to just limp over the finish line with Norway being allowed to play out these 20 overs. So they would desperately want to pick up these final 2 wickets just to finish on a high. It's always better if you're the bowling side to finish with a wicket and have that moment of jubilation than just bowl out to the 20th over. So it depends where they can find these 2 wickets from. Nipo's got 2 more opportunities. This one goes high in the air, but there's no one in the ring on the leg side, so Nipo will have to do the fielding off his own bowling.
Let's go, boys!
Final ball of the spell for Nipo. It's the final ball of the 15th over. Before we head into the last 5 overs here in Santarém, Portugal, as Nipo changes his angle, going over the wicket. The calls are for 2 here. It should be a comfortable 2, but in fact the hustle again from that man Upan Shantu, who hasn't done enough, bowling 4 overs in a row. He prevents the run being taken there, as Norway move to 94 for 8 off 15. So the final 5 overs of this marathon tour to Portugal are upon us. The end is in sight. But the action, of course, doesn't stop here on the European Cricket Network, as bright and early tomorrow morning, I can't guarantee I'll be up in time after a long old stint in the commentary hotbox today, will be the back-to-back double headers between Madrid CC and the Madrid Stars, followed by Madrid United versus Getafe, and what will be day 4 of 6 of that inaugural ECS over in Madrid, Spain, culminating in finals day on Saturday morning. And looking forward to seeing that and listening to Vinny and Rico guiding you through that on the airwaves. And if you haven't caught up with some of the moments so far, there's been absolute peak ECN with, well, I don't want to spoil it, but there's been one of the world's longest ever caught and bowls. There's been a fielder going head over heels backwards on a pitcher's mound, because it's a shared baseball field. So there's a bit of everything, as Amandeep Singh, as I suggested, is the 5th bowler that Portugal turn to, and first delivery is dispatched to the rope for 4 runs. Singh here hasn't had the best of times with the ball, at least in these T20Is. He wasn't used too much in the T10s, actually, after having such a productive ECS Premier Division, helping his Marlow side to the trophy and picking up the MVP trophy along the way as well. A good comeback ball there from Amandeep, as Portugal look to find these final 2 wickets. But Hamid Shah Sahak and Amadullah Shinwari both out there battling away. They don't want this Norway innings to just tail away. The chances of scoring those runs absolutely minuscule, but what they can do is play for pride. And they're 1 run away here from at least getting Norway to the 100 mark. And I think as well, it's just about irritating your opposition for a while, as Portugal, well, they probably thought that this game was already sewn up at the halfway stage, as Norway found themselves 53 for 7 after 10. But these 2 out there in the middle have other ideas. They just want to be playing the role of party poopers just a little, as that one turns and spins. And you can see by the reaction of Mia Machado just how close that was to taking the top of the bails, as it was a leave in the end by Mohamed Shah Sahak. And look at that, just about goes over the stumps. You can see by the reaction of both players as we go back to live, and Mohamed Shah Sahak tries something funky, tries the reverse, doesn't get anywhere on that occasion. That's the final ball for Amandeep Singh. Guessing Juan Henry might come back at the other end, otherwise they'll have to turn to a 6th bowler, as Henry is the only one with an over left of the bowlers used so far, as Norway scamper through for 2. The end of the 16th. Norway have broken that 3-figure mark, 101 for 8 on the score. Still almost impossible number of runs required. As we take a look, just intriguing, a little subplot here is who will bowl the remaining 4 overs. Juan Henry can bowl one of them, Amandeep Singh can bowl another, but they still need to find 2 overs from somewhere. Well, I suppose 1 over from somewhere. If Juan Henry bowls the next, then Amandeep Singh bowls, and then someone else has got a bowl, and then Amandeep Singh can in theory bowl the last. But they're going to turn to a 6th bowler here in the form of Rahul Kumar Hashu, who has bowled in the series, so it's not a complete unknown option. In fact, it's interesting that they've taken so long to turn to Hashu. Picked up 3 wickets in that first game in his 4 overs, went for 33 runs. Yesterday he bowled 3 overs, 32, also picked up a wicket. So he's already got 4 wickets in this short series. And he's got a chance now to pick up 1 or possibly 2 of the remaining wickets that Norway have. And it's Ahmadullah Shinwari, the left-hander on strike, who's got a run of ball 14 so far. Starts off with a dot. I suppose there's also the conversation to be had about MVP for this series. Of course, it's only a 3-game series, so there hasn't been too much time for any individual to stand out. But let me know in the comments who you think could be in line for MVP. That one's gone high in the air. There's a chance for a catch, and it's just dropped by Miggy Machado. We'll have a look on replay if that actually carried, but it was a monumental effort from the Portuguese keeper to make up the ground, as that one just squeezed off the bat. And yeah, he did get his hands to it. Just didn't quite get his right hand to it, and it burst through his left hand. As a chance goes begging there for Portugal. So if we're talking about MVP contenders, of course, Conrad Greenshields put in a great performance yesterday with the bat, scoring 67 runs, so almost half the runs needed for Portugal in just 1 innings. You've had Vinay Ravi, who's been such a consistent performer with the ball and also had that cameo with the bat yesterday. You've got Rahul Kumar Hashu, who has always been Mr. Consistent with the bat and has picked up wickets in his 2 spells so far. There's a few contenders out there. I certainly don't think it's one that's just an obvious choice. Got Kuruge Dashana as well. He scored and got wickets. This one's high up in the air, but it's going to drop in front of Najam Shahzad, the captain. They run again through for 2. So let me know what you think in the comments. The decision will be made at the end of play today, and the trophy will be going in the hand luggage of one of these players. But I think it's still really up for grabs. I'm sure we'll crunch the numbers as well, see who's got the runs, the wickets. And also, you know, the catches. Both keepers have been very busy behind the stumps. Khizr Ahmed taking 2 catches and initiating run out in that first innings. He's also opened the batting. As the fans and the women's side for Portugal try to ramp up the atmosphere here to see their boys over the line. Still the 2 wickets required. And they've got just about 3 and a bit overs to try and get them. This has been a nice little starting over for Rahul Kumar Hashu. He almost picked up that wicket, which just burst through the hands of Miggy Machado. Great tumbling stop by Machado there. as it was a bit of a wayward delivery by Rahul Kumar-Hashu, but Machado late in the piece still shows the athleticism to scramble away to his right and take that one low in front of him. A brilliant take there by Portugal's number 15. That's a vicious bounce. It goes up in the air, but it's again going to land safe. As the fielding is done by Upanchantu, one of the men who must be in contention for MVP. Rahul Kumar-Hashu here creating one or two half opportunities. It's just a case of whether Portugal can hold on to one, get those two final wickets that they desperately want just to finish this series with a flourish. Final ball of the 17th coming up. And it's just been punched down the ground. And good fielding there by big man Conrad Greenshields, who gets a high five from Dhaval Kumar Norotam. That's great effort in the field so late in the piece. With runs not really being an issue, still throwing himself around in the outfield, showing the commitment that in fact both of these sides, and with the women's sides included, have demonstrated throughout these past 5 days of competition. As we near the end of the Tour of Portugal here, just the 3 overs left. Norway 108 for 8. Scherzehak, he's got a late shout here, possibly for MVP as well. Didn't he come on and bowl brilliantly in the previous two T20Is? He popped up with some important wickets. He was always kind of used as a joker bowler, but came and delivered the goods every time, and a half century here, even in a losing cause, might allow him to throw his name into the hat for MVP. As Amandeep Singh will continue from the top end. I imagine if it gets that far, Rahul Kumar-Hashu will bowl the next. And it'll probably be Juan Henry who gets thrown the ball for the final over. Dense down the pitch there by Scherzehak, as Amandeep Singh has to do his own fielding. That one almost squeezed through, so again a half opportunity. As Miggy Machado waiting expectantly with the gloves behind the stumps. One turned and gripped, but it was slapped away, and it's a lovely shot from Scherzehak, who does move into the 40s. 43 of 31 deliveries for him. Norway moved to 112. And the game all but sealed as a contest. It's just a case of not even bragging rights, but just slight bonus points going into the final stages, whether Norway can hold on for these final 2.4 overs. Can Scherzehak get to his half century, and can Portugal end on a high by claiming these 2 wickets? As Scherzehak comes dancing down the pitch, slaps it. There's a chance here in the outfield, and it goes all the way, despite the dive there of Rahul Kumar-Hashu. The hit from Scherzehak just had too much spice on it. As again, he shows he's a flair player who's not afraid to take the attack to Portugal, and he moves to 49 off 32. Can he get his half century here? He will, as he levers that just to point, and it's a brilliant half century from Scherzehak in pretty much a losing cause. But a half century in T20 international cricket is absolutely nothing to be sniffed at, and he moves there in style in just 33 deliveries. Congratulations to Mohammad Scherzehak. Personal milestone for him. He has got a half century before in T20Is. He picked up 70 not out against Guernsey in 2022. There is another one to add to his collection. It's just his second half century after that one against Guernsey. That one's worked away into the leg side by Shinwari. It does also move Scherzehak past 400 runs for his country. And into second place, 4 runs for Norway. Just Raza Iqbal ahead of him on 524, but Shursahak now moves on to 409, second on that leaderboard in 25 innings. And that average will certainly be helped by that boundary as well there, as that flies into the Norway dugout. And polite applause there from his teammates as they recognise a bit of flair there from Shursahak. It's all too little too late, but a brilliant shot nonetheless. And actually showing his teammates exactly what they might have missed out on earlier in the innings. That is the end of the 18th over. Norway 124 for 8. So unless we go back-to-back 36s, this game all but sealed up as a contest. Portugal would still love to get these 2 final wickets, just to put a cherry on top of the cake. It will be Rahul Kumar Hashu to bowl the 19th over. Can they find this elusive 9th and possibly 10th wicket? Samadullah Shinwari, who's provided a good foil for Mohammad Shursahak at the other end. He's going at almost a runner ball on 17. Bouncer dug in, and there's appeals there, and Miggy Machado is absolutely convinced that there's bat on this. It can't have been much else, as umpire Crew immediately shakes his head and gives the wide. And we'll take a look at this on replay. The short ball is dug in, and I think that's a good call from umpire Crew. If it did hit anything, it would have just been the elbow there. And a bit of tempers flaring here in the Santarem heat. Just getting to the end of the innings, we know that both of these sides play with absolute heart and soul. And Miggy Machado was completely convinced there was something on that, but it was the perfect decision by umpire Crew. It either didn't hit anything, or if it did hit something on the way through, it looked like it might have been the elbow of Amadullah Shinwari. But in any case, Crew decided it didn't hit anything. He did call a wide. So Rahul Kumar Hashu will have to re-bowl that delivery. Portugal just want to get over the line here. You can see that this 9th wicket partnership has thoroughly frustrated them. And that pretty much Shursahak and Shinwari doing their jobs there, knowing that they can't really get over the line. But they came in with the score at 57 for 8. That partnership already worth 68. They've more than doubled the score just in this partnership alone. So you can see why Portugal are frustrated at the fact that they haven't been able to get the earlier wicket. That's a good couple of deliveries there by Rahul Kumar Hashu. Just on that good call as well by umpire Crew, it's worth giving a shout out to the men in black out there in the middle, who have done an excellent job throughout these T20Is and the ECIs as that one races away to the rope. Especially when you've got bowlers flying in, bowling with some heat. It's difficult to make those judgment calls. Especially, we've seen some incredibly tight run-outs, haven't we? And more often than not, the umpires have made excellent calls. So shout out to umpire Crew, umpire Andy, umpire Naeem, who've done a brilliant job out there, showing extreme professionalism and incredible judgment we, of course, the viewers at home, me here in the commentary box, we have the luxury of several angles, several replays. We can rock and roll it, and the umpires have to make all those calculations and decisions in just a few split seconds. So congratulations to them on what has been an outstanding tour. They are often overlooked, but I certainly won't overlook them, as they have done a fantastic job. As we enter the final ball of the 19th over. Someone's been hit away to the leg side. Chase on here for Sherman Vaz. Bit of fancy footwork. He cannot hook his left boot around it well enough to stop the boundary. I know there's Champions League football on yesterday night and tonight, but he won't be threatening Declan Rice on free kick duties anytime soon. So that one just bobbles away for 4, and that is the end of the 19th over. So would you believe it, folks, we are into the final over of this Portugal tour, which started last month and has been going and going, and it's going to reach its crescendo here, as Portugal have 6 balls to try and skittle Norway, and it looks like the ball will either go to Amandeep Singh or Juan Henry here. As I'm not entirely sure what is going on here. Just a few discussions happening out there in the middle. Possibly a few frayed tempers, but it all seems a little silly given that the game is sealed up. A pat on the back there from Miggy Machado towards Amadullah Shinwari. Just see if they can finish off these 6 deliveries. And it will... Well, certainly it's not Amandeep Singh at the top of his line. At the marker, you can see how just about the head is being covered up there. Unless it's Najam Shazad, maybe the captain, who has thrown himself the ball. It is indeed. So it will be Shazad who's taken on the duty of bowling the final over here. And that one's knocked down to long on. I think this is quite a good move actually from Shazad to bring himself on. The tempers have got a bit tetchy out there, a bit frayed. And Shazad hopefully just trying to bring a bit of calmness to the middle to finish off this series for his side. And this one is chipped away into the offside, but it's going to fall safe again. Shersahack, he certainly made his own luck here as he moves to 55. 4 balls left before Portugal can celebrate a momentous T20I series win. And there's one of the wickets. So Portugal still have a chance to bowl out Norway here, as the 9th wicket does fall. Najam Shazad races after Shinwari. That's good to see. After a few tetchy moments, he only races over to him to give him a pat on the back and say well done. So all's well that ends well between these two sides, hopefully. It's a bit unlucky there as it hits. It was in fact Shersahack. That's why Shazad went to give him a pat on the back, as he did bat extremely well for his 54. Bit unlucky on that occasion as he hit it onto his own pad and then onto the stumps, but a job well done by Mohammad Shersahack. 54 of 37 deliveries in a lost cause, but a brilliant counter-attack from him. One big hit, too many in the end, but maybe he's a late call for MVP as well, as he's impressed with both bat and ball in trying circumstances for Norway. As Anil Palmer, number 11, comes out for Norway. Portugal here still with the chance to bowl Norway out. 3 balls to do it. Someone's been guided away. They will run through for 1, so 2 balls left. Shinwari now, the left-hander back on strike. It's been hit firmly down the ground. And half fielded there by Rahul Kumar Hashu, just be the single. So we do move to the very final ball of this T20I series. The win will be going Portugal's way. Can they finish it off with a wicket? Either way, it'll be a great victory for them against a side that are ranked 3 ranking places higher than them. Here we go. And it's blocked out by Anil Palmer. In fact, they don't even consider going for the run, but it's high five time for Portugal as they beat Norway by 54 runs to take this third T20I and to win the series 2-1. And in the end, it was a bit of a frustrating finish for Portugal as Norway dug in, especially Amadullah Shinwari, who finished 26 off 25, and Mohammad Sahak, who came in at number 7, scored 54 off 37 in a terrific counter-attacking display, but it was never going to be enough as Norway were up against it from the very beginning, chasing down that mammoth total of 190. It wasn't for a want of trying as they kept plugging away, but that was a brilliant catch from Davul Kumar Norottam to dismiss the first wicket. But the boundaries kept on coming, but so did the wickets. That was Tafsir Ali, who was the third highest scorer with 22 before he was dismissed at LBW by Sherman Vaz. And the catching from Portugal was almost exemplary as Davul Kumar Norottam, he took 2 catches. Jalpesh Vijay also took 2 on the boundary. Rahul Kumar Hashu chipped in as well, but Sherman Vaz, he was really the star of the show. That brilliant caught and bowled with Junaid Mahmood facing the dirt, trying to get back into the crease. Sherman Vaz finished with 4 wickets in those middle overs when Portugal really turned the screws as Vaz bowled in tandem with Siraj Nippo, and those 8 overs between them just put a stranglehold on Norway's innings and made sure that they never really got close to the total. This was a bit of a mix-up in the middle as Vinay Ravi did the right thing. There was certainly a 3 on the cards there, but Sahak didn't even look to see where his partner was. But I suppose Sahak made up for it with some enormous hitting. 4 sixes and 2 fours on his way to 54. It was a futile 54 in the end, but an entertaining knock nonetheless. It wasn't without its luck and without its flair. So that was probably the pick of the shots there. There was a few big hits off the bat of Amadullah Shinwari as well, as that partnership lifted Norway from 57 for 8 to 133 for 9. It was only then in that final over that the captain claimed the wicket of Sahak, but it was too little too late to then attempt to bowl Norway out, as they do manage to hold on for the full 20, but they finish 135 for 9. So over 50 runs short of the total. 54 runs was the winning margin in the end as we take a look at the scorecards. Sahak there, the highlight, coming down in 7th and still managing to notch his 2nd half century for his country. Tafsir Ali and Amadullah Shinwari, the only others to go past 20 runs. And that's why it never really got going for Norway, but they ended up frustrating Portugal at the end. Portugal, where they went top heavy, didn't they? They hoped to get the wickets early on. Juan Henry didn't return as Najam Shazad took on the duties to bowl that final over. Picked up the wicket at that point though. All pretty much academic as Portugal cruise home to the victory. Taking a look at then the final scores on the doors. It's this 3rd T20I here in Portugal. The final day as well, I can't believe it. Just the 12 extras bowled from Portugal as well. So a decent effort from them. They could have just petered out. They still wanted to try and get those wickets though. In the end though, a pretty comprehensive win for them. The damage was done early in that first innings as Davul Kumar maybe won the play of the day. Not sure, that will go down to the scorers and the umpires, but he gets 84 off 55 deliveries. And Sherman Vaz, he's got a shout as well with his wickets in the 2nd innings. 4 for 22 was his total, and in the end, A comfortable win for Portugal as they beat Norway by 54 runs, and congratulations as well to Portugal for taking home that T20I series. Deep breath everyone, we've made it to the end of this mammoth tour of Portugal. And well, Portugal is the key word as well, as we say congratulations to both the men's team and the women's team as they take home the T20I series. But Norway, they've been magnificent guests as well, and they had their fair share of success in the T10s, and of course the Norway women also picking up the T20 win in that second game. But of course the action doesn't stop here, as we can maybe take a look at what is coming our way tomorrow. Of course nothing is coming your way here from Portugal, as we will have to pack up and take this show on the road. But I know we're already having enormous amounts of fun over in Madrid. It's going to be a double header tomorrow. Madrid CC against Madrid Stars, followed by Madrid United versus Getafe. That's day 4 of 6 over in Spain. And I know Vinny and Rico are looking forward to welcoming you bright and early in the morning. And well, I welcomed you here into the igloo, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Phil G welcomed you before that, and what a roller coaster it's been. The Challenger Series, congratulations to Lisbon Supergiants on that. The Premier Division, that went to Marlow despite the water coming down from the heavens. Marlow though deserved champions. Going into the ECIs, that was split honours even, as Portugal took the women's trophy, Norway took the men's trophy, and then, well, Portugal, the hosts, maybe rightfully so after they've been such magnificent hosts, they took home the T20 series for both the men and the women. And just a word on the hosts as well, it's been magnificent here being in Santarém, Portugal for these past 2.5 weeks. The hospitality has been incredible, the work of the Blue Crew to make sure, especially in these trying conditions, we had a lot of rain, to make sure everything went smoothly. And thank you most importantly to you, the viewers, as well, for joining us on this wild ride. Make sure to follow us on all of these social media channels where the action doesn't stop. We'll bring you highlights from today, highlights from Madrid if you missed that, and you know, we'll just keep bringing you this cricket action. So I can't wait to get back behind the mic. You'll find me in Bologna next week. I've been Tina Goff, I'll continue to be Tina Goff, and you should continue to watch the European Cricket Network. See you soon.